Polkadot was founded by Gavin Wood, one of the co-founders of Ethereum, where the Bored Apes live. Anyway, learn why he's now working on a new blockchain that is scalable while providing robust security. Learn about the future of multi-resource NFTs that are being built for high throughput. Welcome to the Protocol Development and Interoperability panel. We cover Polkadot's role in supporting tech innovation and how to attract developer talent in the next phase of Web3.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine v13. I'm excited to be talking about all things Parachains, interoperability, as we're covering the Polkadot ecosystem as a whole. I'm your host, Roshan Marajkar from the Mousebelt team, and really excited to be discussing in our panel today, protocol development in Web3. Before we get into it, let's meet all of our great guests for today. I'll have everyone introduce themselves, where they're from, and you guys can even cover a little bit about, your background. So we'll start with you, Gregory.
All right, awesome. Hi guys, my name is Greg. I'm a senior Rust engineer for Interlay. We're working on InterBTC, Decentralized Trustless Bitcoin Protocol. We're offering KBTC on the Kintsugi Kusama-based network and IBTC on the Interlay Polkadot-based Parachain. My background, I've been in crypto for a number of years now, and I'm super excited to see where I think Polkadot and Kusama offer great sort of interoperability between different teams, and I'm super excited to explore all the different avenues of protocol development that will unfold there. And I'm based in Edinburgh, Scotland. So with that, I guess I'll hand back to Roshan or whoever is going next.
Yeah, Alen, you can go next.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Alen. I'm the leader of the technical development of the Moonbeam and Moonweaver parachain, which are EVM-focused parachain on the Polkadot ecosystem. I was mostly a software engineer, but now I'm mostly managing the team and the project.
Got it. And lastly, Mohamed.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mohamed. I am a member of Web3 Labs, which we are a partner with Icon Foundation. And for the past year or so, we've been working with Icon on the BTD interoperability project. And recently this year, we kicked off the build out of the ICE network, by which I'm one of the key technical leads on the project to focus on the building the runtime and all things related to the parachain and substrate configuration.
Yeah, awesome. Excited to have you guys here. I know you guys are going to help break down a lot of these technical concepts so people can understand the value of Polkadot and the ecosystem. Let's sort of get into the discussion. And the first question I'll throw to Gregory. So I think let's start off by kind of discussing, what is it about the Polkadot architecture that you found, your project and what you're doing right now, why are you building on Polkadot? What makes it so special?
So I guess the prime benefit is obviously it affords sort of a layer one type architecture comparatively with like typical smart contracts. So we could have adopted some sort of Ethereum contracting, but we would have that would be a lot more involved, and there's a lot more nuances where I believe substrate offers a lot of flexibility. So to go back to my argument, because it's a layer one, offers a few nice things, such as like we can customize everything, right? So for example, transaction fees, we can like completely customize that depending on how we want and where. If we were deployed, say, on Ethereum, we're subject to the gas metering model, regardless of what the contract does. We can actually make certain actions in our layer one cheaper, depending on like if it is conform to the protocol or not. So for us, I think that's the biggest kind of draw. For myself, I guess I would also have to mention like Rust and working with Rust, because as a language, it's offers also a lot of flexibility, and I quite like working with it. So that's not afforded to by many other, apart from I believe Solana and maybe some ongoing work by some Tendermint people. Polkadot / Web3 is the main place to go for sort of Rust development on the blockchain side.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as this discussion goes on to hear more about like non-EVM world or partial EVM world. Yeah, we'll go to Mohamed next. Kind of break down. Yeah, why did your team pick Polkadot, and maybe tell the audience like what are some benefits you've seen building on it.
Sure. First of all, like Polkadot as an ecosystem speaks a lot to the story of Icon. Although Icon started a little bit earlier as the network itself being an interoperability hub through that smart contract and BTB, it enables it by providing abstraction and so on, and wants to be, or the vision of it is just being a network of networks. The same story that Polkadot talks about is being a network of networks. So the maximalism here is coming from the fact that you want to further extend the idea of network effects and bring on the different or diverse number of people with different ideas onto that ecosystem. But in addition to the technical reasons that Gregory mentioned, you have this modular framework, which is a substrate. It's really ships with a lot of let's say palettes that is parity already built for you that you can just pick and choose and try to put together almost like a Lego. Allows you to build and customize how you want to have your network, how you want to customize it, and how do you want to, let's say, areas where you think you need to specialize, or maybe you want to fine tune, or you want to dedicate that network for a particular type of networks or applications. And then it brought that sort of, it went to like one layer down from, let's say, Ethereum being a measurably smart contract network and or blockchain, and as well as a dApp hub. It also enables the ability of developers just want to build more native code to the network, so you can actually have a specialized palette that runs native to the node itself, and effectively it's more compute efficient in that sense. There's many other reasons as well that we can speak about, but that's in summary what we think Polkadot is good for.
Yeah, 100%. Instead of it being like general purpose a blockchain, you actually have like specific purposes. That's something I've really understood and something I really like about the Polkadot ecosystem. Alen, I'll go to you, but I'll ask you a more specific question. So, how can platforms like Moonbeam kind of keep up with all the changes happening on Polkadot substrate and Ethereum? Because I know you guys sort of sitting in the middle and helping both ecosystems.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting question, and I feel like it's particular because in our case we have two kind of opposite system in terms of like development workflow. On one side, we have Ethereum, which is already was production ready a long time ago and needs to have a big stability. So the development workflow on Ethereum is actually pretty slow. You get upgrade on Ethereum every 6 months. It's kind of slow because the stability is the most important part in what they're trying to achieve. On the other side, we have Polkadot and Substrate, and it's a kind of new network. There's still a lot of ideas to develop on it, a lot of features to implement. And I think over the last 3 years, they have been focused on improving fast without focusing too much on the stability. So on our side, it's, because we are focused, our main priority is the Ethereum compatibility. We always try to guarantee following exactly what Ethereum is doing. That's our main priority. And then we adapt what Polkadot is doing and providing to match this priority. And I think it comes back to the few points that were mentioned before. One is the flexibility of substrate, which has been very amazing and is very good for us because we have, for example, a different account system that all the other parachains. That's helping us a lot. But also the fact that we chose Polkadot was because of the team they have. They have really amazing engineers. We work a lot with them. We discuss different designs and ideas. And I feel like that's a very advantage. So for us, in terms of working with those two technology, we really like it. I think it combines very well the fact that one is very fast, the other one it's slower. And it comes back to understanding, the changes that are happening in both apart and being able to make it compatible.
I think that was a very balanced answer. Like you're following, kind of what Ethereum is doing, but you're also adding your own twist to it. So I think that's pretty interesting. And let's continue down this path, kind of talking about interoperability, because I think it naturally comes up, the discussions around Polkadot. I'll go to you, Gregory, for this one. Can you talk a little bit about, what do you see the future of the world being like? Is everything just going to be focused on interoperability? And why is Interlay so focused on kind of bringing DeFi interoperability to Bitcoin?
Okay, well, a very kind of wide question, but I'll try and narrow it down a bit. I think, the future in the short term certainly is like all about interoperability, and we've already seen that, right, with Polkadot/Kusama and Cosmos, and even some of the other chains and bridges kind of springing up out of the place everywhere. In fact, I recently attended ETH Denver, and that was the primary talk about everyone really was bridges and what's happening in the space, what's going wrong, what's going right, and that's certainly where we're going. Like the idea, at least also for Interlay, our primary goal is to make sure the assets can be accessed on any chain, or any asset on any chain, and everywhere. And the reason we kind of picked it, obviously, we kind of, that's our sort of general mission statement. And we started with Bitcoin because obviously it's the biggest chain out there. It's got the most liquidity, and tapping that into DeFi markets is invaluable. Certainly in the case of Polkadot, but also we've seen with Ethereum, right, with WBTC and some of the other wrapped Bitcoin assets. The market's huge, and there's a lot of capital to unlock. So I guess that would be the reason that we wanted to bring kind of Bitcoin, and we also, like, as a more direct consequence of that, we've noticed that a lot of the bridges that are currently in operation for wrapping Bitcoin are mostly centralized. So our goal is to kind of build something that's backed by a lot of research to make it as fully trustless as possible, which we also feel is kind of under-specified in the space at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's super cool.
Question.
Yeah, no, I think it's super cool that you guys are kind of trying to bring more use cases, usability to Bitcoin, like you said, something that's already existing. And I'll throw it to you next, Alen, if you want to talk about what are some other interesting use cases that you've seen, or maybe that you want to see that we get with more cross-chain applications.
Yeah, the way I see real benefits with those cross-chain development is the fact that now teams and projects can decide where they want to go because they have some, preferred network or interest into some specific features, and still benefit from the other ones. Let's take, for example, games, because games, we always enjoy it, so it's easy, and it's easy to think about. When you're like a game developer, you would think that you need a blockchain that is fast enough for what you want to do. Like if you have a fast-paced game, for example, you want a blockchain, let's say, with a short block time, but you don't want to sacrifice on other parts that are interesting for your business, like the asset management of your games, those kind of things. And maybe the blockchain that has a very low block time sacrifices some kind of security part of the blockchain, to make sure, because it's always a trade-off, the features in those cases. And so you would benefit from having a very fast blockchain on one side, and you will be able to use your assets through cross-bridge into another blockchain. And that's like, I see the benefits. The more we get different blockchain matching a standard and offering different features, the more we'll be able to provide like use cases on with more complex scenarios and more interesting things to do. We can also think about, a multi-instance system where your project requires to be on multiple blockchain, and you still want to synchronize basically your data or whatever information that is important to your business across those blockchain. And having a cross-chain system with like some security assigned to it allows you to do that in a safe way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen all these other hacks, on Ethereum and stuff like that, because everyone is trying to bridge over. So I definitely think people should look into Polkadot because it has some of those problems solved. I wouldn't say completely, but you don't see like similar hacks, so it's interesting. Mohamed, do you have any final thoughts on interesting use cases that you see from kind of bridging over, building cross-chain applications? Like, is it more like decentralized applications or something else?
There are different possibilities. I mean, one example I just could think of now, in addition to what you mentioned, is maybe areas where enterprise or CBCDs, for example, or let's say privacy is important for a sector people or consortium. You still want to benefit from having a network of big value, like let's say Bitcoin or Ethereum to be the settlement layer, but then you want to run your immediate business transactions or important things that you care about, or let's say you want to maintain confidentiality on a different network. But then this is where also cross-chain or interoperability comes in the picture. Most other cases surely we're seeing is having this access to larger liquidity. Again, Interlay is a good example here, because you're benefiting from the fact that you have Bitcoin being the provider of the biggest value by market cap, and then you surely have Moonbeam, for instance, as well. This is where DeFi can expand across all these multiple networks. And there's on the top of that, there's a bit of a debate here whether, because you mentioned security and attacks, which is a major issue, and it's been highlighted a couple of months back, I believe, was Vitalik Peter talked about whether it's going to be across chain bridges or it's going to be multi-chain. And the idea here is sort of, it sounds that at least for a while, we need to rely on bridges unless we actually achieve that ultimate interoperability status where maybe there would be better standards. There would be a lot to sort of, I think there would be a lot of iterations. If we go back to Polkadot itself as a interoperability built for interoperability from the ground up, you could have thought that Ethereum maybe being built as a parachain, as it's just all it is, just a portal, which is maybe Moonbeam is the direct Moonbeam, I guess. But that's maybe another scenario where, okay, why not actually Ethereum still kind of connect to Polkadot, for instance, as a parachain. So there'll be different architectures around how this will work, but it will start with iterations or having better standards built on the top of what we had today.
Yeah, for sure. And now that you've sort of brought up Parachains and the architecture, I want to dive a little bit deeper into that. I'll go to you, Gregory, for this one. Can you kind of break down your thoughts on the Parachain like architecture concept? Do you think all the Parachains kind of need to do it all like are they built to be specialized for specific set of use cases, or do you think they're built for kind of commercialization for a wide variety of use cases?
This is a tricky one to answer because I think at the moment probably the ecosystem isn't large enough for a lot of specialized parachains. So I think so. What I've seen, for example, on Kusama, is particularly evident from Acala and Moonbeam. Of course, there are obviously they're bridged and can transfer assets, but I believe like they employ a lot of the same components. So they kind of do some of the same stuff. There's some overlap, there's some difference, of course. But I think as the ecosystem grows larger, I think more projects will begin to specialize. For instance, one consideration even we took was, do we put an EVM or maybe even ink or something on our chain? Because obviously cross-chain, there is an overhead there. Do we also kind of roll that ourselves, or do we rely on another parachain to kind of afford us that kind of infrastructure? And I think for the time being, the answer to that for us has been like, let's focus on other things, more specialized to our project, and perhaps we can build on that later. But certainly at the moment, I think there's not a huge amount of specialization. That being said, there are obviously particular reasons you would go to Acala or Moonbeam, or obviously for us, KBTC is our very specialized use case, so we have some specialization there. But yeah, I think we'll see more of that as more projects are onboarded to onto the relay chains.
Yeah, I mean, I think fair enough. A lot of these technologies on Polkadot, like XCM, just recently went live, so we're still seeing the effects of that. Alen, do you sort of agree that things are less specialized right now, or do you think they are specialized? Like I know there's RMRK and others that only focus on NFTs, things like that.
Yeah, well, I think it depends on the point of view, what you look at. For me, like it's definitely going into the specialization part, and I think it's important to go that direction. Mostly because, yeah, you mentioned before about parachain being kind of building blocks, and I think it's something we realize even as a kid, when you start to work with building blocks, you realize that this is how you start to innovate. Basically, you have those blocks and you start to build things. And that's how you actually start to build something big with just those simple blocks. But you also see that having those kind of different blocks allows you to build a different also set or a different construction at the end. And I think as an adult, we also see that because especially as a software developer, you rely on modules, libraries, all those kind of blocks you put together. And every time I try to think about Polkadot parachain, I see like those blocks being put together. And as I mentioned before, like in the case in the scenario of the game, definitely what's interesting is that each parachain is offering a kind of specialized like feature, because usually those features are trade-off. You cannot be like the perfect blockchain, unfortunately. We don't have the technology for that, or it would require at least some new breakthrough. But right now it's about doing trade-off. And I think it's important that, parachain are specializing in very like specific features. And they have basically, and they offer those through like XCM, through cross-chain, which is already like the case in some of the features. For example, we are right now just starting to offer the EVM access through XCM. So we're testing like other parachains, sending directly EVM instruction in our parachain. And I think that's where the beauty will be in Polkadot, is into the operation between the specialization of each parachain.
Yeah, great to hear your thoughts. Mohamed, do you have anything to add, your perspectives?
Yeah, so Polkadot started initially with the idea that it's a sharded network just to mitigate the scalability challenges that, for example, seen in Ethereum being slow and doesn't scale. So the bar chain on Polkadot are still sovereign networks. They're quite independent in their own. So they still have the capacity to provide a general purpose blockchain, and a number of them are like this. But it's also tricky, like it's mentioned, as in being early, everyone trying to find their own sort of specialization in a way. If you look at the categories of parachain on, let's say, on parachains with info, you see tags like IoT, layer 2, zero knowledge proof. So there's still some element of maybe offering a unique functionality or a unique feature where you might think of it as, if you think of it as a cohesive ecosystem, and rather than building a feature that's already been created, why not just use the fact that you can seamlessly, transact or, talk to other parachains over the relay chain. So I don't have to repeat myself in that instance and just focus on what I could do best. And yeah, that's probably just short of my perspective here.
Yeah, no, I like hearing all three of your sort of different perspectives, because I don't think it's all figured out yet. But as things are growing, I have heard a lot of people talk about Parachains should maybe work more collaboratively. Now that we've sort of broken down, the architecture, you guys have all talked to us a little bit about the benefits. Since everyone here is building sort of with the community and actually hands-on building, I sort of want to talk about the tech side of it, the community side of it, and maybe even some of the challenges you guys are going through. I'll turn it over to Gregory first. Do you want to talk a little bit about, what are some of the things you look for in terms of attracting developers either to your project or, convincing them to sort of build on Polkadot, and maybe how does like the Polkadot technology per se kind of drive innovation?
So I'm perhaps not the best person to start, but for this, particularly because I guess my parachain is not entirely developer focused, at least at this point in time, comparatively with like Acala and Moonbeam, which offer smart contracting engines. They're a bit more developer focused from sort of the contractor perspective. But of course, we have all of our code open source, and we do welcome contributions to the core layer 1 Substrate code base. In terms of attracting people to Substrate, I think Parity and Web3 Foundation even do the best job with this. We ourselves were attracted to Substrate and Polkadot by the Web3 Foundation. We were one of the first grant recipients in 2019, and so we developed the first prototype sort of into B2C chain through that program, and it's kind of expanded from there. And I believe many other teams also experienced a similar kind of starting route. Parity also do a great job of kind of support, like we have now, like the Stack Exchange to help answer like beginners' questions, or hopefully allow people to more easily search common pitfalls of working with Substrate. And that's I think makes a lot of the kind of development a lot easier. And being one of the largest Rust code bases, as I mentioned before, also attracts a lot of Rust developers from Web 2. So I think that's also something to note.
For sure. And Gregory, is there anything specifically about the tech that you think drives more innovation, like compared to something like EVM, where some developments are slow? Because, like, for example, I've seen attempts for people to try to bring DeFi through Ethereum onto Bitcoin, but like they haven't made a lot of progress. So do you want to maybe talk about that a bit?
Yeah, I think Alen Mohamed mentioned this before regarding like Ethereum's a bit more slow in terms of like its development nature, whereas Polkadot and Substrate is quite fast paced, and I wouldn't say anymore they have the mentality of move fast and break things, but certainly up until recently that was a bit more predominant. And even then, like we have some pretty cool technology, such as like the newest metadata change v14, which allows kind of as low-level devs to break stuff a bit more easily and to have it not break downstream systems in a way that can't be fixed easily. So I think that's like one of the main things. And yeah, the fact that projects are kind of siloed in a way. Obviously, they have the ability to talk over XCM, but that means that they can build like far more radical layer one based tech in a way that you couldn't obviously do with Ethereum, which is kind of a monolith in terms of its structure.
Yeah, no, awesome. Thank you for breaking that down. And I think that's a great thing for our viewers to understand what you said about it being siloed. I couldn't agree more because yeah, with Ethereum, like everything you do, you know, even these NFT mints, things like that kind of can congest the entire network. So it's like can't do all the actions on Ethereum at once. I'll jump to you next, Alen. If you want to talk a little bit about yeah, how you're attracting developers, or even some of the challenges you face when like building cross-chain.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're really into it this moment because it's like a big focus here in our team. And so talking about attracting developers, I think what's important is usually to well communicate on the future of Polkadot and the promise around, you know, the cross-chain. I think that's what's attracting a lot the developers and new projects. What I would love to see, you know, in the coming, you know, months or years is like more and more parachains with additional features. That's something, you know, we really want to see, and that will attract also additional developers aside. One thing, for example, like a big project with features across already 2 or 3 parachains, you know, would show like the real potential of Polkadot. And that's still coming, but we have, as it was mentioned, like there are some programs, there are some treasury that could be used. We're just waiting for someone, you know, with a good idea, for some developers to try new things. And that's, I think, where Polkadot will shine and attract even more and more people. It's kind of a snowball effect that could happen if we get some kind of project doing that. Particularly on Moonbeam, I think we're lucky because we're focusing on Ethereum compatibility. So for us, it's always easier to take developers that have experience on Ethereum, and just by showing them already the features we added to the EVM related, you know, to substrate features like the democracy system, staking, and now the cross-chain is already like attractive for developers. So that helps. The next big step for them will be to provide them some tools around it. We're working with other chain on that, with Parity. There's a lot of ideas how we can provide tools to do those cross-chain operations, because there's a lot of potential, but without the tool, it makes it slow for developers, a bit frustrating. So that's where we need to improve, I think, right now.
Yeah, no, well said. And I think the work of your parachain can maybe benefit other parachains, so that not everyone has to build that same, you know, EVM compatibility, and vice versa. Everyone can like take a little from each one. Lastly, Mohamed, you can kind of end this question. I know you're focused on like using the substrate SDK and doing a lot of technical implementation. So how do you attract developers? And if you even want to talk about maybe some of the challenges attracting developers, getting people to build.
That specifically on substrate and the core network, or is more on the ICE network application developers?
Oh, anything, however you want to answer it.
We still sort of in the phase of building the achieving that sort of first solid version of the core runtime of ICE network. And that's primarily us with our partners just working on the core frontend development. But in terms of attracting, so in terms of who we target right now as a developer community is the application developers. Likewise, we also offer that EVM compatibility. We've not done like full-on 100% Ethereum portability like Moonbeam, for example, but we wanted to also have the 2 edge of the networks like WASM and INC, as well as EVM as well, because we do believe in that same mantra of EVM, Ethereum, our legacy, or maybe achieve the legacy status, but Wasm and Ink perhaps has a possible, dominant feature in, in the Web3 domain. So we're launching things like a grant program where we start encourage people to start to build on the ecosystem, and we providing them with features like surely the BTB bridge is one aspect of that, because it allows that in the early phase, the bootstrapping our network will rely largely on the fact that we have the Icon network as a layer one already sort of being the sister network of ICE. So that's kind of key for us. So we're targeting also not just Icon developer community, as well as the developers on the Polkadot ecosystem as well. So it's kind of another, I would say, blank slate and green field for people to start to innovate and try things. And as you said, like move fast, maybe break things as well. We still, as we are, on the testnet phase. So.
Yeah, move fast, break things in a silo, right? Like Gregory said. I think that's pretty good.
Not in the mainnet for sure.
yeah, not in the mainnet. Yeah, no, that's cool. And I think for some of the developers listening, or people that want to develop, I would just say in general, there's so many opportunities, other layer one blockchains, just to start learning, and there's tons of resources. Yeah, the last question, maybe before I ask you guys for like your last bit of advice, just want you all to kind of go around and talk a little bit about what are some of the active use cases on Polkadot that either you guys are using, daily, or you suggest people start to use so they can see the value. I'll start with you again, Gregory. If you just want to break down like what would be helpful for people that are watching this and maybe have never used a Polkadot dApp or something like that.
Yeah, actually, just to jump back to the last kind of question quickly, I think I think in my head I was associating kind of developers with application development, but of course, in like across many projects, there's loads of ways for developers to get stuck in terms of the APIs, and I think Mohamed just mentioned this with like treasuries and grant proposals, and like you can, I think for developers who are keen to get into the space, I mean, we ourselves have a treasury and bug bounty program, but I believe also Polkadot, Moonbeam, and many others also employ kind of separate treasuries, which will encourage kind of development around the ecosystem and tools and sort of integrations with that tech. So that'd be super interesting for a lot of people, I think, to get started. So to go back to, the question at hand on sort of things I would encourage people to start doing right now. I think the main thing would be to experiment on Kusama. Like, it's a canary net, yes, there's obviously tokens have value, but for the most part, like things may break, but you're rewarded with higher return opportunities. And also, I think one thing I found, especially with a lot of the different teams, is that everyone's always very friendly, and like if there are problems or bugs, like we ourselves are always happy to help and debug issues and to try and find ways to like recover funds on our chain, and other teams I think do the same. So I'd encourage you to just experiment with Kusama first, because let's expect chaos is the motto. So just go crazy. On our side, like we have a few opportunities which are particularly interesting. So for like the vaults, so for the Bitcoin custody, we have this kind of whole vault system set up, and so we highly encourage people to kind of look at our docs, docs.interlay.io, and download and run a vault. And these are kind of the custodians of Bitcoin on our network. And we welcome obviously feedback from developers who try this, or maybe even find ways for it to be improved. And there's, I think, also other great opportunities across the other projects as well, doing similar things.
Yeah, awesome. We all know how important tokenized vaults are to the ecosystem at large. Next, I'll go to you, Alen, if you want to talk a little bit about what are some use cases, applications that you recommend people start to use so they can kind of see the value themselves hands-on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Substrate is built, very well so that it's easy to start things locally. You can, test a lot of their palettes. They have a lot of tutorials, so people can easily play with it. I think also there are some public network, like for Moonbeam, we have the AlphaNet. That is an easy place for people to play with even Polkadot.js, to understand what are the different palettes, and because it has no economy associated with it, people can try whatever they want. Like we got a lot of people that want to do that. And if people are interested into building a parachain, we also like onboard other parachains in AlphaNet, so they don't have to worry, about breaking things. Like, because I know Kusama is supposed to be a test network, but now with the value associated with it, with the regulation, the rules around it, it's still sometimes a bit slow, or it's not matching what you want. So that's why we usually invite people to come to our AlphaNet and test their parachain there, because it's okay if they break it. I mean, so far no one really was able to do that, so that's good. But we have probably like 15 parachains already there. And yes, and we usually encourage people to share their ideas with us, because we meet with other teams. We try to give them advice about our experience with Substrate and Polkadot, because we had some blips on the way. It happened to us on Kusama. Starting a network happened. I think every parachain experienced this at least once, an emergency situation. So it's good to share that experience. And so I think there's a lot of possible way to try, depending of your experience, depending of what you want to do. But communicating and asking, either Parity or the Parachain team is definitely also a good thing to do to get started on your ideas. Yes.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Like for our students out there listening, or even new builders, I really like hearing this, where even if you're new to the ecosystem, it sounds like you can get a lot of hands-on support. And it sounds like everyone here is kind of is welcoming that hands-on support. So love it. But yeah, lastly, I'll go to you, Mohamed, before I ask you all for your departing advice.
Yes, similarly. So all the good points have been mentioned by Gregory and Alen. And on the top of that, there's when you first time start with Substrate, and I've been on this for about 6 months now, it can be a little bit overwhelming. There's a lot of material, the Sub-Zero conferences and all these online useful information. Actually, I've been reading even resources on when we started on Interlay website, as well as Moonbeam. And there's the Parity and the wikis on the Polkadot network, as well, because on the network is lots of resources. The features that is really appealing to me as well, and when I start to look is things like XCM as something that to try, like token. The thing to see the power of Parachain, for example, testing something like token teleportation, for instance, or asset teleportation in XCM, as well as maybe testing that on even your own private parachain. You can do that, set up this easily using something like Polkadot Launch locally. And beside all these materials and resources, we've been also just supporting active materials on ICE Network IO as well, the website. So that's so the space, as you can see, is just becoming like a Wikipedia of networks, linking each other, and there's lots of resources out there.
Yeah, all those applications and even those like websites that allow people to easily navigate, super important. I agree. Yeah, to kind of end things off on this panel, maybe each of you can give your 30 seconds to 1 minute best advice you can give to people that are building on Polkadot and kind of newer into the ecosystem. I'll start with you, Gregory.
I think we've covered quite a lot of sort of the things you could do anyways, but I guess it would be good to summarize. Obviously, reach out to teams over Discord. We're quite active with our community, and we highly encourage questions and people investigating how the system works, because it obviously also refreshes our knowledge and allows us to impart wisdom on the community. Parity or the Substrate team have the Stack Exchange wiki, Stack Exchange for answering questions. So developers should obviously go and check those if they have any questions about building layer 1. And I think Mohamed that also mentioned just before, like most teams now have pretty good documentation. Feel free to check those out before you get started, and to circle back, ask questions, and we're super excited to hear from you.
Yeah, awesome. Alen, you can go next.
Yeah, well, I think they already shared a lot of good ideas and opinion, and I think I just want to add that right now I think it's the perfect timing to learn about XCM and to think also about what could be done with it. You don't need to always be a very strong developer or to know exactly how everything is working, but if you already start by having a good idea, then you can communicate, learn how it can be implemented, and if it matches actually the kind of rules or the features associated with XCM. And I think right now is really the perfect time for that, because it's something that's going to grow a lot, and it's going to be very exponential, the amount of possibilities coming with it.
And the bear market doesn't help learning and getting educated for sure. Mohamed, you can take us out on this one.
Yeah, so from my own experience, was primarily working with Rust. It can be, if you don't have the Rust knowledge and background, and if you're not working out for a number of years, it may take a while to build that expertise, and it can be pretty steep. And learning Rust and Substrate in the same time, that's even that's even harder. So if someone is picking up Rust for the first time, I would advise just spend time first, learn the language fundamentals, understand it, how it's different from other paradigms, and then look into Substrate. There's a good number of introductions about the syntax in Substrate as well, because it's macro heavy, as in it's sort of a language in itself, the way it's designed. And look at the tools that might help as well, using something like Visual Studio and Rust Analyzer to be able to see, get some, or to complete or be able to understand the APIs, because it can be quite involved for someone not seeing this before, seeing it for the first time.
Great advice. Thank you all for your time here. I learned a lot. And I hope for our audience, you guys enjoyed us talking about protocol development, and stay tuned. We have more interviews coming at Reimagine v13. Thank you all.
Hello, I'm your host from the Mutant Ape Yacht Club, from the swamps in the metaverse, bringing you into Reimagine v13, covering Polkadot and interoperability. The relay chain is Polkadot's hub and serves as the main hub for parachain auctions, governance votes, and security infrastructure. Powered by Substrate, the programming library that helps build custom blockchains in the Polkadot ecosystem. Will the world run on EVM, or will Wasm step up to the challenge? Welcome to the Liquid Staking and Inclusivity panel. We cover Polkadot's composability and how parachains will specialize and host applications. Will cross-parachain applications create fair conditions in the network?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine v13. Really excited to be talking about all things Parachains, interoperability, and covering the Polkadot ecosystem as a whole. I'm your host, Roshan Marachkar from the Mousebelt team. This is our 13th event, so really excited to be talking about all these things here today. And today our panel will be focused on making Web3 more inclusive, and we're going to also be talking about DeFi and a lot of the mechanisms on Polkadot. Before we get started, I want to give a chance to let all of our guests introduce themselves, and then we'll move on to some questions. So we'll start with you, Dan. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, great to be here. Yeah, I guess quick intro. So I lead the growth team at Acala. I've been working on the Acala project for about a year and a half now, and been in the Polkadot ecosystem for 3 years. I came from Web3 Foundation before this, so definitely one of my favorite topics to talk about. So looking forward to this.
And we'll move to you, Alex.
Hi, folks. Thanks for having me here. I'm Alex. I'm the CEO and the founder with the Equilibrium team. I'm engineering applied mathematics by training and cryptos full-time since 2016. So the team of Equilibrium is working together since, I believe, 2017. We're working on different decentralized finance applications, and now we're building on Polkadot, bringing into reality our dream of cross-chain interoperability. And we're building the one-stop DeFi platform, which allows for high leverage in borrowing and trading. And I'm super excited about today's talk. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, great. Excited to have you both here, and let's move on into the question. Excited to hear from you both. Start with you, Dan, and can you kind of start with breaking down, like, what was it about the Polkadot infrastructure or ecosystem that influenced your decision to build on it? Maybe just explain to our audience, maybe like kind of what a parachain is.
Yeah, so the Acala team is made up of 4 co-founders. 3 are in New Zealand, 1 is in Shanghai, China. And they met 3 years ago, three and a half years ago, when they were originally building a product on Ethereum for synthetic asset trading. But what they realized back then was that Ethereum wasn't going to scale. They were anticipating a lot of these gas fee issues that we saw over the last couple of years. So they started evaluating options that they thought were going to be kind of in the next wave of tech. So ETH2 was one, Cosmos was the other, and then Polkadot was the third option. And with Polkadot, you also get this blockchain development framework called Substrate. Substrate, just like Solidity, the programming language on Ethereum, were invented by Gavin Wood. So the same person who built Ethereum ended up leaving and building Polkadot because he realized everything that was coming with scalability issues. So he and the team at Web3 Foundation kind of built everything from the ground up. And one of those things was Substrate, which is one of the key reasons why the Acala co-founders chose to build in the Polkadot ecosystem. Substrate allows you to build blockchains more easily and also allows you to customize blockchains for specific use cases. So Alex and the Equilibrium team, as well as Acala, we're kind of choosing to focus on DeFi and financial use cases. There's other teams focusing on KYC and identity, on gaming, NFTs. There's just kind of an unlimited number of use cases. So that was one thing. The second piece is security. So Polkadot provides security for everyone, almost like plug and play security. And it also has a unified security set across all of the teams. So no one has to focus on building their own security set of validators. You can kind of just plug into what Polkadot provides, which is a huge value add. And then the third piece is cross-chain or interoperability. So Alex's blockchain, Equilibrium, and Acala are both launched on Polkadot. And through that, we can natively interact with each other. So sending tokens, data, NFTs, whatever, but without the risk of a bridge being hacked, for example. This is native cross-chain, so we're all kind of in the same universe, the same family. And we trust each other, but don't have to actually trust a third party or a bridge in between. So those are kind of the 3, I guess, main reasons why we chose to build on Polkadot.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. And I think for our audience listening right now, it's a great explanation for these native features that are built in. How about you, Alex? Do you kind of have the same thoughts, or do you have some different thoughts on why you chose to build on Polkadot?
Yeah, so I already mentioned that we had experience in building on various blockchains, and initially we were considering ourselves as blockchain agnostic team of developers. So back in the days, we were building on Ethereum. Then in 2018, we actually switched to EOS, and we were building some DeFi things over there. Then we decided to move to more cross-chain interoperable environment because like at the end of the day, sticking to this multi-chain approach from the day one, we decided to build the core infrastructure somewhere on some in some ecosystem where we can roll out all our developments and then interconnect that with different other chains so that we don't need to invest any additional efforts into developments on every single ecosystem that we need to work on. And Polkadot was quite natural choice, first of all, because of the advantages of the substrate framework. Besides what just Dan mentioned, I will also highlight the off-chain workers functionality, which allows for way more flexibility compared to other heterogeneous chains, and you can actually implement quite sophisticated business logics, which will be eventually validated on chain. And I mean specifically, like for example, results of computation and stuff. Definitely the amount of these computations and the complexity of this computation is something that you cannot afford building on some heterogeneous chains like Ethereum, for example. Another thing like is the diversity of the ecosystem, right? Dan mentioned that like there's a bunch of different projects building different functionality, not necessarily DeFi, but maybe some other use cases. It might be IoT or maybe some NFT projects or something like that. But besides that, we also are anticipating rollouts of different bridges that are also eventually being built as parachains and interconnected with the whole ecosystem. And in terms of that, you're not relying on just your own developments, but you can be interconnected with other projects who are working on the functionality which can complement your core kind of business or core applications that you're running on Polkadot. From this perspective, we are quite big on further deployments of various bridges with various ecosystems, which will be eventually interconnecting Polkadot with other chains and other blockchain universes, I would say. And that's something that we are highly anticipating and expecting that it brings certain value to our projects and to the ecosystem overall.
Yeah, I agree. There's tons of diversity, and I've seen other of our guests here at Reimagine v13 talk about how with Polkadot you can kind of break things in a siloed in a siloed like parachain and not like break the main chain, the relay chain, for example, when you're comparing to ETH. I want to kind of break, if you guys could switch gears a bit and go deeper into talking about maybe the architecture of these parachains kind of on the business side. So my question is, on the business side, do you view these parachains right now being more into specialization of like a specific use case, or is it going to lean more toward commercialization where parachains are collaborating with each other more? I'll go to you, Dan, first.
Yeah, I think it's hard. There's going to be up to 100 parachains connected to Polkadot. And I guess going back to your question before, like what is a parachain? It's just basically it's a layer one blockchain, just like Ethereum, Solana, Terra. Well, I guess that's a different story, but these parachains are layer ones connected to Polkadot. And these layer ones can do a couple of different things. So number one, they can specialize in a specific use case that's more blockchain native. So like one example would be privacy. So there's chains like Manta and Acala who are focusing on privacy, and they will provide that as a service to other dApps in the ecosystem as well as other parachains. Then there's also blockchains that are more meant to be kind of like application platforms. So I would put Acala in this category. There's Moonbeam and Astar and plenty of others that are building up these dApp ecosystems. So the way we look at it is we basically have we have Polkadot providing the security. We call Polkadot a layer 0 because it's below all these layer ones. And then you have the layer 1 parachains that you can have built in kind of customized, almost like building blocks for specific things. So in Acala's case, we have a stablecoin built into our chain. We have a DEX that helps run liquidations for that stablecoin and a liquid staking product. But on top of that, we have this EVM environment where people can come and build applications. What we're doing also as well, as far as the business side, is we're working with fintech companies to kind of plug in to those dApps that are going to be building on Acala. So money markets that are offering like lending and borrowing, or DEXs that are offering LP positions for people to earn yield from providing liquidity to the decentralized exchange. These are examples of liquidity and yield that fintech companies from what the Web 2 world can plug into and bring yield from DeFi to their customers without having to kind of mess with all of the complexity, public and private keys, and just UX issues in general that we still kind of face in the crypto and DeFi space. And yeah, Alex, I don't know if you have any other comments too.
No, maybe just in general, I would say that we at Equilibrium are mostly focusing on our specialization. So we're not expecting that much like other projects running on top of our parachain at the end of the day. So we are kind of building the practical use cases that will eventually fit into the ecosystem and bring value to our partners. Like specifically, we will be running the money markets, which will be integrated through the XM connections with other parachains, and we eventually will open up the liquidity pools for native tokens of these projects, and that definitely will be one of use cases for them and for their token holders. At the same time, we also will be offering some other trading functionality, like specifically for so-called liquid dot wrappers, which is quite common sort of use case for those who are participating in crowd loans. We'll be offering some very customized, tailored specifically for trading this this type of assets like automated market maker, and also we'll be adding like liquid dot wrappers from Acala, Parallel, and other projects, and hopefully also bring certain value in these funds. So yeah, I mean, like in general, I think this collaborative spirit is quite common for the Polkadot ecosystem right now, because like all the projects realizing that by complementing each other and bringing certain value to each other, it's actually eventually like all the ecosystem participants will benefit from that.
Yeah, for sure. And on the topic of stablecoins, everyone's been talking about it, of course, for the past couple months. And I know you, Dan, are kind of focused on building a multi-chain decentralized stablecoin. Can you talk about some of the benefits of having a stablecoin maybe that we can trust across all the networks versus some of the more centralized stablecoins that are still prominent in the ecosystem today?
Yeah, this has definitely been a huge topic over the last few weeks. So I guess first, it's helpful to start with the basics of the different types of stablecoins, because I think before this whole debacle, everyone kind of assumed that all stablecoins were equal. They're all just $1, and that's really all that matters. But now everyone's starting to look under the hood as far as how these stablecoins actually work. So there's really three main categories. Number one is fiat backed. So that's like a real dollar in an actual bank account. $1 for every $1 in USDC or USDT, for example, that's issued into the market. So it's backed by fiat. The second one is over collateralized stablecoins. So this is similar to DAI on Ethereum and then AUSD on Polkadot. And these are stablecoins that for every $1 stablecoin that's issued, you need at least 2 times as much collateral backing that stablecoin. So for example, if you have $100 worth of DOT, you can use that as collateral, and you can mint or issue yourself $50 worth of AUSD. So that's why it's called over collateralization. In the real world, this wouldn't really be realistic. Like you would never give your bank $100,000 to take out a $50,000 loan for a car, for example. But this is how we, in crypto, this is how you help hedge against fluctuation in price of that underlying collateral. So if DOT price did go down 50%, there's still mechanisms in place to make sure that, number one, you're over collateralized, so that helps to provide buffer. And then also the way that the stablecoin actually works is there's what's called liquidations, which are basically like selling off part of your collateral to get the stablecoin back up to kind of a healthy ratio. So AUSD, the easiest way to think about it is like a multi-chain version of DAI. DAI's had a lot of success on Ethereum, but when it bridges out, like through bridges to, let's say, Solana or to Avalanche, there's still that risk of using that bridge that we've seen in the past has had some issues. The really exciting thing about Polkadot and AUSD specifically as a Polkadot native stablecoin built with Substrate is that AUSD can transfer from Acala or from Karura on the Kusama side to any parachain natively without the risk of bridging. So it's native transfer without trust, just provided by the Polkadot tech stack. So real quick, the third category is algorithmic stablecoins. So these are stablecoins that largely have been basically experiments up until now. They're not backed by anything. They're not backed by fiat dollars. They're not backed by collateral. They are for the most part, purely relying on typically like a minting and burning mechanism to basically arbitrage or buy and sell if the stablecoin falls above or below $1. That works well in a bull market, as we saw, but it does not work well when the market goes down. So that's kind of what happened with algorithmic stablecoins as of late, and has just brought a renewed kind of confidence in the decision that we made around the mechanism of AUSD and choosing an over-collateralized stablecoin. Last, I know that I've been talking for a while. Last quick thing on centralized versus decentralized is we have made it a point to keep AUSD decentralized, meaning that it's backed by decentralized assets. So crypto native things like DOT, KSM, Liquid DOT, Liquid KSM. The opposite is centralized stablecoins. So USDC and USDC and USDT, they will always, at least for the foreseeable future, have their own customer set. Like big institutions, people who like to trust institutions and third parties, that's great for them. There's also a lot of people who hold kind of the ethos of crypto close to their heart, and they want to be using things that are truly decentralized and don't have the risk of being censored or being intermediated with because of the risk of a bank or an institution or some auditing firm being able to actually affect USDC or USDCT and these centralized stablecoins. So yeah, so that's kind of where we are in stablecoins.
Yeah, no, I love that explanation. Thank you for that, because I think for our audience, even crypto people in general, you're totally right. Like everyone thought they're all a stablecoin is a stablecoin, but that's not exactly the case. I'll go to you, Alex. Can you talk a little bit about, what are the benefits of maybe having a decentralized multi-chain stablecoin on when we're looking into the future for things like creating synthetic assets? Because I think with Terra's case and algorithmic stablecoins that also build synthetic assets, we could see that it didn't really work in that sense.
Overall, I think that building decentralized synthetic assets is the great concept for crypto, because it definitely helps to solve the issue of volatility. It also solves the problem of immediate access to capital if it comes to leveraging your volatile asset portfolio. And we had experience of building decentralized stablecoins as well. We've been building decentralized stablecoin on the US ecosystem back in the days. We currently have decentralized stablecoin on Equilibrium, which is called EQD. However, we are not planning for expanding that stablecoin like anyhow outside our own ecosystem. Currently, it's used primarily for our decentralized exchange as a mean of quotation, and it's kind of working in a similar way how per se AUSD works or DAI works. So it's backed by the portfolio of crypto collateral, but again, it's used primarily within our ecosystem and simplifies user experience when it comes to leverage, to trading, and so on and so forth. So yeah, generally speaking, like there might be different synthetic assets based on this concept. So not necessarily back to US dollar, but they also can track some other assets. For example, like, I don't know whether you're familiar with the concept of RAI stablecoin, which is efficiently not tracking any kind of fiat money. But it's kind of stable in its value and based on the overall kind of value of baskets of different assets. So it's pretty interesting concept. So if you're not familiar with that, really advise you to familiarize yourself. Yeah, so there are some other implications, like for example, you can build like synthetic stocks based on this concept if it's needed, which will be tracking like some whatever stocks or some other securities. So I mean, definitely this concept is very popular and has a lot of implications in the ecosystem.
Yeah, and I kind of want to go deeper into this, like kind of get into talking about how does all this technology kind of make Web3 more inclusive. So maybe Alex, can you talk, Alex, in your view, do you think that these advancements in Polkadot's with the Parachain, like, you know, technologies like XCM that's enabling more communication interoperability, is this going to benefit new retail like investors, users first, or will it be the institutions? Because I know you're building a lot of products related to what institutions might use.
So I think XCM definitely helps the Polkadot ecosystem to interact within itself, right? To projects to interact with each other and move assets without any risk to any kind of, you know, bridges and all this kind of stuff. So this is really helpful for building like DeFi products specifically, because you can expect like safe connections with almost all major projects within the ecosystem, so-called internal composability of the network. And obviously, if it comes to some practical use cases, which are designed to help like token holders to make their assets work harder on different other protocols, that definitely helps like institutions, for example, to transfer their tokens or holdings from one chain on Polkadot to another parachain, and to make use of that in some different product line. Again, on our side at Equilibrium, we're offering quite a bunch of functionality, which definitely serves the needs of institutional sort of holders of assets as well. Specifically like liquidity providers who might be keen on providing liquidity into our liquidity pools of the money markets or liquidity pools of our decentralized exchange. And we are offering quite, you know, decent yields on these assets. Simultaneously, they can be guaranteed that these assets will not disappear due to different, you know, bridges or something. So yeah.
Yeah, no, thanks for that explanation. I think both sides of it are cool. We need all the large institutions, and then a lot of the products you guys are building, like everyday people have the power to use those too. And then the real world, they just don't, whether it's borrowing money or getting leverage. I think it's super cool. And even what Dan was saying about security, it's kind of interesting. Building on Polkadot, you don't have to really worry about all these things individually. I'll go to you next, Dan, and kind of getting more into talking about adoption. Maybe what are some of the barriers or applications that you guys might see or suggest people maybe use? So my question is, what do you think is still some of the barriers for retail investors, and are there any specific like applications people can use today to actually see the value?
Yeah, in the Polkadot ecosystem, I think most people would agree that UX, user experience, is the biggest kind of challenge for retail users. But you also have to realize that Polkadot's completely different than anything people are used to. So like everyone who's used on-chain dApps, so most people have used MetaMask and interacted with Ethereum before it was impossible to use due to gas fees, but now like Polygon and Avalanche and others. But these are single chains, so it makes sense that it would be easier to build as a developer. So Polkadot up until now, up until the launch of XCM or cross consensus messaging just like 3 or 4 weeks ago, Polkadot really wasn't doing much besides just allowing people to stake their DOT. So people were going in, early users, and trying to stake DOT directly on Polkadot with this tool called Polkadot.js, and it like scared a lot of people off. But the thing to remember is that that is not the ultimate vision of Polkadot, that was very early Polkadot. What Polkadot's meant to be is to be almost like the underground subways and piping system of a city. You don't really look at it, you don't notice it, you just use it and benefit from it. Polkadot's the same way. It's an infrastructure that you shouldn't even see. And most users, the millions of users who are going to use Polkadot in the next few years are going to be using applications that are just happen to be secured by Polkadot, but you won't be able to really tell that you're using Polkadot. So this is the thing, we need more dApps. So this is all beginning to launch now. So more applications to launch. And then we also need better wallets and these web browser wallets to interact with these applications. So Talisman is a team out of Australia who's doing a great job at this. And then Subwallet is a team out of Vietnam who's also doing a great job at improving the user experience with interacting with Polkadot. So that's definitely great progress to see teams kind of stepping up and building these wallets. And then I guess over the longer term, what I'm excited for is to get the benefits of Polkadot as well as DeFi and bring that to people outside of crypto who may not even really realize that they're interacting with and benefiting from crypto. So this is what I kind of hinted at before with fintechs. Current.com is a fintech in New York that we've been working with for a while. And in the very near future, we're going to start rolling out products to their customers that are using their checking and savings account app, but we'll be able to interact with crypto in a way of, like, for example, holding LDOT and earning staking returns just by holding an asset, or using AUSD to earn yield by Current actually using Acala on the back end, but bringing that yield to their users in the place that they're used to using for their finances. So that's what gets me excited, is starting to bring crypto to millions of people without the UX problems that we have in crypto today.
Yeah, well said. And I'll turn it to you, Alex, if you want to speak a little bit about, are there any specific applications that you suggest maybe regular everyday people kind of start with?
So yeah, first of all, let me answer the first part of the question related to the user experience and stuff, because I also have something to say here. It's like, firstly, like my 2 cents here, that's I think in terms of specifically the Polkadot adoption, we need to look more into integration of Polkadot's sort of experience into existing infrastructure in crypto, like specifically if Polkadot would manage to integrate their sort of functionality into MetaMask or some other wallets being widely adopted, that will be definitely very helpful. So that users who used to be working with Ethereum and some other chains would not be forced to install any other software to interact with Polkadot. That definitely will be a game changer for the overall Polkadot adoption. And another thing here, like, again, Polkadot has a lot of complexity on the backgrounds. Dan mentioned like all these kind of issues with that. And also totally agree that the Polkadot can be considered as a sort of, pipes and some engineering system on the background. And obviously there is a lot of complexity with the accounts. That accounts are different on the different chains. Like you need to switch between accounts, which is working with relay chain, to the same representation of the same accounts working with Parachains, which is kind of difficult to understand for the regular users. So that's something that we need to actually put under the hood, that user will not be familiarized themselves with these kind of things. So in terms of the dApps that I might suggest using right away, like I'm super excited about the developments of like our colleagues from DeFi sort of field. Like obviously colleagues from Acala doing a great job, Parallel is doing a great job. But also I think that it's quite interesting to see how perform such projects as, for example, Nodal, who are working on the IoT things, and that might be also interesting use case for the substrate technology. There are some projects working on NFTs in the space that also might be interesting, like for example, RMRK or Unique. So you also can watch these projects, their progress. Yeah, so in terms of like the overall adoption, again, I totally agree with Dan that applications that are actually interact with the users the way that user doesn't realize that it's built on blockchain is super exciting. Definitely the success of Stepn application, for example, is really interesting, and I think they did, like they have taken a few steps towards this sort of direction of hiding from the end user the blockchain part of the things. So yeah, and I think like overall social fi elements for that will definitely be sort of improved and adopted widely, and that will definitely lead to more wider adoption overall.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with both of you. The UX, UI is something that's constantly improving. And I think that's an interesting perspective that maybe that more new crypto users might use something like Polkadot and not really think about the blockchain element underneath. I think one interesting thing, just talking about use cases, we've seen, Polkadot be prominent recently at Davos, and there's been a lot of talks among governments. So I want to get your guys' perspective on, do you think there's anything that stands out with the Polkadot architecture or ecosystem? It could be community as well, that might be more likely for governments to use it, to also include the ESG component about how it's so green and eco-friendly. I think the most eco-friendly proof of stake blockchain. We'll start with you, Dan, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think maybe government adoption of Polkadot is in the same category almost as like regulatory treatment of Polkadot. So Polkadot is one of the most decentralized blockchains in terms of investors. So if you look at, I won't name other layer ones, but if you look at some other layer ones, it's extremely concentrated. There's like 2 or 3 VCs that own most of the tokens, and that is inherently centralized. And then also, if you look under the hood, how the actual node operators work, Polkadot has a huge set of validators. I think now it's up to maybe 300 or 400 on Polkadot and over 1,000 on Kusama. That just shows that the network itself is very decentralized. And this is exactly what governments look at and regulators look at when they're evaluating these platforms. I don't know a whole lot about like the current state of like actual applications that governments are looking to build on Polkadot, but I think just the overall decentralization and just kind of like Web3 vision of Polkadot from the beginning lends itself well to adoption in that, I guess, in the government segment.
And Alex, if you want to give sort of your breakdown and thoughts on, do you think there's anything specific for governments to be adopting the Polkadot technology?
Yeah, so basically the decentralization of Polkadot and how Parity and Web3 approach this kind of issues was one of the main reasons why we've chosen Polkadot for development, because we think that it's one of the most decentralized ecosystems overall, like vibrant community and like almost total decentralization on chain. So in terms of like the governance model on Polkadot itself, it's pretty much thought out, and it might be a good example for real kind of high quality governance processes that can be applied for various organizations and stuff, like all these technical committees and different council proposals and stuff, which actually helps to run this kind of network. So definitely Polkadot can be adopted by some governmental structures to build something on top of that, because again, it's totally decentralized and pretty reliant from the security perspective. Again, I'm also not aware of any kind of plans of particular governments to deploy something particular, but yeah, so that's my perspective on that.
Yeah, thanks for your thoughts. And I think it's kind of interesting how the governance, the voting, the security elements all happen inside the Relay chain, and then all the parachains are really focused on building great applications. To kind of end things off, Just want to get your parting advice, both of you, for new builders, new developers, maybe who are just starting off building in the Polkadot ecosystem. I'll go to you first, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, great decision if you're building in the Polkadot ecosystem. We definitely don't chase hype. This is going to be the next, I guess, in my opinion, over the next 5-10 years, this is a long-term platform. Clearly, it's been taking a while. It took 6 years to get Polkadot fully launched, but there's a lot of great teams building Parachains. So definitely feel free to join some of these kind of community groups, ask questions. Everyone's willing to help if you're building a parachain. And then if you're building a dApp, there's just the sky's the limit with the number of use cases that you're going to be able to do cross-chain, as well as the fact that if you're building a dApp on any parachain, one thing we didn't mention is that all these parachains can be upgraded without forking. So building on any parachain is essentially building on a blockchain that's future-proof, because it can constantly be upgraded like an app on your phone, versus others like Ethereum that of course require these painstaking forks. So yeah, I guess for new builders, just welcome, and looking forward to working with you.
Yeah, great advice. And lastly, I'll move to you, Alex.
Yeah, definitely it's a great decision to start building on Polkadot, because it's the right time to start things off right away, because the Polkadot ecosystem is just taking off. It's the very beginning of its development. Be prepared for very different developer experience compared to other chains, because first of all, the sort of flexibility that you will run into when you'll be building on the substrate framework is really incredible. So you've never been that flexible in your developments before. If it comes to building like in some isolated environments like EVM or something like that, it's totally different. We'll be basically coding the runtime of your own blockchain at the end of the day, which gives you certain advantages and simultaneously applies certain sort of requirements in terms of your qualification of your team. So it's quite challenging on one hand. On another hand, it definitely helps to build really highly customized and crafted for particular use cases applications.
Well said, both of you. And I think the challenges is what breeds innovation. I had a great time chatting with you both, and I think our audience learned a lot. For our audience, stick around. We still have more interviews here at Reimagine V13. And thank you. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Hello, I'm your returning host, Munape number 452, presenting you with Reimagine version 13. We're covering all things Polkadot, Parachains, and interoperability. Will metaverses communicate with each other, or will social culture be siloed in one chain? Stay tuned to learn about a new core network that uses a main relay chain and parallel blockchains called Parachains. Welcome to the Privacy and Interoperability in the Digital Metaverse panel. We cover NFTs and blockchain applications that go beyond finance. How will privacy and identity be protected in the metaverse?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 13. Our last event was on Bored Apes and NFTs. Really excited to be talking about parachains and interoperability for this event. I'm your host, Roshan Barajkar, And today our panel will be discussing NFTs, metaverses, and just the future of the digital economy and how it can benefit your daily life. But first, let's meet some of our guests today. So I'll let you all go around. Please introduce yourself. Bruno, you can get us started.
Sure. Hi, I'm Bruno. I'm the founder of RMRK, which is a set of standards that enables NFTs 2.0 to exist. I used to work at the Web3 Foundation before, where I originally started RMRK. Before that, I was at Ethereum 2.0 working on the Nimbus client. And before that, just generally educating Web2 developers to get into Web3 and just, training developers. Good to be here.
Awesome. Christine.
Hi, Christine Mohan. I am VP of Business Development with KILT Protocol, which is an identity blockchain. I was with Bruno earlier at Web3 Foundation, where I was CMO, and we both launched Polkadot. Very exciting couple of years. Before that, I was then at a consensus project called Civil, which was a newsroom built on blockchain for syndication and verification, part of the consensus and Ethereum family. And before that, digital media, so New York Times, Wall Street Journal in New York. And so I've been on both the Web 2, Web 3 side.
Very cool. And lastly, Kenny.
My name's Kenny. I'm one of the co-founders of Manta Network, a privacy protocol built on Polkadot. And prior to this, I was not at the Web3 Foundation, but I was pursuing my MBA at MIT Sloan at the time, where I was working for the Digital Currency Initiative and the teaching assistant for all the blockchain courses there. And prior to that, I was in the cloud computing space. And that's kind of where I got my start into blockchain, specifically Bitcoin mining, just because I was more on the infrastructure side and looking at ways to cover operational expenses of servers that had to be on 24/7 anyway. So yeah.
Awesome. Great to have you all here. Love all the dynamic backgrounds, and let's sort of get into our discussion today. So first question is to Bruno, and kind of want to start at the top level. So can you kind of break down, what is it about Polkadot's infrastructure that you found particularly beneficial for your project, as opposed to any of the other networks that are existing out there right now?
Sure. So we're building NFTs that are not possible anywhere else. And they're not possible for many different reasons, but some of those are the fact that in Polkadot, you have the ability to optimize your infrastructure for whatever you need to execute in the best possible way, performance-wise and storage-wise. And when you use a general purpose blockchain like Ethereum or some other blockchain that allows you to just arbitrarily program something, you lack that specific optimization. And so you can never squeeze out the very best out of your project, especially if you do something really, really advanced. The other reason is the interoperability. So in Polkadot, there's essentially a guarantee that a message can be trustlessly sent across from one chain to another chain. And pretty soon, there's also going to be a guarantee built into the entire chain layer that this message is also going to be executed in the correct way. So there's no more misinterpretation of messages, and there is no more weakest link problem like in other bridges where, if something is bridged and then the chain with less security gets hacked, it's a mess on the chain with higher security if it uses the bridged assets from the weaker chain. So here we have native interoperability between these different chains. And as we're building RMRK to be present on all of these chains in the Polkadot ecosystem, some really magical use cases can be made possible. For example, right now there's a project in progress that rewards everybody who votes. So Polkadot has the concept of forkless upgrades where people can actually vote on chain to change the runtime of the chain itself. And this is done through referenda voting. And historically, all blockchain voting has very low turnout. But recently a project popped up using RMRK and our nested NFTs and non-transferable or so-called soul-bound NFTs to give every voter on a referendum a trophy shelf. And for every vote you do on a referendum in the Kusama ecosystem, you get a little trophy, and you can equip those trophies into the trophy shelf. Now, this does more than just visually indicate how active you are on chain. It encompasses your entire on-chain reputation in one visual NFT that not just looks good, but is also portable across all of these other chains that are naturally connected in the Polkadot ecosystem, allowing you to utilize that reputation which you've now built in different ways. For example, you can then take that reputation, that one NFT that holds all of your reputation, into a DeFi ecosystem like Acala or something similar, and maybe get an under collateralized loan, because now your reputation is the collateral. So you have this native interoperability of Polkadot components is what actually allows your project to truly reach its full potential, because you never know what other projects might use your stuff for. And this is what's most appealing to us.
Yeah, that's really interesting, and excited to learn more. And as we progress in the discussion about the future of NFTs and what are some problems that can be solved. But maybe Christine, if you want to jump in and kind of talk about for kind of digital identity, why pick Polkadot compared to some of the other networks that exist?
Sure. So digital identity and identity in general are quite universal. And so our CEO, Ingo, comes from a business background, corporate background. He was CTO of Axel Springer. And so as he came up with some use cases for applications built on KILT, he kept running up, or even before he was building, he kept running up against just the gas fees and the unpredictability of costs. And so when you're going in and talking to big corporates and you can't really predict or help them model out what the cost could be to build something, it becomes quickly not as interesting a conversation or a technology they might want to adopt anytime soon. So that was a big part of, at that point, he was looking around at Ethereum, and then Substrate was very early. We became one of the first builders on Substrate back in, I think, 2018 or so, 2019. And so, having that toolkit and then being part of the builders program, and then the other reason, which has grown up around us, is the ecosystem. So there are a lot of great projects and teams within the Kusama and Polkadot ecosystems. I'm at Davos now. We just finished a couple of days of really great events hosted by Polkadot. And so we met and pretty quickly spun up some ideas with Origin Trail and Robonomics, and we're really excited to be working with them and testing out some of these use cases, because digital identity has certainly a lot of applications across the different projects. So it's really exciting. Nice to be back in person again and talking with people about and seeing how passionate the ecosystem is.
For sure. And Kenny, if you kind of want to add, what's your perspective on why your team kind of is choosing to build on Polkadot?
Yeah, sure. So I think a lot of the points were already touched upon previously in a lot of detail, so I'll just keep it fairly high level. What's really unique about our approach to deciding on Polkadot is that we are using zero knowledge proofs for on-chain privacy. And so, long story short, zero knowledge proofs enables the shielded applications, or the shieldedness of transactions that occur on chain. So you can see that something happened without being able to access any of the details there. The issue with zero knowledge proofs, though, is that it's very compute expensive. So it's hard to scale. And so in order to really build a privacy application, a privacy network that we believe people will use, we need to, one, focus on scalability. And so in order to focus on scalability, we can't really build as a decentralized application, right? Because when you're building as a dApp, yes, you can build out the functionality, but you can't really control things like the consensus layer in the network itself, right? And so naturally, what we leaned towards was, okay, so that means that we have to build our own sort of L1 network. The issue with building just an L1 network, though, is that you are in your own little world. You're isolated from the rest of the Web3 ecosystems. And so the question now becomes, okay, who will use us? Because if you want to bring privacy to the user, you have to go to the user rather than asking the user to just come to you. And so the natural answer to that was interoperability. Because if we're able to plug into other projects, then we would be able to bring privacy to said projects and allow for the users to interact with our network without having to ruin their entire user experience by moving their assets off of one network onto another through potentially bridging, security issues, et cetera. And so we looked into things like bridging solutions as an L1, and we looked at Polkadot, and we looked at a few other things as well. But because of Polkadot's XCM, I think, again, without getting into too much details, we can explore this later. Long story short, the natural choice was Polkadot, because then we can build as both an L1, which is what we needed for the scalability side, but also be able to plug into other assets within other L1 ecosystems.
Yeah, 100%. And no, we will get into XCM a bit down the line, because I don't want to make it too technical, but I think, you know, it might be important for like the future of communication in the metaverse, and of course between blockchains. But I kind of want to go down this path that, now that you started it, down privacy and security. So I think one of the questions, and I'll go to Christine first for this, is, you know, as the number of metaverses grow, as people are making them, you know, so do some of the challenges. Some of the challenges being, you know, you're validating your digital identity in the metaverse, and also making sure all of your actions that you're doing also stay private. So Christine, what is your perspective on, you know, how should people be thinking about their digital identity in the metaverse? And do you see any benefits on, you know, building on Polkadot versus other ecosystems?
Sure. Well, there's even a number of metaverse projects that are popping up within the Polkadot ecosystem already. So it's going to be great to be able to work with them. As you touched on with XCM, the ability to maybe, you know, sending messages and NFTs to each other, you know, the ability to, there are a couple pieces within XCM, including certification, that fit really well with what KILT does. But also we're looking beyond Polkadot ecosystem to be able to allow people to move their identities and their assets from one metaverse to the other. So that's kind of a longer view. Short-term view is certainly partnering with projects within the ecosystem. But certainly there are quite a few roles for KILT applications within the metaverses we're seeing. So for instance, Momentum Odyssey, which is fairly new, is building a Kusama universe, and that's going to be really exciting in that, you know, you can see your staking activity. One of our applications we just launched called Web3 Name. You can actually take your string of letters and numbers, which is your digital identifier, and actually choose and customize your name. So right now, when you go on that stake board, you can see all the collators and their actually branded name, their entity. And so that adds a layer of verification and trust to, you know, whether that's the staking platform that we have, whether it's the staking board you see on the metaverse for Odyssey. So it's, again, the ability to verify maybe contracts within the metaverse, real estate within the metaverse. There's certainly a lot of applications for KILT in both the identity piece, but also the verification piece and credentials.
Yeah, because I think, you know, in this future digital economy, that will kind of be the basis of trust, right? The assets that you're showing people digitally, you know, we need to make sure they're hack proof. We need to make sure, you know, a lot of the actions that people are doing in the metaverse, not everyone can see them. I think I'll jump to you next, Bruno. Maybe if you want to talk about, you know, what role do you see the future of NFTs have as the metaverse develops? So maybe can you talk a little bit about, you know, what exactly do you mean by multi-resource NFTs? I think everyone is so used to these profile pictures that they can't really have a vision for what the future might look like with NFTs.
Yeah, sure. Well, the thing is that, like, RMRK NFTs in general are the final evolutionary stage of NFTs. So they're not going to go beyond that. You can hold me to it. And that's because they allow 99% of all NFT use cases and problems to be solved by just composing these primitives that we've created. And so this allows many different things but among them, one of the most important ones in this market is decentralized metaverses. So there is no metaverse today in development or production that is actually a metaverse. They're all multiplayer games that just replaced usernames and passwords with reading an NFT balance. And they're all running on centralized servers, which means that as games attack each other with vampire attacks, or as players get sick of this, or as these play to earn economies dry up because, you know, tokens that are just showered on people trend towards zero, you end up with servers that are too expensive to maintain, and they will inevitably shut down. As they shut down, the players will lose their experience because their NFTs are just simple JPEGs. They've not really accomplished anything. They don't own their experience. What Remark allows you to do here is twofold. One, it allows a fully decentralized and downtime resistant metaverse to exist, but it also embeds all of this ownership of experience into the NFTs. So the argument that, for example, gamers have against NFTs in general is you can't take a skin from Counter-Strike and put it into Fortnite. It doesn't make sense as a simple NFT, and that is correct. That is a good assumption, but it is the wrong context, because you can't really think about going to the moon on a horse. If you're thinking about going to the moon on a horse, then you cannot go there. You need a rocket. So the rocket is a multi-resource NFT. A multi-resource NFT is an NFT that can be multiple things at once. The output depends on the context. So just like you can have a multi-resource NFT ebook that is at the same time an audio file and a PDF file, and if you load it into Audible, it'll just play the audio file, and if you load it into Kindle, it'll just load the PDF, but it's part of the same NFT. It's like two sides to a vinyl record. The same applies to any other NFT and any other media type. So in this case, when you're dealing with a game skin, the same NFT will have one model for Counter-Strike and one model for Fortnite. And therefore, as you trade one skin, you get the output that is needed from this for both games. As NFTs contain every single piece of asset that is needed to make them compatible with any other metaverse out there, not only are they portable between all of these environments, but they can also be given new utility over time. They don't die. The hype doesn't, die out and then they collect just dust. Instead, as new metaverses and games show up, you can just add new resources, new context, new outputs to them, and they evolve with the universe around them. So they're made more valuable because they are made more compatible with more things. And as they're compatible with more things, there's more demand for them. So this is one aspect. The other aspect is just nested NFTs in general, NFTs owning other NFTs. These allow you to get really creative with evolving the experience of an NFT in a decentralized way. For example, as you play the game, you might have an avatar that's level 1. That avatar can only be in a plot of metaverse land, and the metaverse land is also an NFT, if you literally put that avatar inside a piece of land. Now, in current metaverses, you can log into 1,000 different instances of the same game with the same NFT. You can even sell the NFT while you're playing and nothing happens. But here, that NFT can only be in one place at one time. So you have true digital scarcity as originally promised by NFTs. Additionally, this avatar of yours can have a non-transferable NFT inside of it, so a soul-bound NFT inside of it, that is an NFT brain. And that brain can have a pathfinding algorithm, crafting recipes, personality. All of these are non-transferable NFTs inside of these other NFTs. It can even, your character can even collect skills, and that brain can have skill slots into which you need to equip these skills. And you might have fewer skill slots than you have skills, so you need to level up to get more slots. And all of this is possible in a decentralized way. You have the old school RPG mechanics built right into the NFT layer that is not at all gamer focused. It is just developed in a way that when you put these puzzles together, it just fits and you can make this happen. So this is what allows you to have the full state of a metaverse always on chain without needing a server to run it on. And so if that goes down, you still own all of your experience. NFTs are now generational wealth, basically. You can pass down your avatar to your grandson. Here, Bobby, this is what I used to own people in Fortnite 14. Now you do it to own people in Fortnite 75. So, it's just ownership of experience, ownership of everything you've accomplished in a game that doesn't go away when a server goes down. And this is to me the most exciting part as we're building out this multi-chain, multiverse infrastructure for just cross-collection compatibility of NFTs.
Yeah, no, great explanation. Actually, I think for our audience, I think they can really relate to that, and I 100% agree with you. I love this excitement with dynamic NFTs. I think there are too many NFTs, out there right now. It's like 10,000 collection times, unlimited, right? So I think it's a great point. Kenny, I'll jump to you next on this last question on this topic. maybe if you want to kind of talk about like what is going to be the role of ZK snarks or privacy in the metaverse. It seems everyone is really excited to, you know, join in and have all these interactions, but we have to remember, like right now, as kind of Bruno is saying too, like there's not really any active metaverse, but even the ones that are active right now, it's like everything is on chain, everything is transparent, which is good. But yeah, Kenny, maybe talk about a little bit about where's the balance between where we need privacy in the metaverse, as weird as it sounds.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely when it comes to blockchain, there's two things to consider when it relates to privacy. One is the full transparency, and two is the immutability. And so when you look at metaverse, right, it's not just about what's in metaverse today, but what's going to be metaverse in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, because ultimately it's all linked, right? What metaverse is today and your interactions in metaverses today is going to be just as transparent as your interactions in metaverses 10 years from now. And that's an issue because the full transparency, right? On the one hand, it sounds like a really amazing idea, but without that optionality of privacy, now all of a sudden there's a lot of linkages with any sort of transaction that you make, any interaction that you make that occurs on chain in these types of metaverses. There's a lot of implications that go with that, right? I mean, a lot of it kind of boils down to some of the issues that we see on the internet today with just normal gaming and social media interactions, such as cyberbullying, stalking, fraud, right? How do these issues evolve if you have not just metaverse, but a Web3 with no optionality of privacy? Because in that case, right, you make an innocent transaction to someone in a game, they now see all of your wallet assets from that wallet address, and that can be tracked very easily because everything is public. And a very concrete example that we see today is Twitter, right? You go to Twitter. I don't know when the last time you logged into Twitter was, but they have a notification now where they say, hey, now you can link your NFTs to Twitter. So just verify your wallet address with us and we'll, show the world that you own this NFT. Okay, that sounds great on the one hand, but on the other hand, now you're basically revealing your identity linked to certain wallet addresses, and Twitter has access to that identity, has access to your wallet address, can see all of your assets. What are the implications from an advertising perspective, right? Now that they know, can estimate your potential net worth in the Web3 space, et cetera, right? So like, I think the issue with a lack of any optionality and privacy in the metaverse, right? Like right now, because we're just starting to explore this space, it seems a little bit unnecessary. But if you really zoom out 5 years, 10 years from now, I think definitely the optionality and privacy is not just inevitable, but required in order for real global scalability and global usage for these types of applications.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a great point. And I think everyone figured that out on the payments node at first, right? Everyone was like, oh, we need like privacy and payments. And now we're kind of talking more about the social element, more about these different applications that are being built. I kind of want to zoom out for a second and talk about some current events that's been happening just in the Polkadot ecosystem and some discussions that have been going on. So I kind of want to focus on, the role of governance and even how that ties in with kind of politics and what's going on right now. So let's kind of talk about, I know Christine, you're at Davos right now. Do you kind of want to break down, do you see any benefits having kind of like do you see any benefits to governance having a parachain infrastructure model compared to something like Ethereum and some of the more other networks that are completely open, and you kind of see some downsides like large whales just like taking over the voting? And maybe if you even want to tell us like why do you think it's so important to have Polkadot's role at Davos this year?
Well, even being at Davos went through a governance vote, so supporting the funding, the space. So our presence actually at Davos as an ecosystem was made possible or verified, validated, voted on, approved through governance. So that's a really interesting, and we're seeing that more and more. We're seeing projects, go to PokeAssembly, pitch their proposal in ways that will support the ecosystem. You know, WAG Media is doing some great work, bringing some content creators and funding that way. In terms of the things that were discussed here, most that as I went to different sessions, you know, Ripple was here, Circle, CV Labs, and Casper. And so actually the focus of most of those sessions was really about metaverse. I was surprised to see how sophisticated some of these worlds are becoming. And again, is it like the Web3, you know, economics and these systems. So I think, to go back to what Kenny said, having, and actually I was at another conference before in Munich, DLD, which is a mix of politics, tech, and media. And again, a lot of fascination from, quote, Web 2 people in what's going on with metaverse and decentralization, and these philosophies that are quite new to the average mainstream consumer. But it's going to be so critical, you know, cyberbullying, cyberstalking, counterfeit, reputation layers, all of these are a mix of privacy and identity. And so having solutions that will carry in or that will be new for metaverse, for NFTs, are going to be critical. We don't want to, you know, this is our world to build, and we know what hasn't worked in, you know, online. We know it hasn't worked in online and social discourse. And so it's really interesting to watch what some of our peers are building, especially. So for us, we're trying to allow people to verify parts of their identity, you know, parts of their social accounts, and then that could be used within metaverse space to either gain entry, you know, level up, or even revoke. A space could actually revoke someone's credentials if their behavior was not appropriate to maybe the community governance. So it's very interesting to see the frameworks of governance, decentralization, all brand new topics move into this world. And now we actually have the tools to hopefully avoid some of the more unfortunate situations we've seen.
Yeah, definitely. And Kenny, I don't know if you have anything to add here in terms of, you know, I've seen a lot of interesting articles just comparing, like, specifically Ethereum and Polkadot. You know, what will the future of Web3, like the foundation, what will it be built on? For you, what do you think is maybe one to three things, like foundational things that you think is important, like when we're communicating with others online in this decentralized way? If you maybe want to compare some things that we've seen, some bad things that have happened on Ethereum, right? Like the wormhole hack, things like that, you know, people trying to bridge over. So do you think there's anything native that, since Polkadot already has some of these things built in, that might give it an advantage as far as Web3 growth?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that you use the term native, right? Like, I mean, I guess fundamentally native, like the comparison you made between like wormhole versus like XCM, right? Like, I think that's two very different approaches, and XCM by its nature is a lot more secure within the Polkadot ecosystem. There isn't really a single point of vulnerability there, but you know, when I think about native within Polkadot, it's almost really interesting because all the applications building on Polkadot become part of the native infrastructure of Polkadot in some way due to XCM, right? And so, you know, when we're building Manta Network, we're not just thinking, okay, we're going to build Manta Network and we're going to ask users to just use our network and whatever it may be. It's more so, okay, now that we've gotten this privacy technology built out, let's start plugging this into all the other Polkadot projects in the ecosystem. And so now, you know, KILT can have ZKP privacy, and Acala can have ZKP privacy, and Reimagine and Moonbeam, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And so now in some kind of funny way, right, Manta Network's privacy is now a native you know, feature of Polkadot. And so you can expand this example into all the different use cases that are building out as parachains within the Polkadot ecosystem, right? So there's use case specific sort of applications, but there's also more like infrastructure builds, like our approach. So I think more of the parachains that are coming online that are focused on the infrastructure side and enhancing the user experience. What's the parachain ecosystem going to look like a year from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now? What are the tool sets that other parachains will be able to leverage from each other that are part of the native ecosystem, right? I think that's only beginning to be explored. Yeah.
Yep. I completely agree with what Kenny said in terms of having these base layer technologies that'll be part of this native structure for Polkadot. We are working with Parity, which is the technology firm that launched Polkadot and Kusama, and formed a whole ecosystem in some ways, led by Gavwitz. And we're working with them on a palette for NFTs, and that'll incorporate the KILT DIDs, where you see some projects, smaller, newer projects like BitGreen that are going to be working on palettes through to offset, carbon credits for across all of the parachains. Across .summer will have the option to work with and to make Polkadot even more sustainable than it already is, and it's already quite at the top of the green chain, so to speak. So it's really nice that we're able to not only envision kind of our own future for our applications, but also add on layers that we haven't thought of already, or plug them in and build out something even better that we didn't envision or that would take a lot longer to build.
Yeah, 100%. And I'll just go to you quickly, Bruno, or kind of open up the topic on, I kind of want to shift and talk about actual use cases, or if you guys have actual applications that people can kind of understand better, how can they use a lot of the things you guys are building today? Because I think the end user experience is important. And obviously you guys are doing a lot of the work behind the scenes, but a lot of the users won't maybe understand a lot of these specific technologies, but they will understand the benefit. So maybe Bruno, if you want to talk a little bit about, do you see a world where enterprises will start to get more into NFTs on networks like Polkadot and, either other like layer 1 or other layer 2 protocols, like other than Ethereum? Like, do you think that's sort of held back adoption for, enterprises, government, things like that?
I think the lack of functionality is what held it back for the most part. But it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy on Ethereum, where most of the NFT action is, because it's too expensive to do anything else other than, just have an image and have it in your wallet. So when you have an NFT system with which you can do a lot more, you also need an environment in which it is affordable to do a lot more. So the first step is to actually unlearn everything that people know about NFTs, including enterprises, and stop thinking about them as links to images, or even the very wrong definition of thinking about them as images. So stop thinking of them as links to images or media in general, and think of them as rows of information for which you can cryptographically prove that you own them. And when you think about it this way, then a lot of different use cases can, come into existence, because you no longer are constrained by these primitive definitions. You can really start thinking about relational databases in a way, using the information to represent some really interesting concepts. Like if you take, for example, something as cliche as real estate from the real world, and now it makes sense, because now you can have a land deed that is an NFT, or just a house deed or whatever. Inside of that NFT can be a photo album of the last reconstruction project on the house. Beside that one, there can be another photo album of the one before. All the owner information can be inside of that one NFT. It is all contextually connected because this NFT can do this. So a lot of this starts to make sense in terms of rich data that you can represent in the NFT system itself. And so for use cases, yes, we are already discussing with some entities, some very interesting ones. But I think the one that's going to really take the world by storm and all of a sudden right now is the one that already has, I think, two realizations in production and 3 in development, and that is reputational avatars. So this is something that people are already building and using. This is the same thing as I mentioned before, the shelf with the trophies, but applied on many different scales. For example, there's this prediction market chain in the .sama ecosystem called Zeitgeist, and they will be giving every chain user an avatar that get more non-transferable swag in them as they participate in these prediction markets on the chain. So as you're participating in prediction markets, your performance will be represented as equipable swag in your avatar. So you have gamified Web3 participation. The metaverse that we're building, Skybreach, and the metaverse that we're building with our partners from Fala using this new framework that we're developing. So Fala in particular has gamified Web3 participation in a way that is geared towards the newer generation. You don't level up your character with whom you play the game. You don't level it up by playing the game. You level it up by being a good Web3 citizen. And so if you make a highly viral post on a Web3 subreddit and get a lot of karma, if you make a good tweet thread, if you make any kind of that action, or if you participate in on-chain operations like voting, staking, being a nominator, proposing tips, and so on, all of this is then turned into non-transferable NFTs inside of your avatar, which then you can use to level it up. So you level up your character by being a good Web3 citizen, and so this is like gamifying participation in Web3 environments, and this is going to be packaged up in this new framework that we have as an easy to launch thing that enterprises can actually just click their way through and launch their own reputational avatar system with almost no effort at all. Additionally, because they're all launched using the RMRK standard, every single tradable accessory on these, every single transferable accessory in this is compatible with every other avatar that is built using this system, which means you have a global item economy going that enables a really powerful creator economy across all of these ecosystems, and also has the additional revenue that these project owners can actually further utilize. So I think this is a very interesting immediate use case that is going to really surprise a lot of people by how much it is growing suddenly.
Yeah, great to see you're doing work, helping enterprises. They're important and they want to kind of get into the industry, and they're doing a bunch of mergers and acquisitions. Yeah, Christine or Kenny, if you guys want to shortly break down, what are some things either you guys are building or applications specific to your industry, like category niche, identities or privacy that you think people can sort of use right now and see the benefits themselves.
Sure.
Christine, you can go first.
Yeah, sure. We just launched DID Sign. So you go to didsign.io. It is a decentralized way to sign not only documents, PDFs, but also audio, video, software. Think of it as there are other signing software that's centralized, that when you sign, often all of those contracts and really important and confidential documents are then stored on a database that's not yours. So this is an approach that would, so basically you would start with our Sporon wallet, which is a wallet that holds not only KILT coins, but also credentials. So you would create, there's a couple steps here, which will become more and more easy as consumers get more used to using wallets as their entry point to Web3. But you'd create your identity, and then you'd actually be able, with that identity, to sign the document or the asset file. And then in a very simple way, so say I'm finishing a real estate transaction or a business deal or even an employee contract, I would sign it from my new employer, and I could send it to them via email or WhatsApp or whatever I'd like to. And then this employer could then, it's a drag and drop website or light layer. So you would just drag that file in, and then it would actually show that it was signed by me, and it was not altered at all between the time that I signed it and the time that I sent it. And then also it would surface my credentials. So it would surface, if I had that in my wallet, my email address. If it was something that was related to a reputation or a social profile, I could show my Twitter, my Discord, my TikTok. And so not only does that have an interesting enterprise use case, but also as folks have a presence or a reputational avatar, that could actually travel with you. Say you're an influencer that wants to charge certain rates for your campaigns. You can actually then prove that you are this person on TikTok, Twitter, and that you have all these followers. So it's a way to kind of bind all these things into something that stays with you. And then if you layer on the Web3 name with your brand, then that's a really nice way to both have a verification layer in a Web3 world, but also in a way that's very easy to use and understand and verify by this external party, an employer, however. So yeah, we're very focused on easy to use applications for KILT because we want mainstream consumers to use them.
Yeah, that's awesome. I can see academics and even some of our university blockchain students kind of dabbling with that. So anyone watching this, I encourage you to. And yeah, lastly, Kenny, if you want to tell us a little bit.
Yeah, so what's really cool about privacy is that, well, two things really cool about privacy when it comes to use cases. One is that I think it will fix broken use cases. And two, I think it will create new use cases that we don't see in the Web3 space today. One of the things that we're working on right now is specifically falling into the first category of fixing broken use cases. And maybe this is controversial, maybe it's not. I think a lot of our team thinks on-chain governance is broken, because right now, if you look at on-chain data, right, and I think Polkadot's one of the better ones, but a lot of these ecosystems outside of Polkadot, like decentralized applications, for example, and these aren't just like, from our own sort of imaginations, right? This is from first-hand accounts talking to founders of these projects. Maybe like 5% of the community even votes, right? And this is if you're lucky. Mm-hmm. And so the issue here is, just giving you an analogy, imagine you're in an oppressive country that has democracy and now you're voting, but the president of that country is watching you vote. How does that affect your vote, right? So that's exactly the kind of phenomenon that we're hearing from a lot of these sort of applications for on-chain voting. Without naming any specific projects, we've heard about founders getting DMs from their own community members who say, hey, I'm actually really against this proposal, and I want you to know that. I'm not going to vote about it, but I wanted you to know that. Why? Because the majority is voting for it, and you're going against the grain, and that's publicly identifiable information. Again, scaling this out from just as simple of a vote as like one application to 5-10 years from now, just as how Twitter started off as just some innocent group of people tweeting and no one took them seriously, to nowadays, right, like a president of a nation tweets and all of a sudden the stock market tanks or everyone prepares for war. I think on-chain governance has that same power of evolution, whereby today people are like, oh yeah, I can use my tokens to vote. 5% of people vote. 5 to 10 years from now, everyone's voting. It's impacting the world on a global scale. But how can you really gauge the sentiment of the population if there is that lack of privacy, right? We are already seeing that problem emerge on this sort of micro level. And so the way that we fix that, the way that we believe we fix that, is to create private on-chain voting. And that's exactly something that we're working on right now with a few other projects.
Yeah, that's obviously voting is pretty important. I think you even touched on it earlier about, just governance. It's like you can have good governance, but if you don't have the privacy aspect, it's kind of like people are peeping through, the transactions and seeing what's going on. Kind of defeats the whole purpose. I want to cover one more topic, and then we'll kind of get everyone's parting thoughts and advice for like builders and things like that. Kind of want to touch on just composability and going back to like just the architecture of Polkadot. So do you guys think, specifically with Parachains, where's the compare and contrast between like Parachains optimizing for specialization, like each Parachain specializing for something, and on the broader scale, how can Parachains be used as a standard for kind of commercialization, whether it's for retail users or larger companies? Maybe Bruno, if you want to start.
You're going to have to rephrase that. I'm not sure I caught it.
Okay, so no, just talking a little bit about composability. Like you have multiple different parachains. So where's the compare and contrast between individual parachains kind of optimizing for their own goals, and I guess as a whole, like how can parachains compete with other L1s or other L2s?
I don't think I don't think they should necessarily. It's not really the same game that they're playing. If you have parachains that are specifically optimized for their use case, that doesn't mean that they're at a disadvantage versus existing L1s or something like that. Sure, the moat is there and you need to so a lot of the parachains just need to understand that they're all playing on the same team and not compete for resources. This is why we need more education to build more developers, so that there's not, no poaching, no risk of, people leaving and so on. So there has to be that, because we are, all part of one ecosystem now. And if we train developers to think asynchronously, so these applications are no longer, atomic, you just plug a contract into a contract. These are asynchronous, so these are by default much slower than synchronous ones, but safer and more optimized. So very different way of thinking. We just, there's two schools of thought. There's two types of developers now the ecosystem needs a lot in order to succeed with or without other L1s. So this ecosystem will succeed on its own. It's not going to be defeated by other L1s, and it is not going to defeat other L1s. It's not that battle. It's on a different planet. It's not relevant. What's needed right now is you have layer 0 developers who are, level 0 developers, let's call them that, who develop the chain related stuff. So these are the Rust devs that develop the palettes and the parachains and all of that. And these are currently in very high demand. A lot of effort is being put into training them and into bringing more of them on board. I personally think that's a little bit misdirected, because we have a severe lack, a much more dramatic and dire lack of level 1 developers who will build on top of these. So we should redirect a lot of money into educational efforts for developers who are now capable of thinking asynchronously about building applications that talk across all of these chains that have come up. So by now we know which chains are sticking around. There are, of course, always contenders. Some of those will predictably disappear. Others we can reliably say will stick around. If we train developers to think in a way that includes at the root level the asynchronous nature of cross-chain communication, this is the next wave of massive growth that is awaiting .sama. Without that level of developers, we will never succeed. We simply must redirect a lot of resources into educating them for this level of development. And in my opinion, this is not a war that you fight with the current L1s or their developers. It is a completely different breed of developers, different set of people. Of course, we all hope that we will take the veterans from the other ecosystems and get them to come over here. But this is, this is ripe for training people in-house. This is ripe for getting people who are Web 2 or just traditional developers and teaching them this new paradigm, but because it is so different from Web 3 over and other L1s that it is basically like starting over. And so we don't have to try and poach Web 3 developers anymore. We can train anybody to build this, and we should train anybody to build this, because this is the next gold rush, and this is the next explosion that's going to happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, everyone has such a competitive nature that people are not used to this sort of thinking. But thank you so much for sharing your perspective. And yeah, Christine or Kenny, I don't know if you guys sort of agree or if you guys have any other thoughts.
I'll jump in again, and then Kenny, you get the last word for the night, yes, or the day, depending on your time zone. I definitely agree with what Bruno said. One, we cannot hire fast enough, and so I'm actually trying to find a marketing director, and I'm searching high and low for Web 2 skills. They can learn a lot of the blockchain terminology and KILT, and I mean, I didn't know a lot about identity and digital identity and DIDs before I came to KILT. So that you just got to hire smart folks and folks who are willing to learn and folks who, as Bruno said, understand this is the next exciting wave of evolution and the gold rush. And when people say, oh, well, how is KILT versus this company, this entity, this identity protocol? we can't build fast enough. There's enough out there for everyone in terms of use cases. We also work with some larger entities, corporates, Fortune 100s, government, and these deals take a long time to close. So at the same time, we're trying to push out fast applications. We're also trying to push on the adoption side, the enterprise adoption side. So we're happy if other people take other types of projects. And the other piece is that for identity, we are trying to take a more, Ingo comes out of, he was on the Drupal board of directors, he comes out of open source, he built some tools for a couple of publishers back in the day, and really sees KILT as being that layer that we really want devs to build applications on top of. To get this going, because there's not a big understanding of digital identity and how it can pertain to different verticals, we built like 5 ourselves pretty rapidly, but we really want now devs to take that and then build their own businesses on KILT, or build an identity, DIDs, something like that, into their own applications, whether it's reputation, privacy, as we were talking about. We're going back to that native layer, right? We're really happy when people can, we're happy if they skin our wallet. And credentials in a wallet is a fairly new concept. So I think the open source piece of this and the willingness even to talk to other chains, we've got a lot to learn from other chains and how they approach even governance, dev, onboarding. So I think that we have to be careful not to become, Polkadot maxis, and to learn where we can, but also to really bolster our ecosystem so we can all move forward with kind of the best projects available. Over to you, Kenny.
I disagree. All competition. Just to spice up the conversation. Now,
right? Yeah.
I think what's really interesting about the .sama ecosystem is everything can become as a service, and that actually catalyzes the development and growth and helps different up and coming projects prioritize exactly what they want to build out that's core to their use case. And I'll give you one example that we're doing right now, right? So, we're privacy all the way, and that's what we want to focus on. We launched Calamari on Kusama, which is our canary network on Kusama, and Calamari has its own token KMA. And then the community says, oh, well, what sort of staking options are there? Oh, well, we're a privacy network. We're not really thinking about staking or anything. But you know what? If we connect with the Moon River ecosystem or the Korora ecosystem, there is staking options over there, right? And so what are we doing? We're connecting with those other ecosystems to work with them and their projects and their functionality to extend what we currently have without having to focus on building out, a whole staking system ourselves. And so I think that's really unique within the Polkadot ecosystem, and it's really enabled by that XCM that we've been kind of harping on throughout this whole conversation. And so, I think like projects that ultimately want to do everything and want to compete will just not be able to innovate as quickly, right? Because, you guys already mentioned there's way too much stuff to do. We can't even keep up right now. So why try to reinvent the wheel each time? Right now, we can go to the Firestone parachain to buy a wheel. So,
yeah. This is I think this is a great perspective, and I think it's not true across all the other chains or even in our industry. I love the mentality here about kind of working together and not building new things all the time if there's something existing. It was great talking to you all here today. I just want to get everyone, maybe keep it under a minute or less, just your advice for people on what they should be focusing on as the Web3 and metaverse develops. Start with you, Christine, just go around.
Keep your heads down and just build. Don't get caught up in where the markets are, where your quote competitors might be. And also just like, The basics of going from kind of the COVID world to the remote to the team to the just try to get out there and continue your network, because the more we are talking to each other in real life, the more we are networking and getting our message out there is also going to bring people into Web3. It's going to make what we're doing a little less scary or a little more relevant, and also will help with things like hiring and bringing and empowering people who have really strong Web2 backgrounds into Web3, because we really need them.
Awesome. And we'll go to Kenny next.
I guess instead of thinking about what you can potentially solve in terms of problems today, I challenge you to solve problems that you see 5 years from now, 10 years from now, right? In your vision and your bullish vision, hopefully, on where Web3 is headed, right? Because I think those are really the universal problems, and you'll, I think, really find that there's a lot of problems to be solved for that 10-year roadmap that you envision.
Love it. And lastly, Bruno.
Yeah, these are all good tips. Well, for the builders out there, I would say, or for the want to become builders, I would say, don't think he who ships wins. Just go for launch. You know, the image tag in the browsers is called the image tag, the IMG tag, and not the image tag or the picture tag, because, you know, somebody just shipped it at first. That's the story behind it. It was shipped and that was it. Then everybody had to adapt. If you spend too much time thinking about your logo or your domain name, you'll just be left behind. So just go build, launch, however imperfect. Nobody really cares if it's not perfect. So go build, go experiment, go crazy. And for the users out there, I would say, join us in the new frontier. Don't be afraid of Web3. Don't be afraid of all of the technical challenges. They are very, very worth it. You should really try to be on the forefront of this new revolution in technology, because the way things are going, your access to it might be taken away, or your access to knowing about it might be taken away before you get familiar with the technology. So get familiar with it now so that it cannot be taken away later.
Yeah, I love all this great advice. And I think we've run out of time on this panel, and I'll let you all get back to building, and everyone out there. Thank you so much for everyone being here today. Thank you for your time. And, you know, for all of our viewers watching, hope you enjoyed this. And, you know, tune back into the rest of Reimagine V13. Thank you, everyone.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm your host, Mutant Ape number 452, communicating with you from the swamps of the metaverse. Did you know Polkadot implemented a new cross-consensus message format for network participants to communicate to each other via messages? Parachains can now open connections with each other and can send messages via their established channels. Tune in to learn about a new Layer 0 blockchain that is empowering multiple blockchains to become a unified, scalable network. Welcome to the XCM Communication and Technologies panel. We cover XCM's tech stack that is enabling decentralized communication between parachains and why blockchain interoperability is essential to scalability.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine V13. Very excited to be talking about all things parachains, interoperability, and the Polkadot ecosystem as a whole. I'm your host, Roshan Marashkar from the Mousebelt team, and today our panel will be discussing Beyond the Layers. We're going to be talking about Polkadot and all of the cool technology that comes along with it. Before we get started, I want to give a chance for our guests to introduce themselves, and then we'll move on to some questions. We can start with you, Bryan.
Hi, everyone. This is Bryan Chen from Acala Network. So I'm the co-founder and CTO. We at Acala Network is trying to build a decentralized finance network that powering the AUSD, the Acala dollar ecosystem, which provides a DeFi optimized environment for developers to build applications for financial use cases.
Glad to have you here. We'll move on to you next, Derek.
Yeah, hey, I'm Derek Yu. I'm the founder of the Moonbeam project. Moonbeam is also a parachain on the Polkadot network. What Moonbeam is a smart contract platform that's been optimized for cross-chain use cases.
Awesome. And lastly, Dan.
Thanks, Roshan. My name's Dan Brehmer. I'm with the ICE network. ICE will be an EVM-compatible extension chain to the Icon blockchain. It'll be Icon's application hub, and it'll seamlessly connect Icon's BTP interchain network to the Polkadot and Kusama ecosystems. We'll be following the lead of Moonbeam and Acala and launch a crowd loan campaign soon to secure a Kusama parachain slot. So keep an eye out for that announcement.
Yeah, no, love it. And excited to get started with this panel and talk about maybe how all of you work together in some way or some form. We'll start with you, Derek. If you kind of want to break down for our audience, what is the benefit of building on Polkadot's infrastructure? What are some advantages?
Yeah, I guess I would summarize the kind of question, why Polkadot? I see Polkadot as consisting of two core ideas or important ideas. So I explain it this way. The first idea is the idea of substrate and creating specialized chains. So the team behind Polkadot Parity have gone to great lengths and spent many years building this development framework called Substrate, and that allows you to create like your own blockchain, where you can kind of customize it exactly to your needs. And that's a huge kind of engineering marvel to have this ability to create your own blockchain. The second idea, the Polkadot idea, is to create an environment in which these specialized blockchains can communicate with each other. And so I think it's the combination of these two ideas. So you have this, on the one hand, this ability to create blockchains, and then on the other hand, this environment in which these blockchains can communicate with each other. Those are the two core ideas of Polkadot. And all of us here have used the Substrate framework to create chains, and then we're all going to be interacting with each other in this environment that's been created on Polkadot to facilitate communication between us.
I think that's a great explanation, and I want to get your thoughts as well, Bryan and Dan. Bryan, do you want to give kind of your thoughts on why you think Polkadot architecture is so advantageous?
Yeah, so I would like to emphasize what Derek says, that the Parity technology that built the Substrate and Polkadot, and they are, I think, it's the only teams out there have built multiple blockchain projects previous. And so they obviously build the Parity Ethereum client. They also build a Bitcoin Zcash clients. So they are the teams with that ton of experience, not building one, but multiple blockchains. And then building one blockchain is already hard enough. And building a framework that can build customized different kind of blockchain, that will be even harder. And then you need to set up a way to allow those things, they are not just isolated islands, but they are connected. They can communicate and work with each other. And then you need to come up with high level pictures of connecting all these pieces together. That's even harder. So Gavin and leading the parties, they do have this kind of technical capabilities to set up this very solid foundations, and then creating this developer communities and creating this Parachain Polkadot developers, like all the Parachain teams working together towards to this visions that is truly able to scale and as well as delivering the real Web3 vision.
100%. And lastly, you, Dan, if you want to touch on, how does the ICE network interface with the Polkadot ecosystem?
Yeah, for sure. So one of the key questions I think we're addressing here is scaling, because you have lots of blockchain projects that have been built, and they all face a scaling problem, essentially, that Each blockchain itself is a state machine, which undergoes sequential transitions from one state to another as it processes transactions. So that's an inherent limit for any one blockchain. And there are a lot of initiatives trying to solve this problem. And Polkadot has taken a particular architecture that's very powerful, splitting up blockchains that are tightly connected by a relay chain that can pass messages between parachains in a secure manner, just like transactions on a single blockchain. Other methods of connecting blockchains tend to rely on trusted relays, which is one of the things that distinguishes BTP as well, that there's no reliance on a single or multiple trusted relays, but the communication between chains is secure and immutable, just like transactions on a single chain. So as Bryan said, this connecting of different blockchains allows chains to specialize, and then developers on ICE, for example, will be able to draw on resources built on other chains. For example, we're quite excited about being able to leverage the decentralized identity platform being built by KILT, one of the other parachains.
Yeah, I agree. And I think on this topic, before we kind of continue down interoperability, I kind of want to touch on some of the use cases, or even talking about how much the technology advancement in the Polkadot ecosystem kind of drive the use cases and adoption. So I'll go to you first, Derek, if you maybe even want to talk about Moonbeam's unique approach to kind of being, helping the Ethereum community, but also bringing over some of those people into the Polkadot community. So how much do you think, technological advancements drive specific use cases?
Yeah, well, I mean, in our approach, I think, we're big believers in this architecture that we've just been talking about, in this ability to both specialize and to interoperate with other chains. And just to dwell on that topic for just a moment, I think that people have to understand that without like good interoperability, every chain is this kind of island onto itself, and you have to kind of, I liken it sometimes to this, like an economy from a long time ago, where you had a village and you had to do everything like locally, right? And then the opportunity that you have by introducing these interoperability features is that you can specialize in doing one thing really well, and then for things that you're not as good at, you get those from other chains. Like Dan was mentioning, maybe you can work with a specialized chain like KILT to get like identity services, and that means you don't have to do that, right? You can focus on other things that you're going to be good at. So for Moonbeam, in that context, we had there's a few things that were priorities for us. We have this vision of being an interoperable smart contract chain, so smart contracts that are optimized for these cross-chain use cases. Part of that vision was that we worked quite a lot on like a full Ethereum style implementation, so that developers could use the Ethereum developer tools, Solidity, and a lot of the tools that a lot of existing developers are familiar with to create dApps and smart contracts. And I do see that at least so that's a specialization in a way, right? So our specialization is into that area. And I see part of the role that we can play in the Polkadot ecosystem is that we're bridging, in some sense, the familiar with this new and powerful but less familiar like environment. So people are already familiar with these Ethereum tools and how they work, things like MetaMask, and so in that sense, Moonbeam can act as a bit of an on-ramp, right? So maybe it's familiar, users can switch their MetaMask over, then they're on Moonbeam. But once they're on Moonbeam, then that's an opportunity to start learning about the rest of the Polkadot ecosystem, to say, hey, like, okay, so Moonbeam's a parachain, and what are the other parachains that are on the chain? Maybe there's Acala. We already have these integration channels set up with Acala, so then there's opportunities to interact with Acala or get AUSD stablecoins from Acala. And so we see, that's kind of one role we can play, is kind of making this familiar environment that bridges people in, but then giving them these opportunities to learn and to interact with these other specialized chains that are on Polkadot.
100%. And can you talk a little bit more about, like, since you're working on the smart contract integration, do you think we'll see similar use cases on Polkadot for all the things people are using smart contracts on, like, for example, on Ethereum? Or do you think we'll have different use cases? And kind of to narrow the question a little further down, there's a lot in each ecosystem. It seems like people are building applications only for that ecosystem? Seems like Polkadot, some of the applications, people are trying to help everyone.
Yeah, I mean, a few thoughts on that. There is definitely going to be some elements that are the same. So given that Moonbeam as an EVM, we do see some similar things like for example, DeFi protocols that are similar to what are deployed on other EVMs are coming in. But I think that the interesting thing for me is we're working on extending this base EVM feature set with cross-chain integrations that are powered by things like XCM, which is Polkadot's the Polkadot native cross-chain integration technology. And so I think that those are the interesting use cases to me, because those are things that are uniquely enabled by Moonbeam and by the Polkadot architecture. And so to give one example there, we have this Lido deployment just went live on Moonbeam recently. And in that deployment, there's a dApp that is living as a set of smart contracts on Moonbeam. But there's also this element, so they're creating a liquid stake derivative of DOT. So there's also this element that is kind of remotely exercising functions on the relay chain. So this chain is specialized for staking and security. And so it's the cool part is that you're in this Lido use case, you're combining functionality from two different specialized chains, but then it looks into the user, it's like they're interacting with just one application. And so that's an important element of that I think is the unlock in the future, is that you might have an ever increasing amount of specialized chains and other systems that are kind of behind the scenes, but to the user, they don't need to know about all the details of those things. They're interacting with a single application. That kind of mirrors to me a lot of the developments that have happened in Web 2, where you kind of can create this user experience that's powered by maybe a complicated set of infrastructure behind the scenes, but you're kind of creating an abstraction layer so that users don't have to know about everything related to that backend plumbing.
Yeah, I love that. Thanks for touching on that. And now that you brought up XCM, I think I want to go into that a bit and maybe explain to the audience and people in general, is this a technology that's going to benefit just internal Polkadot kind of different parachains, or is it also going to benefit people from the outside? I'll go to you, Dan, if you kind of want to break down how exactly does the XCM technology benefit interoperability? And again, is it mostly internal right now, the value, or is it going to also be used by networks outside Polkadot?
Well, I think we as blockchain developers, building blockchains, we have users at two different levels, really. We have the end users that we care about, and we want to build things that eventually will serve their needs. But our first users are really the developers, and we have to provide a good development experience, good tools with which developers can create a great user experience, and can, even more importantly, build successful businesses. So, to the extent that XCM allows developers access to more tools with which to build successful businesses, that's really the purpose of this. And XCM, I think, is unique compared to other, or XCMP, really, XCM being just, it's the format with which the messages are passed between parachains. XCMP allows a deeper communication between parachains than just your typical bridges that you see in other cases, that you can interact with the other chains at a lower level and control transactions on them at a lower level. So mainly, I just want to say that I think we're at the point where we're really focused on building tools for developers, and we have some mind to what end user experience can be built with those, but really we want to enable our developers.
100%. You got to make the developers happy first in order to bring everyone else into the ecosystem, for sure. And I'll jump to you, Bryan, if you want to talk a little bit specifically about, obviously we've seen different use cases for blockchains, different things like that. People have are now trying ever, more than ever, to create all these different stable coins. How could something like a multi-chain stable coin maybe solve some of these problems compared to centralized stable coins only siloed to one network usually?
Yeah, so as a stablecoin, as one of financial instruments, financial primitives, one thing is super important is about the risk. We want to, obviously, as a stablecoin, the price need to be stable. And then in order to make sure it's stable is that the Acala is over-collateralized stablecoin. So for us, one of the very important criteria is that the risk of the underlying collaterals. And then obviously one of the easiest way to reduce the overall risk is by supporting different kind of assets. So not just say assets from Polkadot ecosystem, but also could be including Bitcoins or Ethereum. Those are the high quality assets. So during any Black Swan events, hopefully those assets are not too correlated. So reduce the overall risk. And we are also working with, for example, Centrifuge to bring on the real world assets to make them available again through XCMP. And this also will be another very important steps to reduce the overall risk of the system.
And could you go into it a little more about, like, when you talk about real world assets coming over, so are you talking about synthetic assets? And do you think that more institutions will be willing to use something like Polkadot to bridge over real world assets compared to other networks that maybe it's been too expensive, or maybe they haven't been able to customize it as much as they wanted to?
Bringing real world assets to blockchain itself is a very complicated task. There are a lot of not only about on-chain protocols, but there are a lot of off-chain works are required. So we really need a specialized teams to doing all these complicated tasks. So Centrifuge, they are already have a lot of similar experience operating the protocols on Ethereum, supporting MakerDAO, and then they're going to bring in all those experience to the Polkadot and leveraging the benefits of Substrate to building a specialized blockchains for the protocol instead of building a protocol on top of a generalized smart contract platforms. This will give them a lot more technical capabilities, as well as, and then we as a Parachains, a DeFi Parachain at Acala, we can just using XCM to access their assets through the Parachains. So we don't need to worry too much about all the underlying details, all the complicated legal stuff, compilation, regulation, etc. So the Centrifuge, they are able to help us to minimize all the work on this area, and then we can just use the assets without too much considerations.
100%. And let's kind of talk a little bit about the developer experience or some benefits for developers. Everyone always talks about, shared security with the relay chain governance might give a chance for developers to actually focus more on building. Maybe if you want to start, Derek, and tell us a little bit about how you think about that, whether it's attracting new developers or kind of incentivizing developers to build on Polkadot.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned a couple points on this already, that I see two great sets of tools that developers have access to in the Polkadot ecosystem. One is Substrate, right? So Substrate is this kind of engineering marvel where it's very hard to create like one of these blockchain development frameworks. Really, there are just two in existence. Substrate is one. The Cosmos SDK is like the other one that's used to build Cosmos ecosystem chains. And so I think that you compare using one of these frameworks to what it would take to build a blockchain from scratch, and it's like a huge difference, right? I mean, you might reduce the engineering effort to create like a chain by some huge factor. It's like 10% of the effort it would take, like if you didn't have a framework like this. And so that's a big unlock, right? So that's inhibited people from being able to create chains. And when you have a whole chain, there's like a much larger canvas to draw on than just what you have access to like on a smart contract platform, because you can control like the entire environment, right? You can control the whole blockchain, how storage happens, and all of these other things. So I do think that is a big unlock to provide this like larger canvas to developers. Now, at the same time, if you look at our project, I do think there is still quite a bit of value in some of the the existing technology stack, like the EVM technology stack that's used to create smart contracts. And really, the key reason there is that it's basically all of the developer tooling that's been created around the Ethereum network this is like very hard to replicate as well, right? There's many years has gone into like all these developer tools, and it's not just the tools, it's like the infrastructure and service providers. It's like, folks like even you want to find auditors that like know how to like look at like code. So there's this mass of, this whole ecosystem of both technologies, companies, people that are around that tech stack. And so that's, when we looked at it from that perspective, we said, look, this is not going anywhere anytime soon. This is kind of, there's a lot of staying power in that. So, in our project, we're trying to kind of marry those two worlds together, right? So that you have this power of substrate, but you also have this power of this existing kind of Ethereum tech stack. And my longer term vision is that, we'd love to be able to almost allow people to do a hybrid where you might have some elements of your app that you're going to be implementing using the Ethereum tools, and then maybe some elements of the app you would use substrate, right? You might like call out to substrate-based functions for certain parts of your app. And that's in line with this multi-chain vision I was describing before, where I think apps are going to kind of be inherently like living on many chains in the future, many specialized chains.
100%. And I've heard some people mention like on platforms like Ethereum, like the devs themselves are paying like high fees, and you want to keep your devs happy. So yeah, they're just talking about on the Polkadot ecosystem, obviously fees are lower. So maybe that's one thing that devs can take advantage of as well. They can test things more easily. I'll jump to you, Dan, next. If you just want to talk about your perspective of like, what's the right balance of incentives to attract developers?
Well, I think developers, they want to ultimately build things that will be successful. I mean, there are developers who are interested in the technology, and they're just experimenting, and lots of people out there like that. It's a very creative and innovative space right now. A lot of openness for people to build things, but ultimately, we're interested in supporting the developers that are going to build businesses, as I said before, and that's a challenge that in general developers, academics, are not that familiar with, so, and there's a big challenge between building a little project and bringing something to market, an actual commercial product. Right now, our whole blockchains have ecosystems numbered in the thousands or tens of thousands of community members. And, if we want to scale to, apps the size of Yelp or Uber or Airbnb, it takes a different level of business, so we're sort of thinking, at least I'm sort of thinking in that direction. We have to take it step by step from where we are, but to get to that level, you need user experience that is so much smoother than we have now. Right now, we're all technology people, and we're happy to, get into the details of, creating wallets on multiple chains and figuring out how the transactions work and so forth. But the mainstream consumer isn't going to tolerate that sort of stuff. They're going to want to just think about the value that they have, and they want to participate in this app, this game. Right now, it's mainly games and DeFi, but it's going to go beyond that to other things are naturally decentralized, like the the gig economy and so forth, Uber and Yelp and so forth. So I see, there's a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done to understand the business models that'll be successful in these new domains. There's been a little bit of experimentation in that direction. I know there are some projects, for example, trying to decentralize real estate. Huge amount of value there, huge amount of potential. No one's really cracked it yet. So I think we want to support the developers to exercise their creativity and innovation, be welcoming to new ideas like that. And that's one of the things that I like about the way we have both Kusama and Polkadot. You can try things a little bit more experimental on Kusama, and you're maybe forgiven if they don't work out perfectly. I love working in this creative and innovative space.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's a great point. Like, I think everyone wants to see more real world business logic kind of move to blockchains, or in this case, parachains for sure. And yeah, I'll move to you, Bryan, and I'll shift the topic slightly, but maybe if you could quickly want to cover, like, what are some of the incentives for developers, for example, to integrate something like a decentralized stablecoin, some advantages there, than working with some of these centralized stablecoins where they have to like do all the integrations one by one?
So as a decentralized stablecoin, obviously there are a lot of different characteristics compared to other kind of stablecoins, and or just, for example, compared to fiat payment solutions. There is just a lot of interesting new ways can be achieved. And then in terms of actual integrations, this kind of a key to unlock the access to the whole Acala dollar AUSD ecosystems. So once you integrate with AUSD, then you should be able to use it to access all the related DeFi products. And then there's just a lot of interesting possibilities out there. And then after that, and then you can see what can be done. Say, for example, deploy a bunch of smart contracts integrating with the Acala dollar, and you can do a lot of things, interesting stuff. And then you want to maybe see, hey, maybe I want to write a palace with all these additional features, and that cannot be done with just smart contracts. And then maybe you want to see, hey, maybe I can access to some other Parachains through XMP, which offers different, say, for example, KILT with identity solutions that could be integrated for KYC purpose, for example. Then you can, for example, make a smart contract only accept payments from KYC users. There is definitely another use case out there. With those combined together, then there's just a lot more possibilities. So we're still very early stage, but it's just more of a matter of time for people to experiment, to explore, and try to find out all the interesting use cases that can be achieved with all these new additional capabilities offered by Substrate, as well as the whole Parachain setups.
Yeah, and like what I'm understanding from this talk is, yeah, the Substrate framework has really provided like a good foundation for developers to keep building things on top of that. And on that topic, I kind of want to go back to talking about just Parachains and also talking about some governance aspects to that. So in your guys' view, do you think Parachains are more suited for commercialization and scaling, or is it more about specialization of each one of these individual Parachain? And I'll add one more thing, which I think people in the Polkadot ecosystem don't cover too much, but the concept of upgradability in these Parachains. Like, what do you guys think maybe the future of that is? I'll start with you first, Derek.
I'll latch on to the second part of your question about upgradability. That is something that is like a really key capability and kind of feature of Substrate that, you're right, doesn't get talked about a lot. But it's something that we've used, and I think all of us here are using. And I'll give you this example, right? So for blockchains, I think the status quo is that they get upgraded not very frequently, right? So there's major project out there might do 2, maybe 3 upgrades a year. And I contrast that, I come from this Web 2 background and experience, having built a couple companies in the Web 2 space. And the status quo, or what good looks like in the Web 2 space, is that you're for a cloud service, you're shipping every day, basically, right? So you're shipping changes, the rate of change is like very, very high. And you build a lot of like automation, you're relying on that, right, to kind of adapt your product to react to like problems, to react to different changing market conditions. So there's like this big like dissonance, or kind of like you get jarred when you come to the Web3 space, and you're like, oh, like there's like this this very slow like pace of change, basically, like for blockchains. And so I think that Substrate does a really nice job of at least giving you like the capabilities to move a little bit into this like Web 2 direction, right? Where because you have this kind of built-in upgradability, that allows you to, as a team, to iterate like much faster. And so I think I don't know what the number is, but we've had a lot of releases. So even since we launched our Moonriver network and Moonbeam network, there's been many updates. And it's this kind of upgradability that's allowed us to upgrade very quickly, very rapidly, and then react to different like changing market conditions. It could be a technical issue that's discovered. It could be a new feature that needs to be shipped. These XCM features just came in. So I think in the long run, that's going to lead to competitive advantage for anyone using this framework. This upgradability that's built in.
I think that's well said, and yeah, I'm glad you kind of elaborated on that. I'll move to you next, Dan. If you maybe want to, you can answer you can answer either one of the questions. If you kind of want to talk about just your view on, yeah, do you think parachains now are more suited toward specialization or commercialization, and will it, I don't know, will it stay that way? Will it stay the same when you're looking into the future?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you mean when you say commercialization. I mean, they certainly are suited towards specialization, and due to the tight integration, tight communication you can have thanks to XCMP, it will enable parachains to rely on resources from other parachains, and then I think again it comes down to how effective are the resources going to be for developers to build businesses, and then that leads to a easier commercialization if you can build better businesses.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. No, and maybe if you want to outline, like, I think the discussions I've seen is like, are there clear incentives to kind of for parachains to collaborate, or is there like, or is the opposite true? Like, is there an incentive to kind of be the leading or best parachain, if you kind of want to answer it in that lens?
Yeah, I think we all sort of realize that this, the market and the eventual endpoint or the direction that blockchain in general is growing is so large that we don't have to really compete, that we're much better off collaborating, and there's just going to be so much growth going forward that and we do need to some extent specialize too and draw on services from each other. Just one thing I'd like to say, I guess, about the upgradability, I agree with Derek that it's one very attractive thing about building with Substrate and working on substrate-based chains, that as a developer, you can rely on the fact that the chains will improve over time like that. They can become better iteratively. Icon actually has something similar which distinguishes it from other chains, in that the smart contracts on Icon are upgradable. That's something that's been really helpful for us in developing on Icon.
100%. And I'll let you, Bryan, kind of finish this question if you have any thoughts on either specifically talking about maybe like what would an upgradable stablecoin look like for the ecosystem, or even any other use cases that you might get with this upgradability aspect.
Yeah, well, the Acala dollar is already live for a few months already. And yeah, we are still constantly improving the protocols, because obviously it's almost impossible to get a version 100% right and sit there. It's just not possible. So we're taking from all this, the lessons we learned, all the market data we gathered from the actual mainnet with the real data, with all these things, and then we are able to come up with the improvements. Maybe we can do the things better. Maybe we need to add new mechanisms to improve this process. So this is we're constantly learning from those feedbacks from the products we already built, and then building improvements to our protocols, and then we're able to shipping those improvements out there. And then again, repeating this process, just constantly improving our products. So there's a lot of things we're still in our planning list on improving, like usabilities, improving like different kind of assets we can support, improving the liquidation process with like smart contract integrations, with potentially multi-chain, cross-chain liquidations integration, this sort of thing. So there are a lot of things. If we want to release after we finish everything, there will be, I don't know, after 5 years. They just, of course, that's just not going to be a good idea. So we are able to ship a product, the working product now, and then just build releasing features. It's just like any traditional Web2 projects. No one is releasing the products after it's completely finished. Everyone is making new release. That's just how normal software development works.
Yeah, 100%. Great to see that mirrored kind of in the blockchain world. And I think this is a good sign for governments too, as they're releasing new regulations. We definitely need things that can kind of keep up with that. I'll move to my last question, and then after everyone answers, we'll get your final pieces of advice for builders. But yeah, so my last question is about mass adoption, and I just want each of you to kind of give your thoughts on things that could be improved in the ecosystem. Do you think it's the UI UX? Do you wish there was more resources for, like, I don't know, like an educational parachain or something like that? Just spitballing some ideas here, but yeah, I'll move to you, Derek. Like, what do you think needs to be improved? What would you like to see?
Yeah, for mass adoption, I mean, I think Dan, made some points in this direction earlier in the talk here. But I mean, for me, it really is about the UX. I would say is probably the critical factor for mass adoption. And again, I kind of come at this, having spent most of my career in like building, Web 2 products, especially in the cloud like area. And so when I think about, I kind of blow like people's minds in the blockchain space when I describe, so what does a product will look like for this building an end user oriented like cloud product. And I think I had in the team there was basically a third of the product team were like designers, people doing like UX research, people doing, it was like a good chunk of the team, and a big part of the investment was going into like this area. And if I look at most Web3 projects, there's just not like the same priority put on UX. You might have like one designer, you might have a freelance designer, you might have one, but they're not like a first-class person like at the table with like the rest of the people. So I do think it is this kind of priorities and kind of making UX like as important as like the engineering and the coding. That's like a mindset shift that has to happen. And that's when you look at mature Web 2 products, that they have that kind of mindset, because they realize that you can have the best tech in the world, but if there's just barriers to using it, it just sits there unused basically. So I mean, that's my belief, is that there's still a big like amount of investment needed, like that needs to go into this like front end like UX usability, making it easier for folks to use these products without needing to have a lot of knowledge, right, or a lot of like these like pretty complex conceptual frameworks. Like that's going to be the biggest bang for the buck on getting more users.
Totally. The technology or frameworks are only as good as the amount of people that can use it, for sure. I'll move to you next, Bryan. Give us your thoughts here.
Yeah, I'll just UX different something and we need improvement. I'll just add on top of that. Previously, say we were on Ethereum products, there are a lot of limitations enforced by Ethereum itself due to technical limitations, security considerations. There's a lot of limits on what can be done. So there is a lot of things you can improve on top of that otherwise you need to do a lot of nasty work around. Say, for example, meta transitions to allow people to interact with protocol for free. But with Substrate, we kind of left all these limitations. Now it's actually possible, feasible, and economics reasonable, and to support, say, free transitions for the users. And then we can see like what can we do with when we don't have those limitations, and then building something truly remarkable with the real like reasonable actually user experience to normal users, so they don't need to figure out maybe I need to get some coins first and then I can enter the protocols. Yeah, so that's one thing. And then the next thing is that we're still very early. Substrate and it's built for I guess 3 or 4 years or maybe 5 years, but still it is still early. And then like all the Parachains they've just launched for like a year or so. We're still at a very early stage. There's a lot of like developers, tools, and a lot of stuff still constantly are iterating the improvements. And there's something like I literally just like wrote some posts like last week talking about how we can improve Substrate itself, like to improve the collaborations between all the Parachain teams on improving the product on the Substrate itself. So there's still a lot of efforts, collaborations, efforts required from everyone in this ecosystem trying to improve the we already have a very solid fundamentals, but still you can always improve it. And this can also significantly in the future makes even easier to build a new Parachain.
100%. And yeah, I'd love to see more collaborations within the Polkadot ecosystem. And lastly, Dan, yeah, give us your perspective here.
Yeah, as Derek said, one of the big things is UX, and to some extent, UX and good UX design is something that's fairly well understood. It's a little bit of a challenge given the limitations of blockchain technology. We have a couple of good examples on Icon. We built Balanced.network and Ohm.finance are two DeFi products that I think we produce with quite good user experience. But the other thing that I think is more at the experimental stage, a lot of innovation going on, and there will be for some time, is better business models. Right now, it's sort of been well established that blockchain can do pretty well with games and DeFi, but the power that we have with blockchain, the technology, is a new way to think about ownership and transfer of value. And these things really enable entirely new ways to build businesses. And it's wide open what we're going to be able to do with that. So I think that's where we're going to see the most innovation going forward. I'm excited about various projects that are growing recently to deliver resources for building DAOs, for example. That's one of my big interests is building DAOs, and that's why we want to focus on supporting developers to innovate in this space of new business models.
Yeah, hopefully the people watching this, if you guys have any ideas or want to build, there's a lot of interesting things to build. And yeah, lastly, to end things off, I just want you all to go around, give us your less than 30 seconds best pieces of advice for new developers or people building in the Polkadot ecosystem. I'll go to you first, Bryan.
Yeah. So I think one important thing is when people come to a new ecosystem, they usually use like previous similar ecosystem, like Ethereum as examples, or can be built. But I would like to advise that you need to know it's definitely possible to replicate all these things on Ethereum, but Substrate Polkadot is a lot more than that. So there's a lot more new capabilities, new features that you can leverage on. So try to think outside and that, see what kind of those new features can improve on existing products, or maybe you can build a new products around those new capabilities to explore what can be possible with what previously is impossible, but now is possible. I think that's a lot more exciting than just replicating similar ideas and just making fine-tuned improvements.
Well said. You can go next, Derek.
Sure, I'd say that it's just an exciting moment right now where these technologies we've been talking about are just now shipped and are at a state where they're they're reasonable to use, in terms of bugs and other things, the things are in a good place right now, but it's still early enough that it's wide open. And I would say that it's the architecture of Polkadot that is the special thing here, right? Where you have folks like Bryan, Dan, and myself that are all have these parachain projects, and it is quite collaborative, I'd say. So if you have an idea for a project, you use Substrate to build it, you're going to attach to Polkadot as a parachain. I think you'll find that there's a lot of interesting collaboration opportunities with the other folks that are also connected to the relay chain. And so I think that's something that's pretty unique about Polkadot, is that it's almost like the architecture of the system itself leads to collaboration because of this shared model and this ability to interact with other chains. And so yeah, I think that's just a great opportunity. And I think we try to be as collaborative as possible. And I found the other teams as well on Polkadot have been quite collaborative when it comes to establishing these XCM channels, working collaboratively on cross-cutting use cases, whether that be token transfer or other kinds of functional use cases. And so I think it's it's pretty unique right now in the entire Web3 broader ecosystem to have this kind of broad canvas to draw on, and this environment that's set up for collaboration like this.
Well said, well said. And lastly, Dan, you can take us out on your parting advice.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, ICON has been developing this blockchain transmission protocol for quite some time, and it's really the central unique value proposition for ICON. ICON has all along planned to be a hub in a different manner than Polkadot, but ICE is bringing together these two inter-blockchain communication communities or networks, and I think maybe even today, I think there's a light paper being released giving the specs for BTP, and we have a plan on ICE to make a seamless connection between BTP and XCMP. So people connected in the blockchain transmission protocol ICON network can seamlessly access Parachains through XCMP, and we're planning to introduce that connection a step at a time, but just excited about the connections to the broader blockchain community. Actually, one other thing too, the first demonstration of ICON Bridge, which is the initial step for BTP, went live today with minting of NFTs on Harmony from ICON. We're happy that has worked out well. So first step of BTP, yeah, we're excited to be part of Polkadot and making the connection there as well.
Awesome. Yeah, it was very exciting talking to you all. I think our audience learned a lot. I learned a lot. And yeah, I think all of you really make it seem like a very exciting future. So thank you for your time. And for all of our audience that are still watching, we're bringing you more interviews here at Reimagine v13. And again, I'm your host, Roshan Marashkar. Hope you all enjoy the show.
Hello, it's your returning host, Mutant Ape number 452, communicating with you from the metaverse swamp. You might know about blockchains, but have you heard about Parachains, the next generation layer 1 blockchains that separate project-specific goals and overall network security? Did you know Polkadot has one of the lowest total electricity consumption per year among the proof-of-stake blockchains? How great would it be to enjoy your favorite NFTs on different blockchains and have a cleaner Earth? Welcome to the Building Blocks for Traditional Systems panel. We cover differences in the infrastructure needed for Web3 and how legacy systems are adapting to decentralized innovation that is accelerating.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine v13. This is our 13th event. Excited to be talking about all things Parachains, interoperability, and the Polkadot ecosystem at large. I'm your host, Roshan Marashkar from the Mousebelt team. And today, our panel will be discussing the future of legacy systems. Really excited to be here with the guests for today. And let's start by welcoming our guests and giving a chance to for them to introduce themselves. I'll start with you, Adam.
Hello, I'm Adam Gagol. I represent Aleph 0 team. We are building substrate-based chain focusing on high speed and throughput. And right now we are working on our internal privacy framework. We are using Substrate, so we are naturally part of the Polkadot ecosystem, although we are not Parachain right now. And as we are using different consensus protocol, we cannot be Parachain using the current set of rules. But we still see each other partially, at least as a part of the entire ecosystem. We are planning to integrate pretty close to the other chains building here.
Yeah, awesome. Next we have TJ.
Hey everyone, I'm TJ. I'm part of the Icon team, which is a layer 1 blockchain that is focused specifically on interoperability. So we do on-chain trustless verification. And more specifically, kind of related to this conference, we have an extension network that is being built called the ICE blockchain, which is built on the Substrate SDK and is kind of focused on the same kind of ethos cross-chain interoperability, but specifically, combining this broader Icon B2P ecosystem with the Polkadot Parachain ecosystem.
Awesome. And lastly, we have Fabian.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys. I'm Fabian. I'm the co-founder of KILT Network. We are building a fully decentralized Web3 data lake. Although our application logic is not a parachain, we have integrated with a lot of them out there. And basically what we are doing is we are making sure that we can basically move all the data from like any application or any app chain, any blockchain, really through Web3 to other chains. And you as a developer kind of have the freedom to work with all the data out there.
100%. Great to have you all here. And without further ado, let's jump into the panel. Excited to talk to you all. I think at first, let's kind of break down overall. I want to get your guys' thoughts on either why you guys chose to build on the Polkadot infrastructure or why you're building something that's compatible across like kind of a multi-chain infrastructure. Like what's the value in that? Let's explain it to our audience here. I'll go to you first, Adam.
So I think I'd like to divide it into two separate questions. So I think for us, the main driver was not actually to become part of the ecosystem, but rather to use a framework which will allow us to not, instead of building everything from scratch, to build upon others' work. So back when we've been starting, there have been only two such frameworks, and I think it's roughly still the case. This is Substrate and Cosmos SDKs. Substrate is developed by Parity, and it's a very modular framework for setting up your own blockchain. It's in Rust, and Cosmos SDK is in Go. So, like for us, the decision was actually pretty simple. We've been coding in Rust. Substrate is a Rust framework, so it was pretty obvious that that's something we'd like to use. And so far, we are super happy with our choice. I mean, right now, if we would, I'm imagining that we would have to build everything by ourselves, like explorers, wallets, I don't know, like network layers, all of this part of the code that is required, but where we don't actually want to introduce our own innovations, that would probably take years to develop. And here we get like all of those things for free. So that's how we found our way into the ecosystem, by just choosing the Substrate SDK and building with it. And like there are multiple things which are coming with this choice. So first is that we have access to all this nice tooling, both for users and developers. And the other thing is that it's much easier for us to integrate with some other chains. We strongly believe that the future is interchain, so we care a lot about integrations. And well, since we are building with this framework, it's naturally closer for us to integrate with other chains using that. As I mentioned a moment before, it's a bit tricky for us to become a parachain, although we are still exploring the ways of getting into this parachain ecosystem. We don't have a final internet decision yet, so maybe I'll not pitch this particular part, but we are very interested in becoming part of this ecosystem, which actually I see as one of the only two currently existing ecosystems, where the other is, as mentioned before, Cosmos.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely have noticed that in the Polkadot ecosystem, like a lot more collaboration, and people are not like just creating new things for the sake of creating it. think is pretty cool. I'll move to you next, TJ, if you want to break down, like your team's affiliation just with Polkadot, or even just building on, for a multi-chain infrastructure.
Yeah, so I think specifically for ICE, kind of the first reason why this sister chain was going to be built is Icon has Java smart contracts and is built on the JVM. So obviously in this industry, being EVM compatible is kind of a must. And that was kind of where we initially had the idea for the sister chain. And then we knew that we wanted a chain, so that kind of took away a lot of options already, instead of just building an application on top of a existing monolithic blockchain using something like the Cosmos SDK or Substrate SDK. And as Adam kind of explained, that Substrate SDK just has so much great tooling and is modular, and the fact that it's just a great development experience. So that was kind of the initial reason for choosing the Polkadot ecosystem. And then more broadly, being able to use the Substrate SDK allowed us to really optimize for what we wanted to do with the Parachain, or which was cross-chain interoperability. So being able to modify the Substrate SDK to optimize for decreased transaction costs for these cross-chain swaps and stuff like that, and then just the whole layer 0 infrastructure of Polkadot allowing for the shared security. And then I think kind of the main thing as well was XCMP. So we wanted to be interoperable with all the other parachains within the ecosystem, but we also want to connect all those parachains through ours to L1s that are outside of the broader ecosystem. So I think just in general, yeah, like the developer support is great, the docs are great, and that kind of just allowed for the team to have a pretty well development experience.
Yeah, we're seeing all these new technologies that are coming out, like XCM, that is enabling like more interoperability, more communication inside the Polkadot network. It's pretty cool. I'll move to you next, Fabian, for kind of the next question. Maybe if you want to talk about, in your view, do you think there's anything special, or does Polkadot stand out in terms of how will legacy companies kind of plug into crypto? Like, will it be through this multi-chain infrastructure?
Yeah, I would say absolutely, because that's also quite of like the tech journey I would say we have done at KILT. So we started out actually being fully Arweave based. So Arweave is a storage kind of like only blockchain, so to say, right? And actually then we realized, well, this kind of like monolithic, like one chain rules all kind of use case is not something that's going to be like kind of sustainable for the future, because we see it in Web 2, right? It's like, we do see that the architecture has changed into like microservices, right? It's like you write dedicated services for dedicated use cases. And so we thought, well, we should kind of applying the same idea to the Web3 space. And then actually we started separating out all of our token or chain logic, right, to an EVM contract, and actually deployed on Moonbeam, which quite like got us in touch with all the Polkadot and Parachain ecosystems. But then for us, we kind of realized, well, actually, the flaw with EVM, it really didn't fit with kind of like KILT's idea, because EVM works quite well for like those low throughput but high value transactions. Let's say on Uniswap, right? If you make like $10,000 profit on your Uniswap trade, well, you're fine with like paying $300 in gas, right, or $100 in gas, for example, right? Because those apps are able to share like the block space with other applications, right? And then we realized, well, actually at KILT, we would need like a dedicated app chain to make sure that we don't share, right, the block space we have available with other applications. And then, right, this has torn us to this app chain approach, where basically now our logic lives on like the dedicated on a dedicated chain, right? And we of course can then optimize for that use case. So our kind of like tech stack looks like that. We are storing all the data on Arweave, like the storage optimized chain, right? And having all the token and chain logic, staking, delegation, and so on, right, happening on like a dedicated app chain. You could do the exact same with the Parachain, right? The only reason why we got torn towards Cosmos was because I think Adam said that they were a team of Rust developers, and for us Go was right the choice. So we kind of went with that system. And then also kind of like working with like the other parachains is something then where kind of the demand for KIF, right, was a bit torn with like, well, now we have our dedicated like space where we can work in, right, which is kind of like isolated, but now how do we like work with other ecosystems, right? How do we get our data in and out, right? And how do we kind of like optimize for storage? Because one thing you do with like having those dedicated parachains, app chains, right, you're gonna ramp up the use for storage. And this is kind of then where KIF comes in, and we've partnered with Moonbeam, for example, right, or with Composable Finance and others, right, to make sure and get their data into our data lake. And then kind of from there being able to kind of like source this in a more interoperable way, right? Then it really doesn't matter where you've built your app chain. Is it Cosmos? Is it a parachain? Then it's kind of like really up to the teams of like where they would like to optimize most in, I would say. And so it's like, it's really cool to see like how you have those different ecosystems all around, all kind of like evolving around the same concept of like, well, yeah, we need to optimize for our use case much better than you could do in EVM before.
Yeah, I think that's a great perspective on just specialization within the application, within the ecosystem. I think that's pretty cool. And there are ways like parachains or people in the ecosystem to kind of share resources, work with each other. I'll go to you next, TJ, if you want to give some perspective on, you know, maybe from the enterprise angle or just maybe these larger companies. Like, how do you believe they will connect to all the things, the innovation? You know, will it be through something like Polkadot multi-chain where they can just do everything at once, or will they try to like do something more siloed?
Yeah, I think obviously we haven't saw extreme enterprise adoption yet, and probably a lot of that reason is just through regulation and stuff. But with the amount of like tooling and teams dedicated towards actually kind of catering to this experience for enterprises, I think that eventually we will see a lot of them kind of coming on to whether it's like their own parachain or using any type of framework. I definitely expect them to use a framework that allows them to have, you know, shared security and built-in interoperability, just as those are extremely complex things to build. And unless, you know, they have a dedicated team towards also working on that, it's probably unlikely that they will be. But I mean, specifically, even for Polkadot, it makes a lot of sense with layer 0 architecture and using that shared security. And then, you know, with XCMP, they'll be able to communicate with basically whatever enterprise that they want to interact with. And I think it'll be interesting to see too what type of like cross-chain messaging optimizes for like privacy. Like a lot of different companies, you know, don't want to be sharing like sensitive information and stuff like that. So I think privacy has always kind of been on the top of people's minds since even like the last cycle. But for enterprises to really, you know, adopt this technology, I think it's kind of a must when it comes to, you know, like healthcare and pharmacy and other things of that nature.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting applications, and that's kind of what I want to go into next, like talking about what are the applications, use cases that people can actually use right now on kind of in the Polkadot ecosystem to gain some of these benefits. So yeah, I'll go to you, Adam, if you kind of want to, you know, talk about, I know your team is involved in building like one of the most used dApps on Polkadot. So yeah, explain to our audience a bit, maybe like what you're specifically building, how does that contribute to the Polkadot ecosystem, and what are some of the things you look for when like building, you know, new features?
So like I see our team more as building chain, which means that we are more providing infrastructure than building an actual dApp. Yes, we do have on our roadmap some user-facing applications as well, but like the biggest value that we are trying to bring to the ecosystem is the value given to other developers rather than to end users. So what besides the chain, what we are right now building is called Liminal, and that's a privacy framework, and that's a framework that will be, of course, given to developers to build smart contract with. Actually, I could talk a lot about this, but I think that's a bit different out of the scope of this call, but like different kinds of privacy. So I would say that when it comes to actual dApps that are used, my personal opinion is that the Polkadot ecosystem is still in pretty early stage in this regard. comparing to for example, Cosmos ecosystem. So we do have several parachains which are very promising, but when it comes to the killer app, I would say that still we are waiting for the killer app in the Polkadot ecosystem. Even not only when it comes to the original ideas that have not been present in other ecosystems, but also the ideas which are very much present right now. What we see is that mostly used apps are on probably Moonbeam, and that's because it's EVM compatible and it's very easy to move them from Ethereum. So when it comes to novel Polkadot based killer app, I'd say that we need to wait for perhaps another 6 to 12 months.
Sure, and I'll zoom out a bit too, Adam, if you want to kind of continue this question. Like, even just Polkadot aside, what do you think, like multi-chain applications, like what's the real benefit? Is there any killer use case for something like that? You know, for example, I know there's a I believe it's called AUSD, I think, like Acala, a decentralized stablecoin. So do you think it will be things like stablecoins, or is it DeFi that, you know, just anyone can benefit from those applications, like it being kind of multi-chain rather than centralized?
Definitely, from the reasons which obviously we all know, we are still waiting for the good decentralized stablecoin. There was one candidate which just fell apart a couple of weeks ago. So yes, I expect there will be multiple pretenders like AUSD, USN brought by Near, for example. I think it will be a strong competitor. So yes, I think the stablecoin, perhaps a common stablecoin standard, which would be used on multiple chains and which will not be necessarily backed by reserves, just like USDT or USDC. Yes, that's what I think I would expect to be the first big interchain feature. What I personally dream about is the stablecoin with privacy features. So I think this would be a killer app for users. So right now we do have some privacy coins, but like I haven't seen a big and popular privacy related stablecoin. And I think for a regular user which would like just to use the coin for his own transactions, that's something the user would like. It's a very uncommon feature for a financial system, but you can peek into somebody's wallet just because this person interacted with you. That's not what users want. That's what's there only because of the technical limitations of the current blockchain. So I'd say that the first reasonable or first big interchain application will be a stablecoin, and the first killer great application will be private stablecoin.
Yeah, no, I think great answer. I mean, how cool would that be? I think it would solve a lot of problems in the ecosystem if there was just one stablecoin that everyone was working on across different chains. Move to you, TJ. I don't know if you have any thoughts here, like similar thoughts, you know, in your view, like, what do you think, you know, cross-chain, when it comes to cross-chain application, like what's the most valuable thing someone could build? What would you like to see built?
Yeah, I think as the industry has become more multi-chain and we have a ton of bridges springing up, we saw just a huge issue with like liquidity fragmentation. So you know, you can have a DEX that has wormhole USD, and then layer 0, you like basically every bridge has its own wrapped version of the same coin, and they turn from fungible tokens into like non-fungible tokens, essentially, that you can't trade with each other. And there are DeFi applications that are working on kind of fixing that. But I think something interesting is right now with kind of like, you know, interoperability, a lot of people are talking about token bridging and that kind of being the main use case. But I think similar with XCMP and what BTP is trying to do is really just any arbitrary data transfer will allow for, you know, this like liquidity fragmentation issue to be solved. whether that means all these native assets kind of just staying on their origin chain, and through message routing, being able to be able to find the optimal route for a swap and stuff like that. And I think stuff like that will allow the industry to have deeper liquidity, and hopefully stuff like omni-chain token standards, where like if all the parachains were on the same token standard and using an omni-chain standard for this AUSD, then they would be fungible between chains using XCMP. So I think kind of the biggest issue that, like I said, is liquidity fragmentation from my mind. So I hope that that's something that can be solved.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought that up, because I think a lot of people aren't really thinking in that framework. Like they're just building their application, and then when it comes to like bridging it out or making it interconnected with other applications, it's still very tough. I'll let you, Fabian, kind of end this question out if you have any thoughts here from your perspective.
I just actually would absolutely agree with TJ and Adam. I think maybe wrapping it up from like the start of like the enterprise idea, right? And I do agree with both. It's like ideas like healthcare and like those big enterprise companies and bringing on Web3 is awesome, right? But the kind of like counterintuitive thing is that the moment we actually roll out a blockchain, everything is suddenly public, right? It's like we do need the privacy, and it's like a big like compliance issue, right? Because like I personally didn't want all my healthcare stuff to live on a public blockchain. And like the moment my address would be identified, right, anyone would know what kind of like healthcare stuff I have or anything else. It's actually something we need to prevent, right? And that's actually where the big compliance part comes in from enterprises, like making sure to not leak your data, right? And so I think this is something we are still missing, actually, kind of having those kind of like privacy things there, which are well decentralized, right? But still kind of like hinder you from seeing into all of these things. And then also from there, I think very also kind of like ties in with compliance and everything. Is like the only reason why I would like to use like Uniswap, for example, right, on different ecosystems right now is because I do trust the brand, right? And I do maybe have done some research and saw that, for example, Uniswap is like the best audited like DEX out there. So I would, for example, know, well, my funds are safe there, right? And it's the cool thing. And I think why we see so many like EVM compatibility parachains and stuff kind of popping up, right? Because then I could just one-click deploy Uniswap on Moonbeam, for example, right? And I would see, well, I'm kind of porting over the trust from like the Ethereum ecosystem to the Polkadot ecosystem, right? Although I think we would all agree from a technical perspective, it would be, of course, even better if I would implement Uniswap natively, right, into like the Parachain framework. But I don't do this because I know that the stuff I wrote for Ethereum will work one-on-one on the Parachain, and it's audited and is secure, right? So this is kind of like what also would tie in that this idea of like this stable coin, this interoperable stable coin, interoperable DeFi is, I think, pretty cool, because then you could have one big player that's really like focusing on security, right? Really maybe focusing on privacy and so on. And then I, as like an enterprise, I don't have to worry about how do I get liquidity into my ecosystem? How do I get additional security into my ecosystem? How do I get audited and so on, right? If I could just send my tokens to, well, the partner that is like dedicated to that, which I can really trust, right? Just set my assets over there, and then users can use this, and I know it's best for my users and for myself, right? To kind of have this thing going on. I think this is just something still missing, and something we will see kind of like some big killer apps for sure coming up if someone is able to kind of like pull this off in a very secure way. I just think it's a big win for all ecosystems out there.
100%. And I like how each of you kind of covered a different topic about, what you think some of the current problems are. I want to kind of talk about one thing open-ended, and then we'll move to the last question. So we've seen like Polkadot be pretty prevalent at Davos this year. And I've read some articles just talking about, like the future of Web3, the infrastructure, what will it be built on? Will it be EVM? Will it be something else? So kind of just want to get everyone's general thoughts here on like, what would a future world look like if more things were built on Polkadot? And is there any specific things that come to your mind when thinking about, is there any benefits for like governments or those types of people to use something like Polkadot first rather than something like Ethereum? I'll start with you, Adam.
So I see two things here. Like one is EVM related, the other is governance related. So when it comes to governance, I think it's perhaps like what's unique or almost unique in Polkadot ecosystem, because there's other ecosystems, Cosmos, is that you can easily like create independent but well-connected part, which is not possible in Ethereum. So like, and in this part, you can define how would you like the governance to look like. And as it's modular, and actually Polkadot is focusing a lot on governance, there are modules which you can adopt, change some hyperparameters, and set up the governance however you like it. So I think this is perfect for such perhaps official or government-related cases, that you can have a consortium chain, which perhaps could be a parachain, but not necessarily. It can be just built using the SDK, and then you can define who is voting for what, and you can define the hyperparameters for such a voting. I think when it comes to this modular governance, let's say, as far as I know, Polkadot perhaps is the furthest in this frontier. Is pushing the frontier the furthest. So yeah, I think that's I'm not surprised about the Davos thing, and that Polkadot is so prevalent. When it comes to EVM, I think that's something we'll be covering in the next question. So I expect that it's this.
Yeah, sure. I'll move to you, Fabian, if you want to give your thoughts on your perspective on this.
I can just absolutely agree with the kind of element. I think that the future will be those like app-specific use cases, right? As we've discussed, right? Just because it gives teams more flexibility, more ease of use, right? You're not dependent on like an L0 system, right? If I build on like an EVM, I'm always gonna be basically, yeah, relying on some third party kind of operating like the EVM compatible chain, right? It would be like Moonbeam or something like that. Like if I build my D app, it's like I have to build like a Solidity contract out of it, right? I have to write it there. It like kind of hinders me. I don't have the flexibility I do get with the new toolkits out there from Polkadot. And then the cool thing is like you can always kind of like extend, right, on the SDKs. I think Adam says, right, like they've used the SDK, and Adam, correct me if I'm wrong on that, right? But you've used the SDK as like a base, but modified that way that it's not parachain compatible, right? But you're still sourcing from so many already existing tooling out there. It's still a benefit for you, right? Like using it over some other solutions out there, which I think is just for sure going to be the next kind of like entry point for developers, right? Looking at this and like being able to like, yeah, be more flexible in development, even also working with like more, I would say easy to get, because that's also something we tend to forget, right? It's like Solidity, if you write like on an EVM thing, is something a developer has to like learn from scratch, right? While Rust is used very rightly in the industry, right? Or Go, which is around for years, right? And it's much easier to find developers for your team, right? Being able to build things with that, except of like having to like re-educate your developers you would get in the team completely new to Solidity, for example.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting how there's a lot of developers that know these other programming languages, and they're kind of slowly learning about Polkadot first compared to just learning Solidity. I think lastly, TJ, if you want to end on this question, and then I'll take us out on the last one.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with both previous answers, and instead of kind of, I guess, reiterating all of what they're saying, I think just the main part is the framework that that Polkadot has been providing. As said, just the ability to use this tooling, have the flexibility to optimize your chain for basically any specific use case, and then have built-in security and like cross-chain messaging, basically, allows not only these governments, but basically any company to kind of build for what they're supposed to be doing, rather than focusing on core blockchain, because core blockchain is a very complex problem, and you have to incentivize security, and then there's just like a lot of different incentives at play that a normal company might not understand, that Polkadot kind of just provides right off the bat. And I think that's just extremely attractive for anyone that's trying to enter the space and utilize this technology.
And also, I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. I was TJ kind of adding to that, just like something that just popped to mind. Maybe in like 5 to 10 years, right? We will be sitting here and kind of saying, you know what, like 5 years ago, we choose those app chains because we had a framework, right? And we hadn't had to start from scratch, right? So maybe in 5 years, actually, someone will be here and saying, well, yeah, I've used this technology because, right, there are existing like governance chains out there, right, that are interoperable. There are different like DeFi chains out there that are interoperable, right? So like, I mean, we still have to worry about like building out our own governance, right? Although the framework gives us like a nice way of coding it, we still have to kind of like build it out ourselves sometimes and still have to tweak it, right? But actually maybe in the future, this kind of like idea evolves by like having even more like use case specific chains and so on, right? That you would use them, right? Instead of basically going back to the framework. So maybe in the future it will become actually even easier and you could use even more kind of like pre-built ideas out there. Just something just came to mind I thought might be interesting to add to that.
Yeah, no, I think the infrastructure part of obviously like the Substrate SDK and then basically this cross-chain messaging and the arbitrary data transfer allows for anything to be built, really, like any passing of data. And I think that's why, like, as we said, like specific apps being built is probably going to be more likely in the future where it probably doesn't make sense to have 10 chains with 10 different money markets, whereas that a dominant money market will probably have its own specific parachain as just through XCM messaging can access liquidity or just field transactions from any chain. So, and I think that solves for the liquidity fragmentation I was saying earlier, at least helps with it. So, and that just allows the money market to optimize the chain for whatever it's trying to do. So I think, like you said, the framework's just going to allow for all of these other new use cases to spring up.
100%. And on that note, we'll move to the last question. Just want to talk a little bit about, what do you guys think is some of the problems, with why aren't there more users with things like mass adoption, like maybe specifically with Polkadot? Like, do you guys think it's the UI UX? Would you guys like to see more resources, be directed anywhere? Just give us your final thoughts, and then we'll close with you all giving your final thoughts to like people actually building on Polkadot. But yeah, first let's talk a little bit about adoption, and maybe Adam, you can start. Like, what do you see as some of the problems or things that are holding back people from using these applications?
So I think you started this thing very, very well. So yeah, I do think that there is a problem with user experience in Polkadot ecosystem right now. Like, for example, a very good example of this is Polkadot.js. This is of course more popular explorer and wallet in the ecosystem, and my opinion is that it's not a wallet that should be used by regular users. This is actually a developer tool more than a user wallet. Right now, we do see the new like sub wallet and Nova wallet, for example, the new wallet being built with this in mind. But still, I think for quite some time, Polkadot.js will be the one which is used mostly, and it has really complex. It offers a really complicated user experience. There's way more features and options there than a regular user would be interested in ever clicking. And to perform a simple actions, you are asked questions which are often not really understood by the end users. So I think this is one of the signs of still perhaps pretty early stage of the ecosystem. And we are just entering the stage right now where we are building the user-facing applications. Right now, it was the ecosystem was basically caring mostly about attracting developers, which would build the user-facing apps. Right just now, I think we are actually in the stage where this user-facing apps and interfaces are starting to appear. This is the case also with Subscan, which is also an explorer, but much more targeting the actual regular users than developers. So So yeah, I think this is, of course, this is an obstacle for every blockchain right now. Like there is no blockchain wallet which would be so user-friendly that a non-crypto person could use it without going through several tutorials and asking friends whether it's safe what the person is doing. But I think in Polkadot, perhaps this problem is slightly more prevalent than in I don't know, let's say, of course, Ethereum, but also perhaps Cosmos. So yeah, very much. I think that the biggest obstacle in adoption right now is the UX of the main tools.
Yeah, well said. And I've heard other people talk about, yes, you have to focus on the developers first. And you're not the only one who brought up the criticism of Polkadot.js. So I think there's definitely some work to be done there. And excited to see, what people do.
But Polkadot.js is bad. It's an amazing application, just not for regular user. This is a very good tool for example, developers. And the change even.
Yeah, it's like you got to get the developers first. Obviously, they're like the root, right? Like when you're just thinking of Ethereum and other chains, it starts with the developers. But yes, for our audience watching this, anyone, people want to actually use these applications for sure. I'll move to you next, Fabian. Give us your closing thoughts here.
For sure. Yeah, I would say if we would kind of separate like the users, right, to like end users and developers, right? I think for end users, the problem in general is that even like the use cases we have out there, which I would say mostly either like NFTs or DeFi, right, are not even like mainstream use cases, right? I would say, like, I always have to say at conferences, so like my mom, right, she would never use like a DeFi protocol, right? She would never use like an AMA or things like that. And then I also think that actually with the DeFi hype and everything happening, actually the people made so much money with it anyways, right? It's like they weren't looking at the underlying technology, right? As I said, it's like if you make 10K profit on a Uniswap trade, well, then you pay $150 in gas. Like, why not? Right? You're questioning. Like, it's still a lot of money. You're making profit on it, and I think it's now kind of like time for us to build and then actually realize for the average DeFi user out there, oh, actually, there is no need to pay $150 in gas, right? Or actually, I could use like a dedicated app chain, and I can use the exact same stuff, even more optimized, right? More cheap, and I think it will take some time until this is kind of like settling in, right? Same with NFTs. I think NFTs is pretty much torn towards like artists and musicians, which I also would say isn't the biggest part of our society, right? So I think in general, crypto is lacking some like mainstream adoption in general, right? I think we're like absolutely getting there with kind of like those things coming in. And if then from a developer standpoint, I mean, I can openly say why we have kind of decided against becoming a like a parachain or against kind of like building on a parachain, which I think might be interesting, which is first of all that I said we were more Go native than Rust native. That's more kind of like as a development language decision. And then the other thing was the idea of a parachain with the shared security and the slots, right? This might actually be a UX problem for us, which we didn't understand, but like no one could give us like a clear answer of what does happen if you would drop out of the slot system, right? The answer we got was, well, you're a para-threat, right? But no one could really like explain to us like how is a para-threat, how would the migration process look like, and so on and so on. So like a bunch of like unclear things. So then kind of we decided, let's go with the Cosmos side of things. We built our own security. Yes, that's something we do have to do, right? But then it's like kind of like our responsibility to that and kind of building that up, right? But I also, of course, do see the point of like, well, you can become a parachain, you can share the security. And I think it's a great feature and something you wouldn't have to worry about, right? And maybe it's something where there is an easy answer to it, which we maybe as a team didn't found, right? I don't want to blame it on anyone, but it's just something like, yeah, we just couldn't get like a clear kind of like picture of, I would say.
For sure, there's like a lot of development going on right now. Everyone's still trying to understand the technology, but still bullish on people building. TJ, you can take us out on this question, and then I'll have you all give your final pieces of advice.
Yeah, I guess in terms of like mainstream adoption, I think we definitely have mainstream awareness now, which probably couldn't have been said in 2017, or at least not to this extreme. We have Super Bowl commercials and advertisements everywhere. But in terms of actually kind of onboarding these people, I think just on-ramping capital is still a difficult experience for some people. And even depending on like your location, some people still might not be able to onboard capital. And then I think it's definitely going to come from like the wallet perspective. I think, like Coinbase came out with the wallet, Phantom wallet, MetaMask wallet. Basically, like, almost like, I think someone said like there's a wallet wars about to break out where everyone's racing to, have the most daily active users. And kind of how I see whatever wallet ends up winning is going to be through interfacing a lot of this existing stuff. So like the user's not going to know that they're interacting with blockchain A or blockchain B, but obviously there's going to be a lot of processes happening in the background where a user just has USD in their wallet, and whatever chain they're interacting with is going to be interoperable with whatever action they're trying to do. And that's going to kind of just allow for the user to kind of take whatever action they want without having to understand, which bridge had best security, or how much gas fees do I need and what gas limit do I need to set to make sure my transaction goes through, which for us crypto natives is probably like an extremely easy thing to understand. But for kind of a new user coming in, they're not going to understand that you could lose $100 sending a transaction on Ethereum and it might not even go through. And that's just like money down the drain, which if I was a new user and that happened to me, I probably would just leave the industry because I would be like, this is just like a waste of money. But I think just services that are able to abstract away that kind of complex back-end structure of crypto and essentially have like a Web2 interface for what we're doing is going to kind of be the next step of bringing or onboarding new people to, DeFi and NFTs and basically whatever other use cases crypto provides.
Couldn't agree more, and that's why it was very great like talking to you all, because it does start with the wallets and the infrastructure. Lastly, I just want you all maybe keep it 30 seconds or less. Just give your parting advice to maybe new people building on Polkadot or new people just dabbling in trying to build things. I'll start with you, Fabian.
Yeah, I think would be that basically it's just like the perfect place to start, right? If you would look into that, it's kind of like do a bit of research, right? Have a look of kind of like what you are like using or what you're trying to optimize for, right? And kind of like try to get a clear picture of that. Make sure what kind of demands your app might have in terms of interoperability, right? It's like, what do you want to focus on? Are there maybe existing kind of like solutions out there? So you would kind of like try to really like optimize for that. Other than that, I would say it's a pretty smooth way to start. If you're a developer, things are pretty straightforward. Hop into it, get a feeling for it as you would start really kind of like any other project. It's not any other magic happening there.
For sure. Move to you next, Adam.
So my advice would be, if you're a team thinking about setting up your own chain, don't even think about building it from scratch. I mean, really, like take one of the existing frameworks and use it. Unless you are like a part of a big corporation with like unlimited resources, you don't want to build from scratch. Whether it's Polkadot or other, I mean, that's like probably up to discussion, but you need to use something.
Yeah, 100%. Can't argue with that advice. And lastly, TJ, take us out.
Yeah, I was going to say basically exactly what Adam said is if you don't have to build like an entirely new chain, you definitely shouldn't. You should definitely optimize for kind of your specific use case. And there's plenty of frameworks out there, and basically try to tap into existing communities and existing tooling and infrastructure as much as possible, because otherwise it's gonna take you a while to launch and get your product out there.
For sure. Great advice from all of you, and yeah, thank you all for your time here, and for everyone watching, I suggest you connect with everyone here, rewatch this panel, and stay tuned. We're still bringing you more interviews here at Reimagine v13, and again, I'm your host, Roshan Marachkar. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, It's your returning host, Mutant Ape number 452, communicating with you from the metaverse swamp. Did you know? Polkadot was founded by Gavin Wood, one of the co-founders of Ethereum, where the bored apes live. Anyway, learn why he's now working on a new blockchain that is scalable while providing robust security. Learn about the future of multi-resource NFTs that are being built for high throughput. Welcome to the Building Decentralized Communities in Web3 panel. We cover the importance of community builders and why smart contracts on Polkadot may be the key to bringing multiple Layer 1 blockchain communities together.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine v13. Really excited to be talking about all things Parachains, interoperability, and the Polkadot ecosystem at large. I'm your host, Roshan Marashkar from the Mousebelt team, and today our panel will be discussing DeFi as well as decentralized communities and the growth of the Polkadot ecosystem. Before we get started, I want to welcome in our guests and give them a chance to introduce themselves. So we'll start with you, James. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure being here. My name's James Bailey. I'm the head of business development at OnFinality and Subquery. I'll give a quick intro what we do. So two kind of projects. OnFinality is one of the biggest infrastructure providers across Polkadot. We work with teams and different parachains like Moonbeam to provide infrastructure support. If you're accessing Polkadot through a wallet, it's very likely that your request will go through our nodes on their way to the Moonbeam network. On the other hand, Subquery is all about data indexing. So if you're building an application, you need to access data in a more efficient way. Data in a blockchain is really in a really terrible format in order to query it. Like it's pretty much the worst possible design you could come up with if you wanted to access and retrieve and query data efficiently and fast. So Subquery is like a middle layer there that allows you to access that data, pre-process it, and retrieve it in a format that makes building applications so much easier. So yeah, looking forward to talking today, Roshan.
For sure, and I'll turn it over to Nate.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm Nate Hamilton. I lead ecosystem for Moonbeam. And so generally, my day-to-day looks like just dealing with teams, trying to get people excited to come build with us. And so Moonbeam, at a high level, provide an Ethereum compatibility platform. And that's really our special sauce is the EVM capabilities that we've built into a parachain. And so we've been building Moonbeam for about 2 years, and Moonriver. I don't want to undersell Moonriver, the Kusama ecosystem, so I just help kind of curate the two ecosystems, make connections, and get people excited to come build on either of those platforms.
Yeah, excited to have you both here. I think it's a great pairing, and excited to get into some of these topics. But I think we should start with talking about why did you all choose the Polkadot architecture ecosystem to build your projects on, and maybe what are some of the problems that you saw opportunities with? We'll start with you, James.
Yeah, so like many teams in this space, kind of the first few people in the table were developers, and one thing about Polkadot and Substrate, which is a coding language that Polkadot is built on, it's a very appealing proposition for developers. We like the fact that it's not as opinionated as the Ethereum virtual machine. And obviously Gavin Wood, who co-founded Ethereum and has moved over to kind of lead Polkadot as a bit of a celebrity among developers, among the blockchain developers. So for us, there was an aspect of us kind of nerding out about the technology itself. But after being in this ecosystem for some time, or being in blockchain for some time, you start seeing the problems of these kind of isolated communities, these little islands that form around their own layer one. And when you think for the future and how we must kind of build blockchain if we want it to get picked up by retail adoption, one of those things is interoperability, is being able to work together, being able to talk to each other. And Polkadot, from very early on, Polkadot started really strongly around, okay, we believe this is a way that chains will be interoperable in the future. And we're building this network from day one to enable that future. So rather than kind of trying to squeeze in at the end, Polkadot was built from the outset with that. And that for us was very attractive because we thought 2 years ago that there would be a proliferation of parachains, and I think that's come true. There is a huge number of parachains launching each and every week from here on out. So it's kind of our dreams have been realized.
Yeah, for sure. And move to you, Nate, if you want to break down, you're sort of working on both sides, kind of, helping with the EVM compatibility, but still supporting Polkadot ecosystem. So what was your thought process on, why you chose to build this in the Polkadot ecosystem?
Yeah, in like late 2019, we as a company, PeerStake, were thinking about kind of what else we wanted to do. We have kind of we have a background in infrastructure, and so we've done a lot of nodes, validators, things along those lines. And I think we were thinking about like where the future was going. In late 2019, we were like, it's going to be a multi-chain future. We were pretty committed to that early on, and so when you start thinking about that, you're pretty quickly driven to two ecosystems. One is Cosmos, one is Polkadot. Just based on kind of their core focus, it's really interoperability and it's multiple chains being able to talk to one another. Now there are other chains now that do similar aspects of that, but I think at the time and even now, I think like the two predominant ones were and still are Cosmos and Polkadot. And so we actually started by running validators and kind of poking around and seeing like what else we could do. And to James's point, I think we saw very early on that developer traction in Polkadot was just like so organic, and we were like, when there's like no tokens, there's no real money to be made, there's like this whole like swath of people that are building, you're like, wow, there's some like real force here behind this, and there's true belief. And to us, that was really, really impactful in terms of going and getting an ecosystem of people who want to be there because they want to be there, not because they're getting paid. That's huge. And so that's why we really kind of early on, there are obviously technical things, right? We believed in substrate in terms of the shared security model, all of those kinds of things. We preferred Rust over Go, and so there were technical things. But from my perspective, on just kind of the ecosystem side, the thing that really drew us in was kind of the developer traction and kind of the love for the organic love for Polkadot. And so that's really where we kind of came in, and then Moonbeam followed on, where I think we were, none of us were necessarily like crypto OGs in any way, shape, or form. A lot of us have worked together in the past, more Web 2 focused, and so when we came over, we were just kind of pragmatists in terms of we believed in the Polkadot architecture of shared security, build your own blockchain, and all of those great things, but we were pragmatic in the approach of, well, if we're going to try and get developers to come build on top of us, what do folks in the ecosystem understand? And it was, well, they understand EVM, they understand building on Ethereum. And so how do we take that and all of the developers that have been building there for, at the time, 4, 5, 6 years, and provide them, that same kind of experience. And so that's where we focused on the EVM. And if you look at our messaging, especially even early on, it was very, very focused and clear of we are just going to provide the best place for Ethereum compatible applications to be built. Now it's added on in terms of we're really leaning into being a great place for building natively interoperable projects and things along those lines. But really from the start, it was just kind of a pragmatic approach of the developers in the space know working with the EVM. Let's build something that looks, feels like the EVM, and it has that whole tech stack around it as well.
Yeah, well, I really like that mentality, actually, kind of like not stealing people from another ecosystem, but like almost introducing them to something else. And who's to say you can't be a developer on, yeah, Polkadot and Ethereum at the same time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we early on kind of saw that. I can imagine the BD team at Parity out, trying to talk to teams and get teams excited, especially ones that might have roots in the Ethereum space, kind of going and saying, hey, you've got this great application, you should come build it on Polkadot. It's more scalable, it does more things. But building, a parachain, it's not necessarily for the faint of heart. It's gotten a lot easier since I think both of our teams started a while ago, but it's still like, it's a big undertaking. And so being able to kind of go to market with, well, you can build a parachain, and if that doesn't work, well, Moonbeam, and I know, the team at A-Star, we were kind of the two that were like, well, there's developer platforms where you can kind of come in and get comfortable, and maybe long-term you decide to build a parachain, but it kind of was like, let's give developers an easy access road into Polkadot, because I think we had a lot of the true believers. And I think we needed to kind of help foster more folks to kind of come into this ecosystem, and long term, hopefully, we'll just continue to kind of grow the Polkadot pie.
Yeah, totally. And let's sort of go deeper on how this kind of affects, I guess, the users, and kind of looking into the future a bit. So let's kind of talk about, how does this, all the things you guys are talking about, how does it trickle down into the changes in the DeFi application, or like cross-chain DeFi application, the Polkadot ecosystem, for new users? Maybe if you guys want to talk about either experiences or even new feature sets, maybe, of doing DeFi this way. James, I'll start with you.
Yeah, it's interesting. So where we are in Polkadot, it's still very early days in Polkadot, and you have these kind of communities, Moonbeam especially, where you have quite a lot of activity in the application space. Because Moonbeam has provided that really warm and loving environment where you can build these applications and get them started. But across the rest of Polkadot, there's a lot of early stage developments. We haven't yet kind of seen the proliferation of DeFi apps that we're expecting to see, because things like cross-chain messages, which is like a fundamental piece of the puzzle, allows one parachain to talk to another and communicate, or allows you to exchange an asset from one chain to another, or transfer the asset. This cross-chain messaging format has only just been introduced in the past month, so very early days for Polkadot. But we are starting to see the beginnings of what's to come, right? So this interoperability is a key lens to look at everything through. So what if you could do all the DeFi stuff that you do elsewhere, but you can do it in a way that is a lot more portable? The assets you take, portable. You can benefit from optimizations like on-chain decentralized exchanges, and other improvements that just make life a lot easier. So, it's hard to say right now. We're seeing a lot of stuff happening, but the future's looking pretty bright.
Yeah, I'll let Nate jump in here to talk more about, what are some of the changes you see? Like, do you think it's more on the technical level, like in the app, when users are actually using these DeFi applications, do you think it'll just be because the UX is cleaner, or do you think like people will be more aware that they're not using a blockchain, if that makes sense, through Polkadot, because they're using Parachain?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's probably a lot of answers to that question, but at least in my view, the thing that's going to get more mainstream adoption is going to be front end and wallet support. So I know that there are some really good teams building in the ecosystem that are focused on providing like better wallets that can utilize, whether it's the crowd loan functionality in Polkadot, or things along those lines, where Polkadot.js is extremely powerful, and it's really, really good at I'd say very like complex things, but from a user perspective, it is really hard to work with. And so if we're talking about like mainstream adoption, I think that absolutely it's got to come down to UI, UX, and that includes wallet support, and how do you kind of match those two in a way that users don't necessarily have to know what blockchain they're on or whether it's even a blockchain. For us, and as James had mentioned, XCM just went live 3 weeks ago on Polkadot, and so all of the what I'd call like more high power XCM use cases have yet to necessarily come into production, and so we're starting those discussions right now with all of the Parachain teams about like what can we drive that can only be driven on Polkadot. And so I think you'll see some of that come out pretty soon. I mean, some of the interesting like updates from like our side is we've got this XC20 precompile where when an asset gets moved on to Moonbeam, take Acala's token, when that comes on to Moonbeam, it gets wrapped and it just looks like an ERC20 token to DeFi applications, things like that on Moonbeam specifically, because that's how all of the DeFi, the DeFi and/or Solidity-based code interact with it. It's an ERC20, but when it moves outward off of Moonbeam, it gets wrapped into this XC20 that when it's on a substrate-based chain, it looks and feels like a substrate-based asset. And not an ERC20. So there are some cool things like that we've been working on. But again, it is like still, I feel like we've been saying it's super early days for Polkadot for a while, but like now that all the features are there, I think it is like truly very early days. And I think you'll start to see some really, cool applications start to pop up over the next, 3 months.
But you make a good point around like for us to really take blockchain to the masses, we have to make it look like it's not actually on a blockchain, let alone not being able to figure out what blockchain it was on. It's got to go further than that. It's got to be looking like something that we use every day. And I kind of use the parents test. If you can get your parents to interact with it and use it on a daily basis, I think we've kind of achieved our goals. I don't know how good your parents are of technology, but mine are a little bit old fashioned. But we're just starting to see that come through, and this is something we do a lot at Subcareers. We kind of focus on building that tool that allows developers to build much better user interfaces. And one of the examples of how we work together to do these things is like this cross-chain messaging example. It keeps coming up because it's very critical for Polkadot. It is a kind of a cornerstone of what you're trying to do here. And we're sponsoring a hackathon event with Moonbeam, with Acala and with HydroDX, of 4 teams co-sponsoring a bounty in a North American hackathon to build a user, a kind of explorer for cross-chain messages, a really good user interface, because we all recognize the importance of really easy to understand, easy to visualize user experiences. Not everyone can kind of go through and read out the extrinsics on the chain. You have to be able to see that flow of value of transfer of assets and map that around the ecosystem before it gets too complicated. I guess that speaks as well to like one of the differences of Polkadot, I think, from other networks is how much the teams here work together. There is a huge amount of collaboration, and I'm sure Nate's done a lot in that space, and it's changed a lot over time, especially from the early days where it's just a few teams hacking around in here. But most teams are talking to each other. There's some really active Discord chats where developers are just constantly trying to find solutions together. And there's less of this kind of like zero sum, we're here to win above all else. It's more of this work together to make this better, because we all kind of realize that the sum of the parts is greater. The end result is greater than the sum of the parts.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective, and it's perfect because that's exactly what I kind of wanted to jump into next. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on, kind of explaining the parachain concept a bit, but also like one of my specific questions is, from your perspective, do you guys think parachains currently are being utilized for more specialization, or do you think it's like commercialization? Like, should more parachains be collaborative, or is there like a benefit to kind of being better than one parachain over another per se? Maybe Nate, I'll start with you.
It sometimes can be hard to like, if you're building something, you want it to be the best, and so it can sometimes be hard to to realize that like the sum of the parts is generally greater if you can kind of work together versus kind of trying to silo and have everything under one umbrella. And so yeah, we absolutely I mean, the amount of like code that gets shared between teams and things along those lines where, we're all working together. We obviously have, different go-to-market strategies. We definitely have different focuses and different goals and things along those lines. And I do think it is kind of hard, especially early on with, the first 5, 10, 15, parachains, it is hard not to. I mean, when you're trying to do these crowd loans to get people to come in, you want your slot, you want your marketing, you want all of the things that I think are important, but at the same time, kind of you do have to realize that over time, we are just one big ecosystem, and if we can really hone in on the specialization of each of our blockchains, and we can utilize XCM for the use cases that can't be kind of done today on one chain or across chains that don't have something like XCM in place. I think we're better off in the long run.
And how about the incentive? Could you kind of explain what's the change in incentive for different parachains to work together versus something like Ethereum, EVM, where maybe that sort of model doesn't exist, where you have to be super competitive maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think that in terms of incentives to collaborate is at the end of the day, if you can lean into the specialization of a blockchain, I think that if you can do one thing and do it really, really well, that kind of puts you to a place where whether it's I don't know, whether it's a lending and borrowing team or whether it's derivatives or something along those lines, that if you can do something really, really well and you can go look at other teams that may do something like decentralized storage or something where you can kind of pick and choose between these different parachains to say I need this from here, I need this from here, and you can build a truly decentralized application across the Polkadot ecosystem. I think that is ultimately the end goal, because then you can really focus on doing something very specific and doing it really, really well. So I guess that's just my take though.
And maybe to step back a few steps and maybe explain for those that don't know what parachains mean or are kind of confused by this term that we're explaining. So a common blockchain is its own set, validators, and they're all kind of working together to run this own independent blockchain, which records the state of an ecosystem. Now, the idea with Polkadot was all these blockchains are currently running. There's quite a few at the time, but they're not really talking to each other, and that's not really good. You can't really create a nation when all the states are fighting and refuse to talk. It doesn't work. So the idea of Polkadot was, okay, the core Polkadot chain, we're going to minimize what's on it. Okay, so throw away anything that's unnecessary. Let's just focus on a key few things. So security. We want to make sure that we have enough validators from Polkadot so that Polkadot never is secure and never stops. And each of these parachains that connect to it can kind of take advantage of that. Common heartbeat or block time. So every 6 seconds, a new block's on Polkadot. And that's a common heartbeat that every parachain kind of adheres to. And then a common language. So substrate, but also a lot of these frameworks and standards that all the parachains that connect to Polkadot can understand and communicate with. So after focusing on just the minimal stuff, there's a little bit more, but just the minimal stuff, and also governance. I think that's also worth mentioning, is the governance of being able to change that chain, because we've realized that creating this blockchain and not thinking about how you change it is a really bad idea, because software has to change with the times, has to be improved, and if you kind of make sure that if you kind of require 51% of miners or validators to agree on a change, it's quite difficult, which is what we see with other chains, other layer ones. So with these 4 main approaches, security, that block time, common languages, and the governance, you then built this kind of docking station to which all these other parachains can connect to, and they can all secure their slot, and they can connect to that reload chain, and they all kind of run off that same approach, and they benefit from those 4 common kind of concepts. but they can all talk to each other. So that's the whole parachain ethos, is it's creating this foundation where all these other bespoke blockchains, each layer one, each of these parachains is pretty much your own blockchain for all intents and purposes, but they can still interoperate and talk together. You touched on something which is, the incentives to collaborate. And I like to think of this, going back to that nation of states, right? Like, if you want to build a thriving state that has amazing economic model and is growing because everyone's coming to it, closing your borders and preventing anyone from coming in or leaving is probably not the best way to do it. So there is a huge incentive to collaborate, to make it easy as possible for people to migrate across these chains, to try it out, to enter and see what's happening, and then kind of maybe move on or stay, because it's a good place to be. So ensuring that your borders are open, that you can collaborate effectively and easily with other chains, that's a huge incentive for growing an ecosystem. And, that's, I think, Nate and I do that for our kind of a day-to-day job, is making sure that we can, that we make it easy for other ecosystem players to come in and build amazing things using our technologies.
For sure. Thanks for that explanation. And I think, what I learned from you guys, the way you guys are explaining it, it's like, I think it's like the similar type of business logic that everyone is used to, in the real world per se. So very cool. I want to dive a little deeper into kind of like, what is your guys' approach in building with the community versus like for the community? Like, where do you guys find that balance with what feature set you're trying to build next? I'll go to you, Nate, first.
Sure. I think that, like, being a platform, we try and not necessarily build anything that's not platform related. And so that's really just comes to like the core EVM, stack is really where our focus is, and making sure that compatibility across the board is there for the builders. And so, whether, keeping an eye on new EIPs that kind of pop up that might get implemented, making sure that, we can support those. The interesting thing about the EVM is that a lot of like the tooling and all of the infrastructure around it has been built, right? And that was kind of one of the impetuses for us doing, Moonbeam as the EVM, was there was all of these tools that people knew how to work with already. So whether it was, Open Zeppelin or Truffle Remix, Hard Hat, Waffle, like all of these things are like key for developers, to be able to utilize, to work with. And so we kind of, we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. We kind of had it there. We just had to get Polkadot on it and kind of create that. So yeah, that's where we stand when it comes to like, building infra.
It's like the common like product management challenge. Anytime you build a software company that does B2B sales, there's always the same challenge, which is how do you avoid becoming a project company? And project, the difference in a product and a project is a project you're building stuff for other people, kind of custom for them. A product, you're building something that benefits everyone. And you're going to piss off some people sometimes. It's inevitable. Some people are going to want something and demand it, and you're going to have to say, no, it's not worth our time to do. So that's something that I think both Moonbeam and Skvorc and Opinelli have had to do. Be very careful around that, and there's a lot of product management skills there. I think people underestimate also the amount of work that we put into not technology, like things outside of that. So the documentation, the developer experience, the onboarding guides, the tutorials, the kind of collaboration, and trying to encourage and foster as much of that as possible. And I'm kind of curious to hear from you, Nate, around how do you think things have changed in terms of how you if you going back 2 years when you're trying to invite these projects to come onto Moonbeam, what's changed about your approach from then to now, where you're now kind of a big name and you have that ecosystem that's almost self-sufficient and growing organically now?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly less of an uphill battle. I mean, early days, it would be like, we're creating this thing called Moonbeam, and people were like, what the hell is Moonbeam? And you'd have to kind of go through this. Well, there's Polkadot. And they're like, like Polkadot, Gavin, like, is that shipping? And then you'd have to be like, okay, well, it's coming. And so you'd have much more of an uphill battle to kind of convince people that it was, going to be an interesting ecosystem versus, now I think, I think we're continuing to see that a lot of teams are speaking to us about, hey, look, I want to build like a natively interoperable protocol that has access to Polkadot, has access to Ethereum, maybe AVAX or Polygon, and so we see Moonbeam as a place that's good for building that, because when we that's kind of built in the DNA of Polkadot, which gets pushed to Moonbeam in terms of like interoperability is something we've always just kind of focused on. And so, I think that now that everyone is going multi-chain, I think for the most part, we've got a really strong, compelling story because of the Polkadot ecosystem and, the values that Polkadot really, I think, instilled in us in terms of like interoperability is key to start with. You can build everything after that, but adding on interoperability after the fact, that's a lot harder.
For sure. And I think, you guys both of you are mainly focused on like the infrastructure side of things. So I kind of want to ask you guys, in your perspective, is there like a clear like demographic winner in just the Polkadot ecosystem? Like, could this benefit enterprises and companies more, something like getting more exposure into DeFi? Or do you think ultimately we're seeing the rise of it benefiting like retail investors?
That's the whole point of Parachains, right? Is that you have your own kingdom, you can do whatever you want in that. With like building on Ethereum, it's kind of like you have the Ethereum virtual machine, which gives you some flexibility and freedom. It's kind of like having the freedom to customize your apartment however you want. But with building your own parachain, it's the flexibility of building the apartment building. You can build a huge estate or manor. You can build a massive kind of high-rise apartment. You have the freedom, right? So it does lend itself a bit more to like, and we get, it's a very early stage network, right? And you get a lot of networks that have gone straight for these big banks and government organizations and kind of talked a big game about privacy and security but you can do whatever you want on Polkadot, and I think people don't quite realize what people can do. And it's one of our tasks, both Moonbeam and on Finality and Subcareer, is that we have to kind of show off what is possible. And I think that is one of the shortcomings of Polkadot. Is we're too focused building right now. We need to spend more time kind of talking about what we're building and why it's so easy to do that here.
For sure. And like Nate, maybe if you want to go into like how much of the network structure, the architecture is the selling point, because like there's been a lot of reports, Polkadot is like the most green blockchain proof of stake network. So yeah, how much of like the actual technology, the architecture, things that people are still understanding, what you guys are working on, maybe turns into like business opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Polkadot narrative is certainly one that continues to like resonate with people. I mean, sometimes you'll meet folks that are, whether they're ETH maxis or whether they just say like, yeah, I don't believe in the Polkadot kind of like setup or whatever. Like, yeah, people have opinions, but I think ultimately the majority of folks and builders we talk to are they're believers in Polkadot long term. I think they've probably somebody kind of said a couple of weeks ago, they were like, I feel like Polkadot's just been like underplayed for like the past year, and now that things are live, you're going to start to see more come out. And to echo kind of what James had said about your question about like who does it most impact, I do think that you're going to start to see bigger enterprises start to probably look at Parachains, because you can build it from scratch, from the ground up. You can control every aspect of it. You can get the shared security of Polkadot, but it can be your own blockchain. So you can be a public blockchain that's almost permissioned, which is, I think, something that a lot of these, like early days, like R3 and Corda and IBM, they were, private ledger, all that kind of vernacular, like that didn't make sense. But a public blockchain that has the ability to be permissioned in some ways, I think that's a pretty compelling story. So I think you'll see more more interesting use cases start to pop up for Polkadot over the coming year.
For sure. And James, I don't know if you have anything to add before I ask my last question to you guys and we wrap up the panel.
No, I think Nate covered it pretty well.
Sure. To kind of end things off, I think we've covered a variety of topics. Maybe if you guys want to give, your 1 to 3 pieces of advice for new builders on Polkadot. And James, you can go first.
Wow. I always ask the same question, but I never quite think of the answer. I think most importantly, it's talk to people. There's a lot of very friendly people in this ecosystem. We're all incentivized not to see our own kingdoms grow, but to see the ecosystem grow. We all are believers that collaboration and communication and all those things kind of benefit us all more than not doing them. So just talk to different teams. The first step, if you're planning to build in this ecosystem, is talk around the place, ask for introductions, you'll get it. You can kind of access anyone here. The second one is do design for collaboration from the start. If you're in Polkadot and you're trying to build your walled garden, it's probably not the best place. Go use something else. You can still do it in Polkadot, of course, but you can still use Substrate. But I think building in Polkadot is better if you build for collaboration from the outset. I think that's all that comes to mind at the moment.
Yeah, no, love it.
Yeah, I would say that get similar to what James said, get active in the ecosystem. I mean, I just think that like teams like like Moonbeam and Subquery have been in this ecosystem for 2+, 3+ years, 4+ years in some cases, that like the wealth of knowledge I think that teams have started to amass, the amount of open source code that's been created, like myself and Derek, our CEO, like we continue to meet with teams. I tell the BD team at Parity, as well as like the builders team, like I'm always open to talking to new parachains. Like any team that's building a parachain, like we're happy to talk to, we're happy to give feedback, we're happy to continue to make connections in the ecosystem, because I think ultimately what will set us apart is the collaboration aspect of what Polkadot can drive, and so we really need to lean into that, and we need to be supportive of new teams building in here. And so get active, reach out, get help, whatever you can do, because I think every team in this ecosystem is willing to help new teams that are building.
Yeah, great advice. Thank you both for your time here. I really enjoyed the conversation and all the great comparisons you had. And for the rest of you who are still tuning in, our audience, stay tuned. We still have more interviews at Reimagine v13. Thank you.
Hello, I'm your host from the Mutant Ape Yacht Club, from the swamps and the metaverse, bringing you into Reimagine v13, covering Polkadot and interoperability. The Relay chain is Polkadot's hub and serves as the main hub for parachain auctions, governance votes, and security infrastructure. Powered by Substrate, the programming library that helps build custom blockchains in the Polkadot ecosystem. Will the world run on EVM, or will WASM step up to the challenge? Welcome to the Promise of Web3 panel. We cover use cases for institutional DeFi and look at the impact new business models such as multi-purpose blockchains produce.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine v13. Excited to be here talking about all things parachains and interoperability, and of course, Polkadot. I'm your host, Roshan Marajkar from the Mousebelt team, and today our panel will be discussing the cross-chain impact in Web3, and really excited to have some companies here that were selected from the Berkeley Blockchain Accelerator, the 2022 cohort. So first, let's introduce everyone. Let's meet all of our guests. So we can start with Alex.
Hello, I'm Alex. I'm the co-founder and CEO of ABEM. That's an institutional and retail parachain in Polkadot, which is willing to onboard different institutions into the crypto space through Polkadot.
And next, we can go to Erasmus.
Good day, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Erasmus. I'm head of product at Satoshi Pay, the company currently building Pendulum, which is a blockchain that is building this missing link between the DeFi ecosystems and the fiat by essentially bringing in as many robust and stable fiat tokens into a network to allow people to do nice things with them.
Awesome. And Adam?
Hey, what's up, everyone? My name is Adam. I'm the CEO and co-founder of BitGreen. We're a parachain project in the Polkadot network that's focused on sustainability and corporate ESG. Primarily, we help real-world projects and assets, such as renewable energy projects, microfinance, as well as conservation projects that produce carbon credits to raise financing. So we help to capitalize those projects. And then we provide additional resources to those projects, as well as provide liquid tokenized markets for investors in those projects to then get liquidity in the event that they're looking to exit their position prematurely before some of those projects actually mature. Very good to be here.
Awesome. And the rest of the ABEM team?
Yep, I can continue. Well, my name is Tony, and I'm also from Spain, from Mallorca, Balearic Islands. And nowadays, I'm the CPO and co-founder in the Alen team.
Yeah, here is Bernat, joining the rest of the Alen team. Also from Barcelona, Spain, civil engineer, and currently now the CFO of the company. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, awesome. Now that we've kind of introduced everyone, let's sort of get into it. And I think the first question, let's first break down kind of, what a parachain is and talk about, why did you all choose the Polkadot infrastructure to build a lot of your projects? So I'll go to Adam first, if you maybe want to break down a bit, why did you choose Polkadot? And explain to everyone maybe what are some of the differences between a regular blockchain?
Yeah, happy to do so. Well, the decision for BitGreen to choose Polkadot actually is kind of dependent on a few other previous decisions that we made. The first was because in many ways, like we're a hybrid infrastructure as well as applications for sustainability. So obviously there is a way for us to orient and construct our platform by being a network of smart contracts. And we could have done so on top of a variety of different parachains, or to do so on top of a general purpose blockchain. Which kind of leads me to answer the first question, which is, what are parachains, or how do those distinguish themselves from other blockchains? So in my mind, a blockchain is an operating system, right? In a way, it's a distributed, it's a way to share computing power and security amongst a variety of different applications. And there are large general purpose blockchains and blockchain networks such as Ethereum or Solana or Avalanche, where there's very little separation between the actual settlement layer of transactions and the application layer. As a result, what we see on Ethereum and others is a tremendous amount of congestion when different applications with different requirements for data usage and speed compete with one another for the same amount of block space. That results in delays, as well as congestion fees, high gas fees, as well as creates a lot of kind of unintended consequences and incentives for like sandwich attacks and whatnot amongst miners and validators. So BitGreen decided that we wanted to create a blockchain that was specifically geared towards sustainability, not only to avert some of those not only inconveniences, but inefficiencies. But then also what was important for BitGreen was that we don't view sustainability or ESG as like a bug of a normal business process or as a nice to have feature. We view it as a revenue center, as the actual product. And therefore having an entire blockchain that is 100% geared and focused and designed toward that ultimate aim made sense. It made sense to be able to optimize our entire governance and tokenomics, as well as the technology, in order to advance and motivate the type of behavior that we want to see, which is sustainable behavior. After we made a decision to not build at the application layer or to be smart contracts, instead we wanted to be infrastructure, we wanted to be a layer one, our decision came down to basically 3 choices. Number 1, go it alone. Number 2, Celo. Number 2, Cosmos. Number 3, Polkadot. The reason why we chose Polkadot very quickly is number 1, we believed in the technical capabilities of the core team, of the Parity team. That was very meaningful for us. We wanted to be aligned with an organization that had not only the technical stripes and had built blockchains before, also was very well funded and had, we would say, the correct notion of how to scale blockchains, which is to separate the settlement layer with the application layer. The relay chain on Polkadot is kind of like shared computational space, right? It exists solely for the purpose of settling transactions. And then application-specific programming and apps have been differentiated and reside on individual blockchains. So in some sense, the Polkadot network is really a constellation of alliances amongst many different purpose-built and purpose-designed blockchains. And that made a lot of sense for us as a blockchain that was committed to sustainability. So we kind of view ourselves as a purpose-built blockchain built for purpose.
Yeah, I think that's a great explanation. And I recently read that I think Polkadot is, being proof of stake is one of the most energy efficient blockchains. So I think for a lot of the viewers watching out there, I think this is definitely going to be an important consideration. And as we get into our talk, excited to hear more about what you guys think. Is this going to help some of the institutions get in more retailers? But yeah, maybe I want to go to Erasmus next. Maybe break down a bit about why your team chose to build on Polkadot.
Yeah, great. Thanks. So Satoshi Pay has been building blockchain products for quite a while. We have this vision that we've been pursuing for close to 7 years, I think, of connecting the world with fast and small transactions to make it super fluent, basically. It's this dream that was in there with the early web. When you started thinking about moving data around, of course, it was obvious that we should also be able to move money around, value around just as easily. So we actually built online payment products using Bitcoin when that was still feasible with the transaction fees. So it's like dinosaur age stuff these days. So and we were based in Berlin, so we actually were very close to the whole Ethereum teams there, and saw the growth in that direction, where we focus more on just the settlement, not so much the smart contract for a while. We, however, saw more and more there was a need for more complex and sophisticated smart contract layer to achieve some of the things that we're working on, and especially for the Forex, for the foreign exchange, market making there, so the exchange of one currency to another. We saw the automatic market makers appear, and it was incredibly appealing to us. So we needed to build something more sophisticated that would allow us to execute complex smart contracts. At that time, we were working on Stellar, which is a network more in line with something like Ripple, which is not at the moment smart contract capable. So we thought, how can we connect these two brilliant visions of the world? Stellar is more focused around regulation and sort of embedding into the traditional finance system and bridging and the real world use case for the masses. But how can we bring this kind of next generation layer to it? So we looked around and we found what is the best way of getting this kind of second layer going, and we found Substrate as a framework. Substrate is it's sort of an out of the box blockchain, which is actually the basis of both Polkadot and Kusama. So it's really battle tested. Cosmos, as you mentioned, also has a similar SDK. We were looking around, trying out different things, but Substrate just seemed like the most appealing technically. We then realized that to make it work at its best, we had to also use the relay chain, which is this sort of core connecting layer in the Polkadot. Sometime I'll talk about Kusama as well. It's the same as Polkadot, but it's kind of the wild cousin network, kind of a test net with real money. So when you hear me say .sama or Polkadot and Kusama, it's all the same thing. Basically, but that the relay chain layer that they can connect all these different ecosystems also became incredibly appealing to us, because this is exactly what we wanted to do. So being in the blockchain industry for so long, what we've seen is a lot of issues coming up and sort of repeating themselves, well, not repeating themselves, but rhyming, I guess. And we've seen a lot of fragmentation, right? So in a decentralized system where anybody can join, you'll end up seeing a lot of people doing the same thing over and over again in slightly different ways, and no like efficient way of connecting to each other. There's a lot of bridges, and we've seen again and again that the bridges come with a certain risk. Like a different approach to that, the thing that Parity with Polkadot did with the relay chain, where there's more of a sort of a community-based approach, where you get some kind of network guarantees, was very attractive to us. Also, there's some nice things like the governance structures, like there's an inbuilt DAO, and there's an upgradability, so it's easy to actually push these updates, which some of these previous protocols haven't included. And of course, that's some of the co-founders of Ethereum who've seen like the early days of building a smart contract network, all that knowledge, that they could bring that into a new network and start rethinking some of the basics, was also very attractive. So in short, Pendulum, we're trying to again bring in as much sort of robust fiat liquidity into our network from different places, and then sort of distribute it into other ecosystems, and also import it into our ecosystem. But we cannot just go anywhere. It's going to be the Wild West, and we need to have a strong community of qualified projects, right? This is where the crowd loan feature, the fact that you have to put your money where your mouth is to join, right? So there's a vetting process to get into the relay chain network, and just a community around it as well. Just a day-to-day community of talking to people. We're part of the Substrate Builders program. And it's just an amazing community, with people thinking about some of the most important challenges that we're facing. And one final thing, I'm sorry, I've been speaking for a long time, but I just want to say this, that also the scalability issue is of course a constant in blockchain. And it's really interesting. It's not really well promoted, but I can share some links maybe afterwards. But there's actually a lot of very interesting work being done at both sort of the delivery layer of how the data is sort of pushed around, in some of the consensus solutions. Basically, at every single layer of the layer stack, there's some very promising work being done by Parity. So I'm also quite hopeful, very optimistic that the scalability issue will be tackled on the Polkadot on the .sama network. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that explanation. And I like how you started off with, kind of explaining your intentions, and then you kind of found Polkadot along the way, kind of met some of your, what you were looking for to build. And I think a lot of people don't know that, who's building Polkadot right now, he was one of the co-founders of Ethereum as well. So yeah, it's quite interesting. So let's sort of go deeper into some of these topics. Let's kind of talk about, why is having cross-chain ability so important? Why is interoperability so important for adoption? I'll go to the Avim team first. Alex, maybe do you want to break down, tell everyone why interoperability is so interconnected to future adoption, and what are some benefits do you see, Polkadot leading the way in this sector?
Yes, so on the whole Polkadot ecosystem, just to give a little glance, is the relay chain, and there's 100 parachains just below. The Polkadot is a layer 0, and then there's 100 parachains, which are layer 1s, which each one of us belongs to each one of these parachains. So on building this whole interoperability, Polkadot is more or less the master of it, because as all layer zeros, what they are trying to do is to join in some sort of way these other layer ones. In the case of Polkadot, is all the parachains. In this sense, they've been putting in place for the last several months, but now this is already live. XCM, which is or XCMP, which is the whole protocol which is making everything fully interoperable, which you can leverage stakings or other features of other parachains into your own parachain, or there's dApps which are fully cross-chain, stakings, etc. In this sense, even the whole tokens with the new feature XC20 token, the equivalent to RC20 token in Ethereum, is making that all the different tokens in each parachains are totally interoperable. And even this XC20 token can go into EVM compatible blockchains. So this XC20 token can go in hardly all the blockchains, which are nowadays live, which are the majority are EVM or even a Polkadot one.
Yeah, there's a lot of standardization coming out, and even the XCM technology for communication. So it's really interesting to see all these updates. And Bernard, do you want to kind of talk a little bit about, do you think there's more room for innovation for institutions to get into DeFi through Polkadot versus something like Ethereum and other costly networks, or will it benefit retail users more?
In our opinion, there's more room for growth for institutions inside Polkadot. Why? Because we defend that and this is one of the main reasons that we are in Polkadot, that the future is cross-chain, it's not multi-chain. What we mean by that? We mean that the problem that we have now with too many layer ones, at the end they are like a copycat of Ethereum, is that in crypto, you are separating all the liquidity from other layer ones in different virtual nations. So the good thing of Polkadot is having an ecosystem that there's no need for bridges, especially when there's a big danger of bridges of being hacked, and also because of having all the liquidity in one whole ecosystem of 100 parachains. So you can transfer native tokens from one parachain to another without having to separate this liquidity. And this is a characteristic that institutional players like a lot. And we think that being in Polkadot is the best way to offer, for example, bankable dApps to all these big players.
Yeah, and yeah, it's interesting you bring up the hacks and security. I think this is a really good point for Polkadot, because we've seen other networks, try to build cross-chain things, and it doesn't really always work out because you have to worry about both networks. So yeah, I think there's definitely somewhere there. I want to jump to Adam real quick. Do you have any perspective on maybe on the ESG side? Like, do you think institutions will be more willing to, obviously use a layer 0 or another layer 1 that's more eco-friendly? And then I think after this, we can get into talking a little bit about like EVM compatibility and things like that.
It's undeniable that institutions across the board, whether those are corporates using their balance sheets or their operating or their means of production and operating structures, to asset managers and other large institutions, even like multilaterals, are extraordinarily curious and interested in blockchain. And one of the major impediments to them getting involved is the energy intensity and consumption of proof of work consensus mechanisms. That's just an undeniable fact. We read that in the newspaper, we see it over Twitter, we see it reported in the news, and then we also hear it privately when Bitgreen and others actually speak to these large institutions. They realize that the energy consumption of proof of work consensus is going to be a showstopper with their stockholders and their shareholders. So they're looking to other mechanisms or other bridges to be able to utilize blockchain-based distributed ledger technology. It just so happens that Polkadot was ranked by Bloomberg as the most energy efficient blockchain. But we're talking about like something that's way in the right tail compared to some other POS mechanisms. So I'd like to kind of shift when we discuss energy efficiency or call it sustainability. There's really a more nuanced way to look at this. The first dimension is just simply to look at like, what is the energy consumption of a certain network? It's kind of like saying, how much sugar am I eating? Or like, how many packs of cigarettes am I smoking a day, right? We're focusing on the negative, like how many donuts am I having over this weekend and how many beers am I throwing back? And then we can just focus on like, all right, if me as a person, if I'm gonna try to be healthier, I'm gonna like live a better life, then I need to stop eating donuts. And that's like one easy way to look at it. It's meaningful, but it's kind of superficial, right? Which is to focus on the negative. The other way to do it is to just think like, what is the total capacity of a network and all its constituent products, people, knowledge, resources, programming, capital, etc., right? To actually do good in the world. So like we can take a very singular perspective and say like Polkadot is more energy efficient than someone else. But if it's more energy efficient by like a cat's hair, does it really matter? No. Like every chain is going to be able to offset its energy consumption. And frankly, like that is happening already. Near's doing it, Polygon is doing it, Celo is doing it. There are other chains that are just like buying carbon credits to offset their energy consumption, even though POS is 99.95% more energy efficient than proof of work. The next level, right, of this conversation, like the advanced level gameplay, is how do we actually utilize the resources that are inherent, right, and present in this ecosystem, and then use those resources, leverage them to the maximum capacity to actually create positive impact in the world. That's the type of story that will get told in boardrooms and at conferences and at the water cooler and amongst people peer-to-peer. Not so much like, hey, Polkadot uses less energy than Ethereum does, and Ethereum less than Bitcoin, but instead, what is the positive and constructive impact that this network is actually having, and how is it using the capabilities that are maybe only possible through, let's say, like cross-chain messaging within the Polkadot ecosystem to be able to transact and send value quickly, scalably, and securely here within Polkadot that may not actually be possible Polygon or on other layer ones.
Yeah, I like your answer. I think it was very realistic, and I kind of agree with what you're saying, if I understood correct. Like it's more about the output and not just like putting a sticker and saying like we're just energy efficient. But I agree there might be ways for every chain to maybe bridge over. Maybe they're bridging over to like, maybe they're using Polkadot,
think about
right?
it this way again, like how many people set these New Year's resolutions? Most New Year's resolutions are like, I'm gonna stop doing, again, donuts, right? Smoking, whatever that is. You're far better off focusing on a positive behavior. Like I'm gonna get to bed by 10 or 10:30. I'm gonna have a healthy breakfast. I'm not gonna surround myself with negativity, right? I'm gonna surround myself with other healthy, inspirational people who are helping me live my best life by role modeling for me. And then by virtue of doing those better things, like you just start eating fewer donuts, right? Like that's just going to become organic and natural based on this new mode of thinking, which is I want to do more good, not I'm going to do less bad, because if I'm doing less bad than someone doing even more bad, then I'm better than them.
Yeah, and I see that mentality across, all of you and even the people in the Polkadot ecosystem, like kind of working together and not trying to, just create projects or create more things just for the fun of it. Yeah, I want to switch gears a bit, or kind of go deeper into talking about like EVM compatibility and kind of where the opportunities for innovation. So I'll jump to Erasmus next. Can you talk a little bit about, I know with Pendulum, you're working on kind of fiat optimized smart contracts for allowing more people to kind of bring more of their assets easily into the ecosystem. In your view, do you think that EVM, will EVM compatibility always be the gold standard? Or do you think non-EVM chains, there's more room for innovation and you can move faster?
Oh, great person to ask this. So I have a personal opinion, and we have a joint opinion as well in our company. So let me first of all start by saying that our CTO, Thorsten Stüber, just recently conducted some research where he was stress testing or sort of benchmarking WebAssembly, which is sort of the core runtime engine out of the box on Polkadot and in Substrate, this framework that I was talking about. And compared that to, for example, running EVM in that same environment, and came up with the result that it's like 2-3 orders of magnitudes faster to use this WebAssembly. So a little background, I don't know, just tell me if I'm over-explaining here, but WebAssembly is basically a new web standard that is developed by the World Wide Web Consortium. So it's actually just intended for your browser to run more complex programming in your browser in a safe manner. And it's basically supported by all the major players. I think Mozilla, Google, these kind of tech giants have all sort of dedicated themselves to this, and it's being rolled out in all browsers. I am personally very bullish on this. The EVM, Gavin Wood, who is one of the co-founders of both Ethereum and of Polkadot. He was there at the beginning and saw EVM, the Ethereum virtual machine being rolled out. And it was, you start out with certain assumptions and you embed certain sort of biases into it, and you try to solve some things, and then you think, okay, we'll solve it again in the future, let's just get it running now. And there's a lot of inefficiencies baked into that, as any standard will have over time, especially when you're doing something so innovative and just completely changing the industry changing as EVM. However, there's always this question: do you then jump ship at some point and start with something new, or do you try to just make it work? Because of course it's very embedded. It has a lot. It's very sticky now. People know Solidity. People can see a future there. There's a lot of liquidity if you build it like that. So my personal design spirit as somebody who's product oriented, I love simplicity and I love efficiency, and I love when there's an industry standard that comes up. However, we also have to acknowledge that as a network is nothing without liquidity on it, without a community around it. So there's always that balance. What we're doing right now is we are working on setting up a WebAssembly alliance for all projects, both on Cosmos, on Polkadot, on any other blockchain that's working on using WebAssembly. I also call it WASM sometimes. Anybody who's working with that, we're sort of setting up an alliance to try to promote this technology as a standard, and trying to go the furthest we can together. So we are actually in the beginning here just focusing around WebAssembly. We're not going to have the EVM compatibility in the first instance, and then further down the line we will include so a little background on our roadmap. We're first going for Kusama Parachain, which is this wild cousin network. For there it will be WASM only. And when we go for the Polkadot Parachain, then at that point we will also have EVM compatibility. But ideally, Polkadot will bring a very strong community around WASM, and we hope to be part of that movement. But it's sometimes you cannot of course control the crowd out there and the community. So we also know that we have to also adapt to the existing standards if it's required.
I think it's a well-balanced answer, and I'll jump to Tony next. If you want to kind of break down, you guys are building cross-chain DeFi, how does the talks about EVM compatibility versus like non-EVM, how does that affect maybe the way you guys build and just your perspective?
I want to say that I completely agree with Erasmus on the sense of being completely with the with a friendly UX UI simplicity, because I think that's the main point why the EVM is more used than others, is because it's simple to use, it's easy to use. That's why the people loves it. One of the main points on Polkadot is being able to build a simple UX UI that's not difficult for the rest of the people. If we want to really onboard people from outside DeFi inside, we need to build an ecosystem easy to use. I think this is super super important. And also I know that we want to talk later about the educational side of Polkadot, but I really think that in that sense, there is a little lack of knowledge, let's say, on the Polkadot. In my opinion, I really think that these kind of conversations are really useful for the ecosystem, because people really need to know more about Polkadot. And probably if they could really know the real potential of the whole Polkadot, probably will boost our ecosystem altogether, because I really think that Polkadot is a very, let's say, underrated blockchain of blockchains.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, that was my next topic. So let's jump into it. I'll go to you, Alex. My question is, so do you guys think could you guys see a world where there should be a dedicated parachain, just to education? This could be like making content, or maybe pushing more into university students. And yeah, what do you guys think is some of the barriers or things that are holding back Polkadot from maybe reaching more people?
I think there should be a parachain which is like some sort of academy. Maybe even Moosbelt can apply for one of them and lock dots there.
We would love to.
All of us could help. Or even Berkeley, as we are all in Berkeley. Berkeley and Moosbelt do a joint venture there. In this sense, I think it would be very optimal, because then there would be this sort of mix of games between the whole economy and knowledge being put in one single parachain, and it could be like a sort of open source parachain for all universities to come on board. And there could be on top Berkeley, MIT, universities from Barcelona, Germany, etc. And they could even leverage their different, not only knowledge, also, let's say, Erasmus programs and all these different things, at least in Europe, that are going on, to exchange these students all over. Maybe this could be even helpful to do it through a parachain, through a layer one.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll jump to you next, Erasmus. What's your perspective on how important, or what's the educational gap right now? Is it like between is it between institutions and understanding technology, or is it more retail users?
That's a very good question, and something. So I'm spent most of my days very deep into the technical and product details of the fundamentals of the network that we are building. And this adoption is something I of course hear more from the growth team, where we work, the growth and marketing team, and the struggles that people have in that direction. I of course naturally gravitate towards evaluating something on its product capacities, and then my spirit is if a product delivers on the fundamentals, and it keeps doing the good work and taking the right decisions, and then from my point of view, then that product will succeed over time. And my first principle point of view is that Polkadot has the capacity to solve the scalability issue, fragmentation issue. It has already embedded a lot of thought into regulation, decentralized regulation through the governance mechanism, plus it has the upgradability. So for me, it checks so many of the fundamental boxes. But of course, that doesn't mean that the wider audience will capture this. And here is actually where I think Pendulum will play a strong role, because what we are really focusing on is to bring on and off ramps to the network. So this kind of last mile delivery, where you are in the token universe, things are a lot smoother when you're already in there, but when you actually need to liquidate to actually start using the tokens with the other people who don't hold crypto, then of course you need these banking integrations. And this is something that we're working on as well on the network, and that then I think the use case that's one side. We're working on just simply being useful, right? So you see you're in a jurisdiction or in a country where it's really hard to make these cross-border transactions, and you find a solution that works. That's education enough, right? That's all that needs to be said. And then on the and this is sort of our main approach. But of course, I never thought about an educational parachain before. I think getting universities more involved, I think is an absolutely brilliant idea. This is where we see, of course, a ton of excitement and fresh thinking. And I think there's also a lot of scope at universities. We work very closely with the professors at German universities. And I also know of many other universities where there's a lot of interest academically on these topics. So definitely something that would be very interesting to build. But in short, there's two ways of doing education. One, be really useful, show people that this is worth going through, even if it's a little difficult, then people are willing to learn. And two, of course, get these knowledge hubs where there's a lot of smart people, very interested and looking for new challenges, like a university, for example.
Yeah, I would love to connect with some of those professors and university students, or they just want to learn and they actually use the products, like you said. So definitely agree. I'll jump to you, Adam. Do you think there's any like overlap between kind of what you're working on and, you know, maybe do you think the adoption in the Polkadot ecosystem is on pace, or do you think some education about maybe specifically what you're doing with more green incentives might, if people knew more that it used less energy type thing, that they would use the network more, things like that, or even with students?
I don't know what the timeline is internally with Parity and other teams in terms of onboarding users, capital, and other apps. Very clearly, we can borrow from kind of the history of traditional business and startups, which has kind of given us the last 20 years or so of history, where startups have been building technology and then trying to like poach or gain the usership from, let's say, like analog activities, or like now Web 2 over to Web 3. Your product has to be 10 times better. Otherwise, inertia sets in and people are unwilling to move. So I think that's Polkadot's primary challenge, and that's the primary challenge of every other layer one that's attempting to bring capital, users, and engineering teams who are now building on EVM over to their ecosystems. So like we can have just a superior product that also needs to be something that's not merely significantly superior, but then also needs to be recognized as superior by the people who are going to use it. And it needs to be not by just a slim margin, but by 5x, 10x. It needs to be clearly better. And then it needs to continue to perform to lock those users in. And it's very hard to make that case when, you know, many applications being built on Polkadot are like kind of copy paste of what already exists on EVM chains. And of course, like there are some very unique use cases here in Polkadot. And many of those copy pastes are fundamental to a thriving ecosystem. But if we're really discussing like how to make Polkadot the premier network and how we bring like capital off of EVM chains and then onto Polkadot chains, for example, then it needs to be 10 times better and it has to have unique use cases. One of those unique use cases, like just to be self-promotional, is Bitgreen and sustainability. We aren't on any other chain. And it's very unlikely that anyone could develop or build what we're attempting to do on top of Ethereum. It really can't be done. It requires its own chain. There are some other really unique use cases as well. So if there's a good case to be made for having an educational parachain, no doubt that economic activity is kind of a product of opportunity and then capability. And the capability comes from education. So it's not merely a question of like making business development inroads at universities and schools. All of that is super important. Fast forward like 5-10 years from now, like that will be a real application of blockchain technology in the classroom. We will see that. Can that product be 10 times better with a parachain that interconnects and interoperates with other parachains within the Polkadot ecosystem? And is there like shared capabilities so that that solution can be delivered in a manner that is not just more efficient, it's superior and it's faster to market than if one were to build that on an EVM chain? I think that's the big question. But there's no doubt, I think that if we're looking for Polkadot to contend with Ethereum, right, it needs to poach capital, resources, talent, move those off of Ethereum, right? It's not enough to just say like, well, we have interchain messaging. That just doesn't resonate with the vast majority of people. It's incumbent on Polkadot, writ large, the ecosystem, to develop unique applications and unique uses of technology that don't exist elsewhere, and that frankly can only exist on this chain at the level of performance that's possible within the Polkadot ecosystem.
I really like that answer. I think that answer goes across to like anyone who's building across any chains. Like, what can you build on whatever chain you're building on that's unique to that chain that people can't replicate, like you said. I think, yeah, I would say not that replication is not important, but as we're seeing, not all the like copy paste projects really last when things get tough right now. But we're all still here building. I have one more question.
I would like to add. I would like to add one thing about the educational parachain concept, which is pretty cool. I think that we are moving towards an era where what is known as a job in the 20th century will cease to exist. What I mean by that is that there will no be work for all. This makes me think that people in general will have more free time to devote to themselves. So I do see a large part of the middle class becoming like almost necessary investors. So what I mean by that is that Web3 will have to create a new middle class of digital age, but this time not between rich and poor, like that 20th century, but between those who thrive in this crypto borderless world, the digital native people, and those who don't, the digital illiterate people. So this is why I strongly support, and it's really important, this initiative to build an educational parachain, which I think that is really a brilliant idea.
No, 100%. I'm glad we brought it up and we talked about it. I haven't seen any other parachains just focus on education, and I really like all the ideas here of, yeah, I can totally plug in and support the other parachains out there. In some of the other panels, a lot of people are discussing, parachains should work with each other, be more collaborative than competitive. But I know there's an aspect to that as well. To end things off, I'll just go around. If all of you want to give your final thoughts on what are the future business model or products that you're excited about on Polkadot, or give us your one or two best pieces of advice for builders on Polkadot. Alex, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I would say the most unique feature on the whole Polkadot is this interoperability, so that you can leverage things from one parachains to the other parachains, or one dApps to the other dApps. I think this is game changing. And these tokens, which are through all parachains without breaches and going to EVM compatible blockchains, that's also game changing. I would really encourage different projects to go into the different parachains to build there, because you can leverage this ecosystem, which is fully cross-chain, and as Erasmus said, build it up on top of WebAssembly, WASM, and this Rust substrate ecosystem, which has much more features and more advanced ones than Solidity.
Yeah, I would like to add something on the XCM part. It's important to know that this XCM is not only for the assets. I mean, we can change in a horizontal way. I mean, parachain between parachain, not only assets but also smart contracts and a lot of type of information. So I think this is an opportunity for different parachains to try to collaborate and try to share in any way the unique feature of each parachain between them. So yeah.
And Bruno, we'll go to you next.
I think that for me, the game changing in Polkadot is not dividing liquidity. I mean, having all the native tokens from all the layer ones being able to move around one whole ecosystem, a blockchain of blockchains. As Tony mentioned before, is Polkadot. I see it in the next 2-3 years being one of the top cryptocurrencies.
For sure. And Erasmus, if you want to go next.
Sorry, my daughter just joined for a second. Can I just ask what was the question again?
Oh, no worries. Just give us your final thoughts on, either advice on like what are the future business models on Polkadot, or what are you excited about, or advice for like new builders who are building on Polkadot.
So my advice is that it's one of the most exciting technologically developing communities out there, and I think the community is actually one of the strong key drivers here. So personally, I would love to see, there's approaches to this, but I would love to see a solution to the secret key UX, which is a showstopper, still is after a decade of people trying to solve this. So there's a lot of progress being made there, but it's still a big obstacle for adoption. So I would love to see somebody come in and work on that. And come and join Polkadot as one of the strongest communities out there, simply because you are part of a group of serious projects that have to put their money where their mouth is to show they can get in there. And there's a lot of willingness to simply be in a community and build in that community. And I think that's incredibly exciting.
Well said. For anyone watching this, yeah, there's tons of opportunities to build with everyone here in the community. Lastly, Adam, take us out and give us your best advice.
Cool. My advice is build a company with a viable business model, a model that is not reliant on like DeFi, NFTs, the innovation or the gambling or investing that took place in the wake of the DeFi spring and summer. Like that trade is over now, right? And this is a rapidly professionalizing and maturing market, which is good. We should be applauding that and cheering it and commending this transition. The next wave of innovation will be bridging real world business models on chain, right? And then re-releasing those into the real world. And the teams that do that and the ecosystem that supports it and pushes for those type of business models is going to win out in the end. It's not going to be the ecosystem that is facilitating trillions of dollars of transaction amongst the same million wallets. Like that was March 2020 until March 2022. Next.
Well said. And thank you all for your time here joining us today. I learned a ton of new perspectives. And for our audience out there, stay tuned. We're bringing you more interviews at Reimagine v13. Thank you all.
Hello, I'm your returning host, Munape number 452, presenting you with Reimagine version 13. We're covering all things Polkadot, Parachains, and interoperability. Will metaverses communicate with each other, or will social culture be siloed in one chain? Stay tuned to learn about a new core network that uses a main relay chain and parallel blockchains called Parachains. Welcome to the Cross-Chain Value Panel. We cover institutional DeFi, staking, and liquidity pools. Learn about the benefits of connecting multiple Layer 1 blockchains to one another and cross-consensus messaging.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine v13. Really excited to be talking this time about Parachains, interoperability, and the Polkadot ecosystem at large. I'm your host, Roshan Mirajkar from the Mousebelt team, and today our panel will be discussing scaling value across chains. So before we get started, I want to give a chance to meet all of our great guests and have them introduce themselves. So we'll start with you, Eric.
Yeah, thanks, Roshan. And great to be here. I'm the head of strategic growth projects at Parity Technologies. Parity is the company that is the main development company currently behind the Polkadot ecosystem and behind Substrate, the SDK that's used to build Parachains currently. My role at Parity basically consists of bringing high-value strategic projects into completion. And I was also, I used to be in charge of ecosystem development around the Polkadot launch time. Great to meet you all.
Yeah, awesome. And Sota, you can go next.
Yep. Thank you very much for having me today. My name is Sota Watanabe. I'm founder of Asta Network. Asta Network is one of the first parachain on Polkadot. And this is a smart contract platform supporting Ethereum virtual machine and WebAssembly. And we have a bunch of DeFi ecosystem, DeFi project, NFT project on the top of Asta and interacting with other parachain right now. Yeah, thank you for having me today.
Awesome. And we'll have you, Galen, next.
Oh, hi, I'm Galen. I do engineering at Mousebelt. We're helping to build the ICE network, which is a parachain on Polkadot.
Awesome. And lastly, Tierbo.
Hey, Roshan. Hi, guys. Nice being on the panel today. I head business strategy at Bifrost Finance. Substrate developed Web3 staking liquidity derivative protocol on Kusama and now Polkadot. And yeah, happy to be here today and to speak to you guys more about Bifrost and why we've decided to go on Polkadot.
Yeah, excited to have you all here. And yeah, let's sort of get into the discussion with the first question. I'll turn it over to you, Eric. Can you kind of break down, why did you and your team choose to build on Polkadot's infrastructure? What makes it more unique than some of the other layer 1 blockchains out there?
Yeah, that's a great question. I can't really comment too much on the first part of the question since we, I guess, developed the Polkadot protocol itself primarily and not a specific parachain or a specific application as much. But in terms of uniqueness about Polkadot, I think generally when I talk to teams, there's a few things that I pitch, but I would say it would be the combination of three things. And I think without any one of these things, it wouldn't really make Polkadot the unique thing it is today. So it would be a combination of Substrate as an SDK. It would be shared security as well as the cross-chain messaging protocol. So basically, the way we envisioned it is we really wanted an easy way for developers to be able to build blockchains easily, as well as kind of configure it to the way they want for their specific use case. So Substrate was kind of developed to really kind of streamline the developer onboarding experience and make building a blockchain, which is significantly harder still than building an application, as easy as possible with programming languages that they understand from the Web2 space. And then once they kind of onboard that into a parachain, then the shared security and messaging protocol comes in. So basically, there's multiple blockchain networks out there today that have various abilities to message between blockchain and blockchain, but none of them have kind of the same shared security capabilities that we have at Polkadot. So the idea is that with shared security, that's kind of the only way you can really guarantee that all of these messages are kind of as successful as possible, that everything is functioning as a whole unit. Because without this feature, it's very difficult to kind of guarantee that if one blockchain sends a message to another, that blockchain A will still be, that blockchain B can fully trust all the messages from blockchain A, because it doesn't necessarily trust security in blockchain A. So I think that these are kind of very difficult concepts to understand altogether, and that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of developers haven't quite wrapped their head around it. But if we kind of took a time to kind of deep dive around these questions, a lot of the developers begin to kind of see the I guess the powers of Polkadot in a sense. I hope that answers the question pretty well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think the standardization of everything that happens in the relay chain, and we can get into what specifically, people are building in the parachain is pretty important. I'll turn it over to you next, Theobald, if you have any thoughts on this as well.
Yeah, sure. Excuse me. Yeah, I think, going on from Eric, I think fundamentally why we've decided to go with Polkadot was perhaps because of the early stage. I think the whole idea of the ecology consensus mechanism in the form of nested relays and shards was obviously something important. And obviously the aspect of sharding, splitting up the work that happens onto multiple sub-blockchains, the parachain is very, vital. And I think, the heterogeneous nature of that in the context that, blockchains have their own state transition function, and that it's purpose built, which is something we'll speak after about, the specific use cases, is obviously something which we found was obviously very important. And continuing on that, the security mechanism behind that, with the relay chain is obviously vital. At the same time, another aspect we did consider when building sort of Bifrost and why we decided to go with Polkadot was also the customized development and iterations of Substrate framework, which really much attracted us to that. There's obviously the composability nature of it, sort of the memory efficiency of Substrate, and the simplicity of it. These were sort of the two aspects which we really considered on our ends.
Definitely. And Sota, do you have any thoughts here?
Yeah, when I joined the Polkadot space back in 2019, the Ethereum was the biggest or main blockchain. Ethereum is main blockchain right now, but I believe multi-chain future. In Polkadot, you have very sophisticated architecture, as everyone says. But the Polkadot relay chain, the heart of the Polkadot, does not support smart contract functionality by design. So Polkadot ecosystem and all developers who would like to make dApps on the top of Polkadot need a Parachain that supports smart contract. And when it comes to smart contract, we have two virtual machines, WebAssembly and Ethereum virtual machine. And this is the reason why we started making smart contract Parachain, which support EVM and also WebAssembly. So in terms of the developer, there is two choices, making Parachain or deploying dApps on the top of a Parachain. I think at this moment, the second option is much easier for developers. So smart contract hub is necessary for the mass adoption. So this is why we started making Asta in a Polkadot ecosystem.
Yeah, smart contracts are definitely essential. And I'll move to you, Galen, for kind of the next topic in question, which is interoperability. So do you think that EVM is the operating system of the future, or what are some advantages building with the parachain? What are some advantages building on a parachain offers?
So yeah, I mean, I think smart contracts are largely right now written on EVMs, and they will probably be written on EVMs, maybe some WASM in the future. But parachains offer like a really good way for maybe some purpose-driven, specific blockchain to communicate with them, to do some action, send it to an EVM to process. We may see another smart contract platform in the future than the EVM, where we see like a lot of smart contract deploys on it. But this was actually one reason why ICE was created in the first place. Icon had tried to create its own VM, its own set of tooling, way for creating smart contracts. And there was just so much prior art with the EVM. There was so much tooling there and just documentation and everything. It's what the developers know right now. These things can be pretty sticky, but we may see another one in the future.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a good way to think about it. And Theobald, I'll move to you next. Do you sort of think parachains, is it more about commercialization or specialization of these individual parachains?
Yeah, sure. I think there are two aspects there. I think obviously the specialization nature is important in order to sort of grow an economy. And in an ecosystem like Polkadot and Kusama, we're starting to see that now with obviously, as Sota mentioned, the XCM being live. There's utility amongst parachains which have specific specificities which are quite interesting. The commercialization about it, tongue twister there. I think that will come. We're starting to see a lot of like projects who have obtained Polkadot parachains, for example, recently with Origin Trails and stuff. They have a commercial sort of background, Web 2 background, and they're making their transition into Web 3. So they have sort of like an off-chain, if you like, presence, and they're going on-chain. And we're starting to see sort of perhaps more mass adoption from these different players. But I think the specialization nature of these different parachains is obviously key in terms of use cases and for the future.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. I'll move to you, Eric. Like, do you sort of feel the same, or like, what are some of the incentives for, I don't know, parachains to collaborate with each other, or maybe there are incentives to not?
Yeah, I think right now, between application-specific chains and more commercial kind of platforms, if that's how I interpret your question, I think currently the adoption narrative is still a little bit towards the platform side. And I think there's a few reasons for that in the Polkadot space, as well as abroad. Generally speaking, there's a pretty strong narrative, I would say, in the market towards layer ones in general. And just somebody like Asta right now has, I guess, some sort of advantage in terms of onboarding dApps and users into their platform versus maybe right now a purely application-focused chain. But I think that could change a little bit in the future. And also, I think in terms of just technical development of Polkadot, XCM hasn't really been available until recently. So kind of a lot of these composability functions of Polkadot weren't really fully available until like less than a month ago or so. So some of these application-specific chains that were launched were still siloed, as well as these application-specific chains, I guess, just were developed and launched a little bit later than some of the other parachains within the ecosystem. So for example, the first 3 parachain slot winners were all large commercial, like more commercially focused platforms that supported sometimes EVM and sometimes WASM and EVM in Aster's case, for example. And I think the second question you mentioned, can you repeat the second part of your question again?
Yeah, so I was asking you, is it more, do you believe there's incentives for parachains to sort of work together, collaborate, or are there incentives not to do so and kind of be the leader, like be better than one parachain or the other?
I think there's definitely incentives for parachains to collaborate because there's a lot of applications within these parachains, like within, let's say, a platform parachain that would benefit strongly from, I guess, some of the liquidity or some of the use cases from an application-specific chain. And I think they're generally wise enough, and such every builder in the ecosystem generally supports interoperability and composability to a large extent. So as a result, I think they're going to want to kind of seek bridges, or not bridges, but seek to kind of create messages between their chain as well as these application specific chains.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. And on that topic, I'll move to you next, Soda. If you want to talk about what types of new use cases for developers or builders will XCM enable?
Yeah, XCM is definitely one of the most important feature on Polkadot has. And some of the parachain like Asta or Moonbeam, Acala, Parallel, and Statement already activated XCM. Meaning we can transfer dot token from relay chain to parachain, and in the future we can transfer asset between parachains. So one of the example we can consider is like using AUSD, which is issued on Acala and stablecoin, using AUSD on our DeFi platform, like lending or DEX, or maybe adding AUSD token on our collateral in our DeFi, like stablecoin or something like that. So yeah, the essence is it is trustless bridge. So when it comes to bridge, there are a lot of the hacks, and still there are a lot of the risk to use centralized bridge. But XCM is fully trustless, so it's gonna be much easier for us to bring dot token from relay chain to parachain, or other parachains token from other parachain to Asta. And one of the things we would like to do is to bring as many dots as possible and as many parachains token as possible from relay chain parachain to Asta, so that it's gonna be much easier for new developer to create new use case on Asta. So this is what we would like to do. And I'm really excited to activate more XCM channel.
Yeah,
more specifically HRMT channel, but HRMT is a little bit technical, so I'm saying XCM.
Yeah, for sure. People are starting to understand that. And I think, yeah, as you standardize it, hopefully we see more parachains working together. Galen, I'll go to you next for this one. Kind of conceptually, what are some use cases that you see kind of multi-chain applications being better suited at than, I don't know, centralized applications, things like stable coins, like a multi-chain stable coin versus the centralized stable coins that are still prevalent in our industry right now?
You could have a certain chain with properties that make it good for something like a video game, and you want to use your in-game assets and you want to speculate with them or trade them on some chain that's more suited for like financial use cases, or you might have a chain that's used to help construct a derivative and another one that's used to trade it. I think there's a lot of possibility for people to have chains that are very specialized and get applications on them that are very specialized in a particular type of thing, and do what they're very good at and send the output of it to another chain that's good at maybe speculating with it, trading with it, leveraging it somehow.
Yeah, definitely. It's like a shift between general purpose versus each of these things actually has a specific purpose. I really like that part. Tiago, I'll go to you next. Maybe tell us a little bit about what are some of the benefits between having cross-chain liquidity when it comes to things like DeFi and staking. Like, are these the best use cases you think for multi-chain applications?
Yeah, definitely. I think, just to give you a bit of a context for the the panel as well as the the listeners here. What we're looking to build here at Bifrost is basically we're trying to provide standardized liquid staking derivatives for dots, Kusama chains, parallel chains, and heterogeneous chains, and then broader ecosystem. So obviously cross-chain for us is obviously key. Now, what we're looking to do there is we're looking at each sort of different standardized derivatives can be traded and can generate loans to each other. So the liquidity, the security, as well as the standardization of these liquid staking derivatives are there.
Eric, I'll move to you next. Maybe do you want to talk from Parity's angle? Like, how does a lot of the technological advancements drive a lot of the use cases that we're seeing?
So I think right now, that's a really good question. I need to think about that a little bit. So I think in terms of technological advancements in the, like, for example, on parachain functionality, or for example, on XCM and such being launched, I think right now Polkadot is still at the phase currently of fulfilling a lot of the promises that it kind of outlined in its white paper back 5 years ago or so. So right now, I think it's actually just enabling these base use cases of, let's say, Bifrost and Astar, or Bifrost and Ice, for example, working together. And I think that, like, right now, I think it's kind of enabling, in general, application-specific chains to talk to platforms, as well as different platform chains to talk to each other. And this is kind of like the current key milestone that we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a constant development. I'll jump back to you, Tiago, if you want to talk a little bit about, we were just discussing how does some of the technological advancements in like the Polkadot ecosystem drive a lot of the use cases. From your angle, have you seen a lot of these advancements, like, I don't know, benefiting more retail investors, or is it the institutions that can benefit from this?
Yeah, sure. Sorry about that. I have VPN issues based on where I'm from. No, I think, well, in terms of what we're looking to do, I think, standardization and obviously the liquidity aspects to providing, decentralized, standardized derivatives is key. And obviously from a technology standpoint, that will obviously help in terms of, XCM as well there. We're looking to make derivatives sort of take place with the help of XCM. Now, in terms of your question about mass adoption and retail, I think the problem we have here, at least for on our case, I would say there's an adoption problem in terms of education, which is clear, key. That obviously is part of my job there as well in terms of strategy for the business, but also engaging with the retail to make them understand sort of use cases. But also in terms of our product, we are still building out a utility. XCM has been live for a month. We are still opening sort of our, HRMP channels with different teams. We've just recently obtained, a Polkadot slot. So there are a few things there which require a few sort of technology sort of advancements there. On the institutional side, I think, frankly, pretty much the same on our ends. There's a utility aspect there as well. I mean, we're looking to build out, standardized derivatives, which obviously bear their primary function, but we want to drive utility. And I think that goes to Sota's point earlier, where I think, things are only building out now. And in order to have real impact, within the ecosystems and with sort of collaborative, intentions amongst parachains, utility currently does have some sort of technical roadblocks for adoption.
Totally, and we can cover some of those things a little later down the talk about some answers to some of those things. But Sota, what do you think from your view? How does the technology influence some of the things that you're building?
Yeah, so technology I'm really excited about on Polkadot. Yeah, got it. So one of the things I'm really excited about is obviously XCM, as everybody said, and also WebAssembly in the Polkadot environment. So right now, Ethereum virtual machine is the only one virtual machine Polkadot supports commercially. So we can say Polkadot is another EVM chain right now. And that's why EVM use case on the top of Moonbeam, on the top of Astar is getting popular and popular. But as far as I know, the WebAssembly was the original virtual machine for Polkadot. I mean, should have been supported from day one. But it turns out that contract size of the WebAssembly contract is too big to be deployed. And Parity Technology is working really hard to optimize WebAssembly smart contract. And once it is supported on Shiden, which is our testnet, and Astar in quarter 3, I think this is going to change the landscape of the smart contract in a Polkadot ecosystem, because having WebAssembly is very necessary for unlocking Web3 for Web2 developer. The WebAssembly is built by Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and such a big companies. And we can use a lot of the languages like Rust, Go, C++, and the other language, the common languages in a Web2 space. And they can write smart contract for WebAssembly development. But the Ethereum virtual machine is for Ethereum developer, I would say. So Solidity and Viper can be compiled to EVM. So what we would like to do is having Ethereum virtual machine as well as WebAssembly. And I think we will be recognized as a WebAssembly parachain in a long run. And WebAssembly is the things I'm really excited about in coming months.
Yeah, no, it's good to hear like technologies that have been around for a long time. I've heard a lot of people just at this Polkadot event that we're doing talk about wanting to use those existing technologies, and then as they get familiar, like bridge them over and then help them realize the benefits of using something like Polkadot.
Yeah.
I'll go to you, Galen, kind of shifting into a different topic, but maybe if you just want to finish this one off. So like on the angle of adoption, what do you think the incentives are for developers to develop on Parachains, and what's kind of needed to get more developers, like attract them with maybe proper incentives if there aren't any already?
Well, to get developers to build on Parachains, I guess right now there's a lot of just application-specific chains, and they're very similar to each other. I think oftentimes they can compete by offering developers money if there's not strong differentiation. There are some, though, that do actually have pretty good differentiation, and they do have things that they offer to developers. So if they offer a really good cross-chain bridge, or they offer like primitives for building applications, or they have some unique piece of their network that lets developers do something very easily or very well, I think they can bring developers who want to do that type of thing. So I guess it probably depends on the type of the developer, how they would try and do that.
And what type of approach do you think works best? Like I've seen some people talk about, existing developers that already know EVM, what things like Moonbeam kind of fitting in the middle there, or do you think there's a world where not just new developers, but new people might learn about Parachains first?
Yeah, I think certainly people could learn about Parachains first. There's a massive amount of information and community around developing for the EVM. There are well-published standards like Open Zeppelin when someone's trying to do a contract for a particular thing and make sure it's safe. There's just a lot of resources. So if you think about what someone might try and do first, there's just a lot less friction towards starting with what there are many resources for. But I do think as other approaches gain just a larger community, more documentation, more resources, more of a following, I think we'll start to see people kind of trickle towards those as well. For a new developer in particular, I think if the way they learned is on a parachain, or they want to do something that a parachain does particularly well, they might try that over what's a little easier.
100%. There's a lot of things still left to build. And I'll move to you, Eric, now, if you want to talk maybe from your angle. Like I heard you talk about, shared security model, things like that, some benefits. So maybe do you want to outline, like, what are some benefits for developers or anyone building on Polkadot or just using like, Parady's SDK is this benefits specifically around security, and is there room, like, can they focus more on innovation rather than worrying about all the other problems that are very prevalent out there in like DeFi and the regular crypto ecosystem?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one of the key things that Substrate as a SDK enables is, and I think you're alluding to this in a way too, is the modularity of Substrate. So basically, one of the things I oftentimes pitch development teams and just general crypto builders is that when they kind of build a chain on a substrate, they can easily choose, for example, what consensus mechanism they want, what kind of block production mechanism they want, and basically a whole bunch of other features. Like, for example, like, do they want to include a stablecoin? Like, do they want to include off-chain workers? All of those kind of stuff, right? They can kind of easily mix and match the features they want from stuff that other builders have kind of already built, and then kind of assemble them together in a way to build their own chain. So in that sense, it streamlines development quite a bit. And in addition, I think, to a lot of the technical aspects that we see on Substrate, I think there's also a lot of non-technical support kind of available in the ecosystem, whether it's through Parity or through various parachain builders that kind of want to improve the ecosystem. So for example, like if they build in the Polkadot ecosystem or with Substrate, maybe they could qualify in a sense if they use Acala USD for the AUSD $250 million fund as an example, right? So just developers should be aware that beyond just what is technically great about Substrate, there's also a whole ecosystem out there that kind of could support their endeavor.
Yeah, that's great.
Also, can I ask a question? Can I answer the question? Yeah, basically the substrate is, yes, thank you very much. The substrate is very customizable and very flexible. And we already created the incentive mechanism, and we call it dApps staking palette. And we invented build to earn concept. So developer is our main customer because we are making smart contract hub. But developer is the most precious resource in a blockchain space. But they are paying a lot of the cost when they deploy smart contract, when they make transaction. And influencers and sharers are getting a lot of the money over developers. So blockchain is all about incentive, but the incentive design here is completely broken because most important people are paying a lot of the cost. So we invented dApps staking palette on Substrate, and we have a build to earn concept. So we distribute basic income from block rewards to developer based on the performance. Then this is going to be a basic income for developers. They have to pay cost when they deploy smart contract, but based on their contribution to the network, they can get basic income from block rewards. So we made it, we could make it because Substrate is very customizable and Substrate is very flexible. So this is very original and created by Asta, and the probably world will realize the power of the build to earn concept later this year.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love that, and you're totally right. Haven't heard many people in like Ethereum community kind of bring that up. Like, yeah, it is the developers, and maybe more of the Ethereum developers like need to complain about how much fees they're paying and things like that. Tiago, I'll move to you next. If you want to talk about from your angle, like community angle or even dApp usage, are there any specific incentives that you try to push more, or you think it's easier just to get adoption on regular people like using these apps because they don't really understand the technology, but they might understand the benefits it gives them?
Yeah, most definitely. I think on our end, we initially had the slot auction liquidity protocol, which allowed sort of basic retail to be able to participate in crowd loans via our protocol in order to get liquid DOT or liquid Kusama, rather than being locked for the crowd loan period. So I think that was a sort of an easy entry for those types of users. Now, what we're looking forward now with our recently launched staking liquidity protocol, we're working closely with different parachain teams to ensure that the staking liquidity derivatives, which we're collaborating with with these different parachains. Firstly, there's a very close relationship with the parachain team. So there's a fully built sort of scoped out collaboration process, which is there, such that both the underlying projects building on top of these sort of different parachains, as well as the community and the users are able to sort of really benefit from the value of what we're trying to create. So I think once again, the main point here is, on the technical side, we're still being quite patient in terms of what can be done with different teams, in terms of HRMP openings. And then there's a utility aspect again. So I think there's close collaboration, which is great in the Polkadot Kusama ecosystem, in terms of everybody sort of benefiting in that way and having to sort of cross collaborate where communities can really partake in these different sort of collaborations. But then on the other side, there still is a roadblock in terms of utility, which we're still working on very closely. And I think as soon as sort of XCM fully takes light, we can really benefit from that, and then adoption can sort of trigger on from that.
Yeah, and while you were talking, I just briefly want to touch kind of just an open-ended question. Does anyone on this panel know of any like resources or hubs that you recommend? I think you guys already mentioned some for developers, but yeah, are there anything that you guys recommend, or do you guys think there needs to exist more resources dedicated? Is it to education or usability? I'll just leave it open if anyone wants to answer.
Yeah, I think I'll be quick. I think on our ends, given that we're doing staking liquidity derivatives, perhaps to the retail user, maybe not crypto native, there's a lot of education that has to take place there, because there's obviously a technical aspect to the actual product, but also to the Polkadot and Kusama, sort of architecture and how that works with the Parachains. So we're looking to be more educational on that front in terms of breaking down sort of complexities behind the technicality and the utility, such that they understand sort of the whole mechanism behind it. So that takes a lot of time on that front, just in terms of direct contact with the community and users.
Yeah, the technology is developing, of course, but we might still need education. Does anyone else have thoughts here before we move to the final question?
Yeah, I definitely think Polkadot as a concept and as a technology could be educated better within kind of parity. And I know our friends at Web3 Foundation as well are really trying to ramp up their, I guess, education initiatives kind of within the company. So for example, a bunch of lecture series that certain people might give from within these organizations are kind of being planned right now as an example, as well as a whole host of other things, a bunch of hackathons, etc., where we kind of really want to kind of in 2022 start educating people a little bit more about Polkadot and how it works.
100%. That's great to know. And yeah, I'll move to the last question. It's a little bit open-ended, but kind of just looking toward the future. So I'll preface this a bit with, just from at this event, doing all these talks, we've seen Polkadot being prevalent at Davos this year. There's been a lot of talk, not only with governments, but just looking out, right? Like what will be the actual architecture that Web3 or NFTs and so on will be built on? I don't think the answer is fully there, but if each of you want to talk a little bit about, what can we expect for the future, and what could a world look like where a lot of these technologies, Web3 technologies, are being built more and more on chains like Polkadot? Maybe I'll start with you, Thibaut.
Yeah, definitely. I think in terms of the future, quite difficult one, but something which Sota mentioned before about a cross-chain future, that's obviously key. On our ends, very briefly, we are obviously trying to ensure that cross-chain interoperability is key through XCM. So that will obviously bring far more benefits to everybody within Polkadot. But in the future, obviously, cross-chain standardization on that front, and I think an ease as well in terms of UI as well. We're seeing in Polkadot, easier access to sort of wallets, which is something very simple for a retail user on that front. And I think there has to be more of that transition between sort of the Web 2 space to Web 3, and making sure that security is obviously a fundamental pillar to the future, as well as the aspect of decentralization and privacy, which is key.
Yeah, once we get more security and people feel more confident, I'm sure we'll have more users for sure. Sota, I'll move to you. Like, tell us a little bit about, paint us a picture of like what the world could look like in the future if it was built on Polkadot, like all these applications.
Yeah, I think blockchain should be connected to realize Web 3.0. It is just like internet. Internet was independent, called intranet. But thanks to TCP/IP protocol, so we can talk to each other all over the world. So blockchain is, I would say, independent right now. So it takes time and it is expensive to transfer asset A from chain A to B. V2A. So Polkadot solved this. And Polkadot is going to be the one of the fundamental protocol to realize Web 3.0 by connecting a lot of the blockchains. But the point is, we are not calling blockchain as a web. Blockchain is not a web. The Bitcoin is not web, right? Ethereum is not web. Polkadot protocol is not web. So we need an interface between blockchain and the user. And this is what we have to make in coming months. Polkadot is still very, very difficult for new people to use. The staking, governance, DeFi, NFT is still harder for general people. So what we have to do is to make better interface between Polkadot protocol, Parachain protocol, and users. So I think this year is very important year because it's bear market. It's always best time to build. And it is always really necessary to educate, build, and keep building a product, especially in a bear market.
Yeah, 100%. And I'll move to you next, Eric.
Sorry, can you repeat the question again? I was thinking about the answer, but I kind of forgot the question.
Yeah, no, all good. No, just like thinking about the future, like what would world look like if sort of more of these Web3 applications or just everything we see more prevalent on EVM right now? Like what would it look like if it was built on Polkadot and Parachains?
Yeah, okay. I think I think Sota had a pretty good point about UI. The kind of the user experience of interacting between blockchains. One of the things that Parity is working on, I guess, promoting heavily and kind of making this ecosystem in a way is an ecosystem of user-friendly, for example, wallets, for example, right? Where you can have basically easy user onboarding into these wallets. And then these kind of parachains are all kind of, you could display all these parachains in an easy to use web app in a sense, as opposed to like what we see right now with Polkadot.js to some extent, right? Which is maybe developer friendly, but not retail user friendly per se. So I think in the future, it will be a lot easier to see a world in Polkadot where it's a lot more accessible to the average person, right? So basically there's just more tools available for these users to use the full power of Polkadot, streamlined in a way such that maybe they just don't have to understand blockchain as much as they do currently to be able to use the full feature set. And I think once kind of that happens, I think you're just going to see a lot more kind of activity, whether it's a cross-chain message or whether it's just more Polkadot wallets in general, more Polkadot accounts just being created.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And like you guys said, at least keeping the developers happy right now, and then ultimately we can get all the rest of the retail users. And yeah, lastly, Galen, I'll let you take us out on this panel. Tell us about what kind of world you envision, or some of the benefits of having a world that has more, that's built on parachains or has more native interoperability.
Yeah, so to Soda and Eric's point, I think kind of the tools and interface would have to feel better rather than doing an app where you think of opening some channel to another blockchain or sending an XCM message somewhere else. I think you'd have to have an app where you're using an app and that app is doing things on a blockchain or maybe multiple blockchains. I think probably first it'll look like just feeling very seamless within the Polkadot ecosystem. That might be a little bit better tooling, a little bit more formed standards around that to match what some other ecosystems have. And then I think probably a second step, if it becomes very easy to connect outside apps to this, or blockchains from outside of the Polkadot ecosystem to bridge assets in, or to hook up an app where you aren't thinking too heavily about a wallet or anything else, and you just want to integrate something on Polkadot and plug into that ecosystem. I think we'll probably get another wave of users in.
100%. Thank you all for your time here. I really enjoyed speaking to you all. I think our audience learned a lot. I learned a lot, and really excited to build the future. And for all of our audience members, we're still bringing you more interviews here at Reimagine V13. So stick around. And I was your host, Roshan Marachkar. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Roshan.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for watching. Bye-bye.
You.